Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Awakened Basilisk Venom Abilities and Married with Hermione. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description. A little over 1 month ago, the human boy by the name of Harry Potter got himself chomped on by an utterly massive snake. 3 weeks ago, as he was arriving back to Privet Drive, he started hearing voices, 4 of them, to be specific, and all of them also claiming to be Harry Potter. 2 weeks ago, he forgot which of the voices was the original. 1 week ago, he ran away because his body was slowly transforming into something monstrous. And, as of 3 days ago, he stopped existing and we fully took his place. Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are Harry James Potter, and currently, we are a literal 5-headed dragon. Who is monologuing in our common mind? Blue Harry asked, not so much annoyed as curious. Does it matter? Yellow Harry retorted. It could be any of us. It could be all of us together. We're still working this whole 5 connected heads thing out, Blue. Yellow ISSS right, Green insisted. It would be for the best to figure this out as fast as possible. His tongue flicked out, giving us all the combined sensation of smell and taste. As we were currently flying, there wasn't much to smell aside from the overall smell of forest. It wasn't me. The soft voice of Grey Harry muttered. I swear I didn't do it. Nobody was accusing you, my little gray head. Red Harry bellowed. We all know that you are the last of us to cause trouble. Our other 3 heads nodded along, each one curling comfortingly around our gray head. Our common body, acting on instincts that we were sure weren't there before our mental split and physical transformation, banked to the right and started gently gliding towards the river bank below. About half a heartbeat later, we all fully recognized the smell that had lured us in that direction, rusted metal. Up until our transformation, Harry the singular, had thought that rusted metal had no scent. Our new noses begged to differ. In fact, almost everything smelled good nowadays. Normal food smelled better. Yes, but metal also smelled good in an entirely different way. That, of course, led us to actually tasting it. Imagine our surprise when we found that our teeth could shear through metal with ease. And that it tasted nothing like anything we'd ever eaten before, yet was as good as candy. Rusted metal, in particular, was extra tasty. It was like a sugar coating on a cookie, except not sweet. And as we descended, we found a great, big hunk of rusted metal. Once upon a time, it had been a car, but now it was just the engine and body, partially submerged in the river. We landed, checked that we were decently alone, and then ravenously dug into the automobile's frame. Teeth gnashing, claws shredding, jaws chewing, it was a sight to behold. And, having 5 heads on long necks, we could actually watch ourselves feast. Wicked. The tank still has some petrol left in it. Yellow exclaimed, prying the tank free. Clamping his jaws around it, he hoisted it up, using just the muscles in his neck and started drinking. We were all treated to that wonderful flavor and the invigorating feeling of the fuel entering our furnace of a stomach. Then, when the fuel was exhausted, Yellow chomped down on the tank itself, devouring the plastic with as much gusto as the rest of us ate at the metal. We were always hungry, nowadays. During the first parts of the transformation, when we still looked mostly like a human, we'd tried to just hide it. It was our appetite that did us in. The more we ate, the bigger we got, and the bigger we were, the more we needed to eat. 2 days ago, we were about the size of a cow. Now, we were big enough to eat a cow and not feel completely full. Tomorrow, we'd probably be big enough to eat more than one. We have a point, Blue remarked, pausing in his eating to comment on the shared thoughts we were having. Our rate of growth is ridiculous. How big are we going to get? The size of a lorry. The size of a castle. A mountain. And how would Hogwarts even feed us when we get that big? Why would they take us back? We're nothing but a monster, we're not a wizard anymore. The other 3 heads paused their eating, Grey's sobering words affecting all of us. Blue and Red both looked at Grey, then each other. Both wanted to speak, but neither knew exactly what to say. Yellow merely nuzzled up to Grey, having nothing to say. Only Green found the words. Do we know that for SS sure? Are we truly not a wizard anymore? Or ISSS this SS some SS sort of weird animagus Y thing, like Professor McGonagall turning into a cat. Red grinned. Green's right. We might still be wizards. OR, a wizard. Whatever. There is hope yet. Blue nodded sagely. Agreed, my loud compatriot. And even if we are not a wizard in the strictest of senses, it is quite clear that we are still magical. How else would we fly like this? How could we eat metal, drink petrol, and breathe fire without magic? Green Harry hummed and slanted his head to one side. A thought occurs. Remember when Dobby got USSS in trouble? Well, if we do manage to cast magic, the Ministry might notice. On one hand, or claw, if we cause enough of a racket, they might come and investigate. We could get the attention of SSS, someone who could help USSSS. He paused, leaning his head the other way. On the other claw, we might get into actual trouble. If we are to be punis shed. I would rather be SSS USSS pended for being a dragon than for our own SS stupidity. Agreed, Yellow declared. To be punished for trying to get help, for trying to help ourselves, that would be embarrassing. But to not know whether or not we can still use magic. Red roared. That would eat at our curiosity like nothing else, Blue stated, finishing their shared thought. The other colors of Harry Potter nodded, including the still drooping Gray. I wish we could write Dumbledore. Gray murmured. Mate, Hedwig will come back eventually. She will. But what if she doesn't? Stop moping, Gray. We are a dragon. We can just fly to Dumbledore. When the other four heads turned to look at Red, he asked, what? We can fly, Blue deadpanned. As one, we chorused, we're all idiots. In our first year, we'd been so excited to make a new friend that we'd spent the whole trip engrossed in our conversation with Ron, unaware of just how many miles we'd covered. During our second year, we'd taken the flying car, which didn't exactly give a good sense of distance either. It took a very long time, let us tell you. 4 days, to be specific. Sure, we could fly pretty fast, but we got tired easily. Each day was definitely better than the day before, but we could never make it that far before we had to stop to rest and, more importantly, eat. Merlin, we ate a low tea, mostly rocks bland, and trees gross, but we caught animals when we could. Our new instincts helped a lot with the actual how of hunting, but nothing could have prepared us for seeing that deer. Splatter under the force of our claw swipe. It was a little hard to swallow, literally, it tasted great, but we kept wanting to gag as the mental imagery plagued us. Definitely sticking with rabbits and foxes for now. Blue muttered after we'd finished the carcass off. He had a point, too, we could swallow anything smaller than a medium-sized dog in a single bite now. It wasn't any more filling than a single human-sized bite was for a normal person, and perhaps it was even less filling. It was, however, our only option in terms of meat that didn't involve splatter or setting parts of the forest on fire. By the time we'd made it to Hogwarts, we'd practically doubled in size. Proportionally, however, we were looking rather slim. Whatever we'd been eating, it wasn't enough. Not by a long shot. There are giant SS spiders SS in the Forbidden Forest, Green mused, though there was a decidedly mean tone to his hissing voice. They did try to eat us, Blue agreed, bobbing his long head. Let's squish those spiders. Red roared. Yellow rolled his eyes. Why don't we ask Hagrid first? Red, Green, and Blue glared at Yellow, while Gray snorted disdainfully. They knew Hagrid, he'd never consent to that. Ever. Right. Forget I suggested that. Let's get to the castle now. I don't really want to spend any more time outside than we have to, Green declared. At his declaration, the consensus driving our body shifted, allowing him to walk us towards the castle on the hill. And if Dumbledore can turn USSS back, I'd rather eat as a human. True. Definitely. Agreed. All right, I guess. Then Blue cocked his head to the side. If he'd been driving us, we would have stopped. As it was, we just slowed. Does this mean we go back to having only one head? Do we all get crammed in there? Who drives? Or do we just go back to being just the single Harry? And if so, what happens to the rest of us? We came to a stop. Our other heads looked at each other. No answer came forth. I'm just saying, if it comes down to it, I don't want to die. None of us want to die, you morbid prat. Red rumbled, voicing our collective displeasure on the thought. I mean, I knew we were all on the same page there. Blue snapped defensively. It just had to be said. None of us are going to die, Yellow stated firmly. I won't allow it. I sometimes want to die. Gray mumbled. Nobody asked you. The rest of us shouted. I'll be quiet now. I'm sorry I said anything. We started walking again. The castle was getting close now, and though we were more than a little tired and hungry at this point, we spread our wings and took to the air for the last little stretch. Though, at the last moment, at the nudge of a half-formed idea from Green, an idea not spoken but shared directly with our consensus, we adjusted course. 4 solid thuds signaled our arrival at Hagrid's hut. If anyone was going to be friendly on site with us, it was the massive gamekeeper. After all, he had wanted to care for a dragon of his own. If anyone would help us, it was him. Hey, Hagrid, Blue shouted. Of the 5 of us, he still had a voice that sounded reasonably close to our human voice, though much louder. Are you in there? There was smoke coming from his chimney, so we'd assumed he was. Sure enough, the door to the hut rattled, then opened. Hagrid froze for an instant. Blimey, a beauty. All 5 of my heads cocked to the side. Thanks. And ye can talk too. Blue shook his head. Hagrid, it's me, Harry Potter. All 5 of our heads angled themselves to highlight the same lightning bolt mark on each. Directly above each of our right eyes. Our eye color and that scar were the only things we had left of our human form. We got turned into a dragon. Harry, how in the world did you manage that? Dunno. We figured coming to you wouldn't hurt, though we were hoping to see if Professor Dumbledore was here, Blue explained. Hagrid chuckled, then sighed. Well, the HEA.D Master isn't here, he's always at the Ministry and oversees during the summer months. The gamekeeper scratched his chin. Come to think of it, I think he's been in Australia for the past few weeks. Chief Warlock business. Oh, so that's why Hedwig's taking so long, Yellow remarked. She must be so lonely, flying over the ocean by herself. We didn't mean to make Hedwig work so hard. When Hedwig returns, we shall prepare for her a feast of all the bacon she could ever eat. Our loudest head proclaimed. Hagrid's eyes darted between our 5 heads. Are you all Harry? Yes. Yes we are. We all answer to Harry. But you may address us by color as well. I am obviously blue, and these are red. Hi, Hagrid. ... Green. Greetings SSS. ... Yellow. A pleasure. And gray. Why am I always last? Because. You are the pathetic head, snapped Green. Shut up, Green. You're hurting Gray's feelings. He hurts his own feeling SSS every 5 minutes SSS. Gray ISSSSSSO depressing. A puff of smoke escaped Green's nostrils, floating in Gray's general direction. Ignore them, Blue instructed Hagrid. Anyway, or any of the other professors here. As much as we lick being a dragon, it is just as brilliant as you think it is. We really do need to get back to being human. Or at least human SS sized. And we broke our wand. And most of our stuff. And then we ate it because we were starving. Oh, bloody hell, I just realized, we ate our homework. Bwahahaha. Hagrid uttered, clearly trying to wrap his head around that absolute mess of words we dumped on him. I think Professor Flitwick is here, working on his charms research. And I could see about Flo Callan, Professor McGonagall. Why don't you wait here while I go fetch them? We nodded. Thought the pain of our empty stomach prompted Yellow to ask, sorry to bother you, but do you mind if we go hunting in the Forbidden Forest first? We're really hungry. And Flitwick ISSS rather bite SS sized. We wouldn't want to SS snap at him. You're not exactly helping. I am explaining why it ISSS a bad idea to let USSS go hungry. Twisting around, Blue shoved his head in between Yellow and Green. So, can we? Hagrid smiled. You can, yes, but, by the looks of you, you haven't had a good cooked meal and a bath in a while. I'm sure the house elves would love to help out. True to Hagrid's predictions, when the house elves found out what we needed, they were more than willing to provide. Of course, that was after we convinced them that no, we were not invading the castle and no, we were not going to eat them. And, leading the forefront of the Feed the Dragon brigade was none other than Dobby, who had gotten work at the castle after human Harry had freed him from Lord Malfoy. We'd thought the food at Hogwarts was good before we'd become a dragon, but afterward. It was amazing. And we were ravenous. Whole chickens and turkeys vanished down our throat, dozens of pounds of beef and pork disappeared in single bites. At that point, we didn't care that we were eating like Dudley did. Ron's level of gluttony having been surpassed a while back, we were just so hungry. While we were eating, the bravest of the house elves came and washed the mud and grime off of us, first by magic, and then with wet cloths around the more sensitive areas of our body. It was awkward, yet, but not unpleasant. And though we highly doubted they had ever washed a dragon before, they were doing a really good job of getting the grime out of places we hadn't even known existed, let alone had dirt in them. Being clean was a remarkable feeling. At one point, as the flow of food started to slow, Yellow noticed that the house elves were staying back more than they had been a minute ago. What's going on? Why are you all back there? The elves glanced at each other, then collectively turned to look at Dobby. Dobby swallowed and then walked towards us. Matters Harry Potters, sirs, Dobby and the other house elves. We are glad you are enjoying our cooking, and please don't be mad, but we can't give you any more food. All 5 of my heads froze in place. Did we just eat everything in the castle? Dobby shook his head. No, but we have to keep enough food for everyone else before the next delivery comes, Masters Harry Potters. We let out a collective sigh of relief. At least we didn't ruin everything. Sorry, Dobby, our depressed head muttered. But we are still hungry. Green hissed. Dobby, can you bring USSS junk? Garbage, SS scrap metal, broken things SS nobody would miss. We can eat anything. The rest of us bobbed our heads in agreement. Oh, squeaked another house elf, one near the back of the Great Hall. Let us feed them the room of hidden things. Almost in perfect unison, the great, big eyes of every house elf blinked. Then, with the noise of a dozen firecrackers going off, the elves popped away. Barely 30 seconds later, they returned with all sorts of interesting and tasty things. Chairs, desks, books, cauldrons, wands, jewels, ink, gold, parchment, clothes, we devoured it all. We found that a lot of the enchanted things had a much better flavor. Especially the stuff that the house elves said felt dark. In fact, one particular item, a crown or tiara thingy, was so dark that its flavor made us pause just to savor it. It was heavenly. Then, while we were feasting on the junk, specifically a pile of busted cauldrons at the moment, Hagrid returned with our diminutive charms professor. By unspoken consensus, Bluehead took the speaking role, rising above the rest of our heads. The others continued their voracious eating. Evening, Professor Flitwick. Sorry to intrude, but as you can see, we have a bit of a problem. My word, Mr. Potter, do you ever, he stated. There are many, many questions I'm asking myself at the moment, but the one that stands out at the moment is, why are you eating cauldrons? Because the elves ran out of SS spare food, Green smugly replied. Of all of us, he was the most proud of our gluttonous appetite. And it would be rude of us to eat all the food in Hogwarts. Red roared, shaking the windows and making Hagrid and Flitwick cover their ears. Please, not so loud, Red. Yes. And so eating cauldrons and other non-food items is your solution. We all nodded and collectively gave him a thumbs up. We then explained how we could eat just about anything. I see. Truly, that is quite remarkable. I would love to know how that works. We just want to be, well, not back to normal. There are 5 of us now, and we are not sure which of us would survive going back to being the singular Harry Potter. None of us want to die, Blue explained. But we do want some semblance of a normal, human life. We're not even sure if we can still use magic like a wizard. I am assuming you didn't attempt that on your own. We told him that we hadn't. And that we'd broken our wand. I see. Well, now that you're here, shall we give that a test? He drew out his wand and, holding it by the tip, offered it to us. My wand's a very agreeable fellow. It works decently for just about everyone who picks it up. We might not get spectacular results, but you have bigger problems if it doesn't work at all. We gratefully and very carefully took the wand, cradling it out of fear that the slightest twitch would snap it like our own. Immediately, we felt a surge of energy through our body, though nothing like what getting our original wand was like. Rather than an overwhelming flood of power, it was more like 6 rivers of power. The first, yet smallest, river went from our heart to our claws and into the wand. The other 5 roared down our spines from our head to our chest, where they mixed, then shot back up to our heads and our mouths. Whoa, that was weird. I was going to say scary. Scary. That felt good. Volume, red, S. Mr. Potter. We weren't exactly listening. Under Blue's lead, we raised the wand and gave it a flick. Lumos. Blue exclaimed. To our short-lived delight, light did appear at our command. We were still wizards. Our delight turned to bemusement when we realized where the light was coming from. Green's mouth. Why ISSS my tongue glowing. And why can I taste SS shiny? I want to try. Calivaria. Yellow promptly vomited red onto green, staining his scales to match red's. Gah. What did? Bloody hell, I'm Hidehouse. Change me back. Now you're a proper Gryffindor dragon. Please don't make me spew even more colors. What the hell is going on? Blue demanded, hoping someone, anyone, would explain. Over the noise of the continued debate between red and green over the merits of red and green. Respectively, Flitwick remarked, I do believe that you're completely bypassing my wand in your casting. Do you mind if I? He motioned to the wand still in our claws. We returned the wand, internally relaxing once the fragile and valuable tool was free from our grip. Now, Flitwick instructed, could you try casting again? Just do everything you would do if you had the wand. Calivaria. Green hissed angrily. Unfortunately, the green came out of Gray's mouth, which was closed at the time. Gray spluttered and spat, trying to wipe the unexpected flavor off his now Slytherin green tongue. Our charms professor chuckled and waved his wand, dispelling the color-changing charms from us. I do believe this is the most spectacular misfiring of that charm I have ever seen. On the bright side, it seems you have somehow completely surpassed the need for a wand. Not completely. It was much easier with the wand, even if we did not USSSE it, Green hissed. Is that so? Interesting. Unfortunately, I do not know enough about wand lore to explain why that might be. We should ask Mr. Ollivander when we have the chance, Flitwick replied. With a wave of his wand, he conjured a simple chair for himself, which he placed directly in front of where we were lounging. We do not want to SS speak with him, Green said. We are hesitant to SS speak with anybody we don't really need to. We can cast SS spell SSS. Why bother? I can understand your hesitation, but frankly, I do not know what happened to you, nor have I even heard of anything even remotely like this, Flitwick explained. In order to research your condition, it behooves us to know as much as possible. I say, Red paused, then restarted at a lower volume. S. Either way, this is going to end badly, mumbled Gray. There's no rush, Professor Flitwick commented. Think about it. Meanwhile, while we wait for Hagrid to get back with Professor McGonagall. I'm here. The Scotties. Witch herself declared from just outside the Great Hall. Now let's, sweet Merlin, Potter. Hagrid, the giant entered the hall just behind her. We hadn't noticed that he'd left again after bringing Professor Flitwick. You failed to mention just how big he was. I think he's grown a few inches since I've been in the room, Minerva, Flitwick quipped, much to our surprise. That fast? That's faster than we were expecting. We don't have much of a frame of reference, Green replied. But what did you expect? Blue chuckled. I don't think we're going to fit into the Gryffindor Tower anymore, Professor McGonagall. Fitting inside is the least of my worries, she said. I'm more concerned that you'd accidentally inhale a first year. And the furniture, Flitwick added. To demonstrate, he levitated one of the broken chairs brought in by the house elves in range of our mouths. Red gleefully snapped it out of the air with a wicked crunch. Oh my, you're sure you should be feedin' him that, Phileas? Hagrid asked. SSS, Red replied instead. We ate a rusted car the other day, Blue added. Not even the petrol caused us problems. Anyway, Flitwick began, Harry, please. Help me explain to Minerva your concerns about any possible solutions we find. Then she and I can start researching a solution. How long do you think that will take? We asked through Blue's mouth. Maybe a day, likely a week or two. And possibly never. It all depends on what we can find. And until then, you should probably stay with Hagrid, out on the edge of the forest. We can construct a hut for you to stay in. Actually, I have a better idea as to where we can SS sleep. Why there, Green? Why? The snake's SS still there. Gray perked up ever so slightly. Objections withdrawn. Ron Weasley had only been in Egypt for 3 days of the month-long Weasley family trip when the letter from Harry Potter arrived. That it was not delivered by Hedwig worried the young lad. And though the words, from Harry Potter, weren't particularly unusual, the fact that each letter was written in one of 5 different colors of ink was enough to make him even more curious. After having Charlie check the letter for prank spells, a sibling of the Weasley twins could never be too paranoid about pranks. Ron opened it to see what was inside. The first thing he found was the letter, but the first thing he actually paid attention to was the wizarding photograph. In it was a bloody 5-headed dragon. Each head was a different color, while the body was a dark, almost black-gray. Huge spikes protruded from the shoulders, while a spiked tail swished in the background. Massive wings ruffled alongside the dragon's body. But of all the things there, 4 things caught his eye. In order, Hagrid was standing under the dragon's heads. The dragon was giving the camera a thumbs up. The dragon's heads all had eyes the same green as Harry's, and there was a white patch of scales above each GHTI that looked like a lightning bolt. Bloody hell. Curious beyond belief, Ron picked up the letter and started reading. Hey Ron, it's Harry. Sort of. We know this doesn't look like our handwriting. But that's because we can't exactly hold a quill at the moment and are using a dicta-quill. If you haven't looked at the picture we sent yet, look at it. You'll see why. Yeah, that's us. We got turned into a 5-headed dragon. Nobody knows how it happened. We ran away when we started transforming, and after we got wings, we flew to Hogwarts to get help. We're staying in the Chamber of Secre. TS and the basilisk that almost ate us tastes delicious after being cooked in dragonfire, and Hagrid's helping to take care of us while Professor Flitwick, who took the photo, and Professor McGonagall help us find a way back. The good news is that we can still use magic, so we're still technically wizards. The weird news is that we cast spells with our mouths now. Yeah, magic tastes weird, by the way. The bad news is that it's looking like McGonagall and Flitwick aren't having much luck finding any sort of permanent solution, but on the upside, McGonagall thinks she might be able to invent a way to make us a reverse animagus or something like that. We're still waiting for Dumbledore to finish in Australia, so when he gets back, he might have a solution for us. We don't know yet, and we're slowly losing hope that he might. McGonagall and Flitwick were both his students, and yet even with Hogwarts' library, they're having trouble. But it's not all bad. Our red and green heads really like being a dragon, while the rest of us, except Grey, don't really mind. Plus, we're really having fun flying with Hagrid. He's a surprisingly skilled rider and is helping us fly even further and faster than before. And even if we never go back to being just Harry, well, you and Hermione now have 4 new best friends. Oh, and if we never get turned back to normal, we'll never have to go back to the Dursleys and can eat Voldemort if he ever comes back. You have no idea how relaxing those 2 facts are. For the first time ever, summer vacation feels like an actual vacation. It's nice. Have fun in Egypt. Show the photo to everyone and let them know we're okay. And Ron, you might want to warn your mum to get started now if she's really determined to make us a new Christmas jumper. As far as we know, we're still growing. Take care. We'll see you when you get back, and maybe we can go flying if your mum and dad let us. Trust me, it's brilliant. Your friends. Red, blue, green, yellow, and gray. We, Harry Potter. P.S. We will never, ever complain about your eating habits again. We're now more of a pig than you are. P.P.S. Yes, we sent a letter to Hermione too. P.P.P.S. If you could have Charlie take a look. That would be great. We're still trying to figure out what kind of dragon we are. P.P.P.P.S. We swear this is the last one. We hope Ginny is doing well and that she's not having nightmares or anything. We know we did the first few nights after fighting the snake. Give her a hug for us, okay? Whatcha got there, Ronnikins? Fred asked. A letter from Harry, by the looks of it. George replied, picking up the envelope. What's it say? Ron handed his brothers the photo, which Fred took while George looked over his twin's shoulder. Apparently, Harry got himself turned into a 5-headed dragon. No way. Wicked. That has got to be the coolest thing we have ever seen. Charlie. They chorused together. You've got to see this. Their elder brother, who had been reading the paper, set it down. What is it? He asked as he stood and strolled over. The twins handed him the photo. He stared at it for a long few seconds, unspeaking. Then, well, That's no kind dragon I've ever seen. He's gorgeous, though Hagrid's insane for standing that close. Charlie, that's Harry, Ron said. He proceeded to explain the letter's contents, only to have to restart when Ginny came in. And then give up and pass the letter around when their parents, Percy, and Bill entered few seconds into his second telling. By the time the whole family knew, it had fully sunk in for Ron. His best mate was a bloody dragon. His best mate was apparently happy as a bloody dragon. His best mate was now 5 best mates. The pure-blooded wizard in Ron, as tiny of a portion of his mind as it was, cried out that this was wrong, that Harry was a monster, that everyone was going to hate him. The young child in Ron, a portion of his personality several orders of magnitude larger than the stuffy pureblood, declared that Harry was now grade A wicked, and that was that. The rest of Ron's day was filled with daydreams of flying on Harry's back and figuring out what topping GS and condiments would allow Harry to eat Snape and Malfoy without getting food poisoning. Had Ron been basically anyone else, his reaction wouldn't have been nearly so accepting. And if Harry hadn't just saved his sister a month earlier, Ron would have been a tad more wary. But neither were the case, and so Ron happily accepted the change, as much as one could reasonably accept that their friend was now a dragon. Minerva McGonagall, dressed in emerald robes of a lighter weight than what she usually wore, relaxed in a reclining chair that had been conjured by the witch herself. In her hands, she held a book written by a good friend and fellow transfiguration master, while on a conjured table, she wandlessly controlled a quill that was noting down her thoughts. And though Phileas Flitwick was doing the same thing, reclining in a conjured chair of his own while reading a different book, we mostly forgot about him against the sight of a relaxed McGonagall. Though it might not seem like it, Mr. Potter, she'd remarked upon seeing our surprised faces, I can relax. Indeed, I have always found it much easier to study this way. Once our curiosity had been satisfied, McGonagall set us to work as well. She'd given us a brief overview of human transfiguration. It was a shame I'd have to wait until 6th year to get the rest of the lesson. It was interesting, plus some key terms, and then set a massive stack of books next to us. This is basically every book Hogwarts has on human, reptilian, and cross-species transfiguration. She pointed to a second, smaller stack. And these are books on transformative ailments. Sort through these to find which might have the slimmest chances of being helpful, and which are a waste of our time. The first day or so had been spent rebuilding our ability to use magic, specifically. Flitwick had had us practicing making our magic come out the correct head's mouth. Once that was working, he taught us the position lock spell, a levitation SP.L variant that kept something at a fixed position relative to another object. By sustaining and mentally adjusting that spell, we were able to each look at a book, pick it up, and hold it in front of our eyes without needing hands. We could even turn the pages without damaging them. Hermione would be proud. Professor Flitwick was proud. Since that day, Blue had had his face almost literally glued to a book at all hours of the day. Every day, Green, Yellow, and Gray, while not nearly as enthusiastic about reading, also spent their time engrossed in books. Red, the only head that disliked reading altogether, or at least claimed to, we could feel him occasionally reading through the rest of our eyes, instead spent his time playing solitaire with a muggle deck of cards. Our clawed hands lay crossed in front of us, unused, while our wings basked in the sunlight and provided McGonagall and Flitwick shade. Nothing much was happening. 6 of 7 people were reading out in the courtyard, enjoying the cool Scottish summer, while the 7th entertained himself silently. And yet, we, despite Red's claims of boredom, he wasn't, and Gray's eternal misery, he exaggerated, were happy. It was nice. Hermione Granger was lying awake in bed. It wasn't her bed, but a nice bed in a French hotel that should have been comfortable enough for her to fall asleep immediately. Instead, her mind was racing. Again. The topic on her mind was a certain multi-headed dragon. She had no idea how that transformation had come about, but that wasn't what was keeping her up. Nor was it the anxiety that had come from realizing that her friend, if he couldn't find a solution, was basically doomed to being labeled a beast in the eyes of society. No, what was keeping her up was envy. It was the irrational sort of envy that one could immediately recognize the absurdity of, but couldn't squash. She knew it was ridiculous, but she was utterly envious of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. She prided herself on her intelligence. She loved reading and researching. And her best friends, were in a situation that explicitly needed research to fix, yet she couldn't be there for him. Hell, when he'd found out that her professors stayed at Hogwarts over the summer to do research, she knew she would have been envious of that had everything else not happened. She knew it was childish. She knew it was petty. And yet, Hermione Granger sulked in bed. We wondered if they were speaking a different language. It sounded like English, but we couldn't understand a word that they were saying. Dumbledore had arrived a half-hour ago. Having been made aware of our full situation before then by international flow call, and after a quick exchange of pleasantries, had gone to work with McGonagall and Flitwick, casting charm after charm at us, all in hopes of diagnosing what was wrong with us. That barrage of esoteric charms had morphed into a conversation laden with even more esoteric terms, such had we quickly got lost trying to follow along. Well, my boy, it seems that we still have no answer for you yet, Dumbledore eventually announced. There are one or two more things we'd like to try, but at this point, I think you, McGonagall, and Flitwick have already exhausted what else I could do for you. So what now? Blue asked. For all of us. I, in my many years, have acquired a rather large collection of artifacts that may tell us more, some of which were created by Nicholas Flamel. Oh. Didn't he run out of elixir when the stone was destroyed? Yellow asked. Unfortunately, he has. He and Perenelle finally passed away last December, though he did will to me some of his notes. Now that I think of it, there might be something useful among them, though I make no promises. The twinkle returned to his eyes. On the other better hand, while we might not know what caused your transformation, we do believe some of the solutions Minerva proposed might work for you. Will they hurt any of us? Red demanded. Because I will not let you try them if they hurt my brothers. They should not, Dumbledore assuaged, idly rubbing his ear from the volume of Red's voice. But, I do have a suggestion. The sorting hat is a much more powerful tool than most realize. We can use it to better understand your minds and how they will react. We immediately agreed to let it examine our minds. To be honest, we, mostly Blue and Green, were really curious about how we thought. And so, a few minutes later, we were lying in the Great Hall, heads roughly where the sorting normally took place. With the hat held aloft in Dumbledore's hand. There was a mirthful smile on his lips. It's been a while since I did this. Which of you will go first? Me, Red shouted, thrusting his head forward. Obliging our loudest head. Dumbledore sat the hat on his head. Gryffindor. The hat shouted instantly, snapping awake. Hello, hat, Dumbledore greeted. I'm afraid this isn't a sorting. Mr. Potter here has recently undergone some changes. And we need to learn how they have affected his mind. If you would. Potter. This is not Potter I'm sitting on. This is by far the most Gryffindor-ish head I've ever sat upon. Even Godric himself wasn't this much of a Gryffindor. Never mind any Potter that I've sat upon. Dumbledore simply waved his hand. Even I could have told you that. Look deeper, please. All right. Interesting. Strange. Very strange. And what's this? Wait. 5, 6. 6 minds. No, 5 in a conglomerate. Oh, you named it consensus, that's fitting. You're a depressing one. Clever, very clever. No, not clever. Instinct navigating chance. The hat then fell silent for a minute as it thought. When the silence seemed like it wasn't going to end, Red asked, well, you, Mr. Potter, have the most interesting mind I have ever met. Allow me to explain something about myself before I tell you what I observed. Whenever any wizard or witch puts me on their head, I take their memories, draw upon a small amount of their magic, and use it to improve myself. Headmasters throughout the ages have worn me, allowing me to become quite skilled in not only mind magics, but soul magics as well, at least as it pertains to understanding those who wear me. When I look at you, I see someone who was blasted in the soul while their magic and body were both very unstable. Basilisk venom and phoenix tears would cause that instability. Now, if I'm reading the scars on your soul right, you had a brush with death, a brush close enough that something left. There was an audible hitch in Dumbledore's breath, though the hat ignored it, continuing to talk and drawing back our attention. Whatever was there wasn't part of you. I don't see traces of it affecting you up until that moment, I would have noticed it otherwise, but now that it's gone, I can see it by what it left behind. When the contaminant was forcefully ejected, your soul unfolded in response to the recoil. For lack of a better terms, souls are not meant to unfold. Fortunately for you, young, innocent people have remarkably resilient souls that heal easily. Unfortunately, 5 parts of you, our mind independently tried to become your new center. The result is that, given that a regular mind is metaphorically shaped like a circle, your mind is shaped like a star. 5 points of personality based on 5 archetypes: Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, Slytherins, and your own negative self-image, all around a central, silent personality that coordinates among you. Consensus, you called it. Fortunately, the human mind is already well adapted to working with multiple parts. Your magic merely extended the pattern from 2 hemispheres to 5 spokes and a center. In summary, you 5, together in consensus, form Harry Potter. Each of your heads represents an aspect of yourself, one you'd be incomplete without. Take care of each other. The hat promptly fell silent, then went back to sleep. Dumbledore plucked the hat from Red's head. Well, I dare say that was far more informative than I anticipated. On the whole, however, I think it was very good news. Oh, yes. And it seems so obvious when said aloud, said Yellow. The first time we wore it, the hat said we'd do well in any house, Green remarked. Now that I'm like this, I can see why it wanted me in Slytherin. It is decided. We will stay like this. Well, not completely like this. Just mentally. Blue cocked his head to the side. Though, I do wonder why we turned into a dragon. The hats thing explained our 5 personalities. But not that, nor why our head colors match up with the house colors. Likely, the transformation was reacting to your magic, which in turn was reacting to your soul and memories. Dumbledore twirled a bit of his beard. We could see a distant look creeping onto his face as he descended further and further into thought. Allow me to check my notes. I think I can see the beginnings of a workable solution. Quote, the only part of the massive basilisk that was left was the skull, having been carefully picked clean of meat, then scoured lightly with flame. Everything else, had long since been devoured by the 5 of us. The skull, we'd decided, was to be a trophy of our first, and only, heroic victory as a damsel-saving knight. So, naturally, Red decided to play with it and somehow managed to convince Green to wear it like a hat. And sometime in the time it took us to climb up the ravine containing the exterior entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, the 2 of them had decided to put on a show. Green obviously was to play the basilisk, while Red, selflessly, volunteered to play our original human self, painted in the best light, of course. Yellow did the voices for Tom and Fox. Blue took up the role of narrator, and Gray, who wanted nothing to do with this, played Dead. We mean Ginny. Gray played Ginny, but he may as well have been playing Dead. Hagrid, bellowed Red as we approached his hut. The ground was cool and damp from the previous night's rain, making it squish ever so wonderfully between our toes, and the air had not yet warmed despite it being nearly 11 o'clock. Woody smoke spiraled from the chimney of Hagrid's hut, hinting at the warm fire within. Smoke curled from our lips as well. Our fire never went out, and though it usually burned hot and smokeless, when we were relaxed, the gentle plumes escaped us with every breath. Given how humid it was, those plumes were even thicker than usual. A short moment after Red's call, the door to Hagrid's hut creaked open, revealing the nearly 12-foot-tall man, whom we now could look down at even while on all fours. Hell, even when we were lying down on our stomach, the length of our necks were great enough that the normal positions of our heads put our eye level above his. It was quite a novel experience for all of us, Hagrid included. The man, dressed in a red shirt and leather pants, with an apron replacing his usual leather overcoat, waved to us with an oven-mitt-clad hand. Harry, good to see ya. I just made some rock cakes. Want some? Yes. Green cheered, deli, beratedly extending the hiss beyond what his snake-like lisp would have otherwise caused. Once upon a time, Harry the human would have reluctantly eaten the rock cake out of politeness. Now, we all legitimately enjoyed the crunchy treat, and none enjoyed it more than Green. Hagrid smiled, disappeared back inside his cabin, and returned a second later with a tray of the still hot rock cakes. He tossed one of them at Green, who snapped it out of the air. Good catch. Thanks. So, I imagine this here visit has something to do with that snake skull. Hagrid, this is all that's left of the monster that killed Moaning Myrtle. The monster that Tom Riddle used and then framed you for. Blue grinned widely, showing off his shiny, dagger-sized and shaped teeth. I think it would be nice trophy, don't you agree? Harry. Hagrid asked, stunned. How did you know about that? Well, you know what was going on in the school last year. Things got interesting when I found Tom Riddle's diary. On guard, foul serpent. Red bellowed. Hovering just inches in front of his mouth was a rock, transfigured to be longer and vaguely more sword-shaped. He swung it dramatically at the basilisk before him. Hess. Green animalistically retorted. His long neck let him convey the motions of the original basilisk quite well. The fight that followed was long, dramatic, fast-paced, and absolutely not at all what had actually happened in the chamber. And while we're almost certain that Hagrid had picked that fact up at the very beginning, the large man was certainly enjoying the show anyway. Suddenly, the basilisk lunged at Harry, and bit him, though not really. The remaining fangs were still in the snake's skull, after all, and we didn't want to get bit a second time. Rather than stabbing through the roof of the mouth as we had done originally, Harry gave one final taunt and stabbed the snake through the top of his head. Blah. Green flopped over and stuck out his unfortunately unforked tongue. No, my snake. Yellow cried out in the most annoying rendition of Tom Riddle's voice he could muster. I know the diary is your weakness. Now, I destroy you too. Red pantomimed stabbing the diary. No. Blah. Yellow flopped over, dead as a doornail, with his tongue flopped out as well. Hagrid laughed at that. Gray, at least interested enough to stop himself from embarrassing us, popped his head up immediately. Harry, you saved me, thank you. His voice came out flat and enthusiastic, without even an attempt to make it sound like Ginny's voice. Alas, I am dying. Go find Ron and escape this dreadful place. So long and farewell, young Ginny Weasley. And then came the brilliant Phoenix, Fox, to save our life, squaw. With his healing tears, Yellow, now playing Fox, could not cry on demand. None of us could, so he improvised. Act 2. Did you just spit on me, you prat? The enraged Red bellowed, rising up and baring his fangs at Yellow. Intervening, the rest of us commanded our claws to wipe the glob of draconic saliva off him. And thus young Voldemort was defeated, Ginny was saved, and we were set on the path to becoming a literal five-headed dragon. Blue forcefully narrated. The silent, shut up and move on, he forcefully sent through their consensus did not go unnoticed by the others. Acting as if nothing was wrong, Blue took his bow. The others followed suit. Bravo! Hagrid cheered, applauding happily. Of course, as the sole member of our audience, his clapping stopped very quickly. Still, it was nice. So, Hagrid, we were thinking, do you want to keep the SS skull? Green inquired even as he adjusted the magic holding it in place, lifting the snake's skull off his head and setting it on the ground before us. It would be a nice trophy. Oh ho. Thank you, Harry. Hagrid gave the skull an unsure glance. But I don't exactly know what I'm going to do with it. You don't have to keep it if you don't want it. We just thought it would give you a bit of closure. Maybe you could show it to Moaning Myrtle. It might make her happy. Hagrid smiled. You know, I think I will. She'd enjoy that. Inventing a whole new sub-branch of magic was exhausting, Minerva had discovered. The notes Flitwick had provided had helped, but not nearly enough. In regards to Harry's predicament, they had discovered two potential fixes. The first, a solution that they were reasonably certain would work, but only in the short term, was merely awaiting Dumbledore to craft an appropriate anchor for the spell. Once that was done, Harry could hopefully assume a human form, though the spell would be easily broken by a simple finite incantatum. The other option, the one she was rather certain would be their permanent solution, involved more arithmancy than she had used in a long time. She'd even had to bother Septima Vector to check her work, and had to explain in the vaguest possible terms what it was even for, and that had been a pain too. In the end, she was reasonably certain that she was 90% done with the development process. All that was left was some calculations to get the exact values she needed to complete the spell formula. For that, all she needed now was to wait. Above her head, a cloud of numbers made out of green mist swirled around, interacting with each other based on predefined rules. She only needed to fuel the spell and it would give her the answer in time. But for now, she was free to relax a little. And though she didn't have enough time to truly get involved in another major task, she had the time to pick up and skim the Daily Prophet. Escape from Azkaban. She knew that man. How could she not? A past student, a traitorous ally, Sirius Black. And he was free. Oh no. Should we tell him? Minerva asked. Her friend, mentor, and headmaster shook his head. My dear, let's not worry about that for now. Black is weak from Azkaban and without a wand. I dare say he poses no threat to Harry as the boy is now. Plus, even if Sirius did manage to track down Petunia Dursley, she would not be able to point him in our direction. Minerva wanted to ask what had happened in regards to Harry's relatives, but didn't. We should allow Harry to live his childhood for now. If the situation should change for the worse, we will of course inform the boy. Until then, let's not add any additional worries to his plate. A contemplative look formed on the headmaster's face. Also, while I am fairly certain that I know how each of his heads would react to this news, I am unsure what the consensus of those reactions would be. Predicting his behavior has become increasingly complex. Minerva let out a soft chuckle, though with a distinctly morbid undertone to it. I fear Red Wool. Be far too aggressive and green would only encourage them. No force on earth could get me to step in front of an angry, 50-ton dragon. Try 300 tons. His skeleton is nearly solid metal and his flesh is infused with it. Harry is deceptively heavy. And you've just made my point stronger, Minerva exclaimed, partially in exasperation, partially in shock. How does he even stand? Magical reinforcement. The Transfiguration professor looked at the cloud of numbers above her head, which were now working on a different problem than before. I might have to readjust my work. Take your time. Minerva let out a long breath. Albus, be honest with me, can this work? Your project? She shook her head. No, I mean caring for Harry, especially if my project doesn't work. He's depleted the castle's stock twice and made a sizable dent in that room of hidden things supply of materials. We cannot afford to feed him. The twinkle never faded from Albus's eyes. Minerva, I have several potential solutions for that, if worse comes to worst. But, like with Sirius Black, I have elected not to mention them until they become relevant. Hogwarts can afford to play host to a dragon for a while longer still. We are not without resources yet. Each flap of our wings let off a thunderous boom as we powered through the air at breakneck speeds. Our flight was faster than ever. And we had the man on our back to thank. Giants, even half-giants, have magic reinforcing their bodies. Wizards do too, but rather than the innate defenses of giant kind, wizard magic actively RDED them from mundane attacks and injuries. Ironically, this led wizards to have the exact opposite perspective on that magic as giants. Wizards saw their natural defenses as mere good luck while ants felt their magic as if it were a muscle in their body. And like all muscles, it could be trained. Most giants were too stupid to think on that fact very much. Hagrid, however, was not stupid. Oh, by human standards. He was no Dumbledore, but he could think circles around giants. Now, take a man like that, give him a taste of magic, and then deny him his wand. And then, once you've done that, let him work in a job that gives him a lot of time to think and access to the best magic knowledge in the UK. The end result. Hagrid's whole body was effectively enchanted. He was far stronger and faster than he had any right to be. Even considering his already massive stature. He could punch through rock, bend metal with his bare hands, and, according to him, wrestle on par with full giants. Hagrid, who had a keen sense for animals, figured out that we did exactly the same thing with our magic in our wings to fly. He taught us how to feel it and how to control it, and though we weren't very good at it yet, we were loads better at it now than before. Which led to where we, Hagrid included, were flying over the Scottish Highlands at well over 100 miles per hour. He was riding on the back of Yellow's neck. Arms and legs clutched just tight enough to secure him without crushing Yellow's neck, which, considering we're a dragon with a metal skeleton, meant he was holding on with enough force to snap normal bones. Want to do some stunts, Hagrid? Red roared, his voice the only one of all of us loud enough to be heard over the wind. In response, Hagrid tapped his right hand once against Yellow's neck. Yes. All right. Get ready. We dove, accelerating even faster than before. The wind threatened to rip Hagrid off, but his grip held fast. We angled one wing up and the other down, setting us spinning. Out of the mouths of every head but Yellow's, we spewed massive jets of flame that spiraled around us as we fell towards the lake below us. As the water approached, we stopped our spin and aimed generally towards the shoreline. We then flared our wings extra wide to bleed off fall speed for extra lift. We were slowing, but we weren't losing speed fast enough, and we were still falling pretty quick. We strained, pouring extra magic into our wings to help keep us aloft. It helped, but it was too little too late. We'd nearly leveled out, but our tail splashed into the water. The unexpected drag threw us off balance. We overcompensated, flipping us ass over teakettle into the water. It was cold, very cold. Our internal flame tried to warm us, but all that did was mock. Our need to breathe all the more urgent. We floundered and thrashed. Suddenly, Gray's head breached the surface. Breathing for all of us, he gulped down some air before our shifting mass pulled him back under. The next head that surfaced was Yellow, and thanks to Gray's breath, we'd had a moment to right ourselves. Thus, when Yellow came up, he stayed up. The other heads followed shortly. That was stupid. Gray grumbled as we treaded water. Despite our insane mass, we didn't sink. Agreed. We need to practice some more. Forget that. Hagrid. Blue shouted, both reminding the rest of us and calling for the man himself. Green plunged back into the water while Red craned his head backwards. The rest of us looked everywhere else. There he is. Under Yellow's control, we started paddling to the giant. To our relief, he was conscious and treading water as well. That's gonna bruise in the mornin', Hagrid grumbled. You all right, Harry? We're fine. The water's cold. Downright frigid, I'll say. Odd for the summer. He swam towards us and grabbed onto one of the many spikes protruding from our body. Blue and Yellow nodded, then we all turned and swam towards shore, our wings and legs as paddles and our tail a rudder. It didn't take terribly long to get to shore, and now that we could breathe, our fire kept us all warm during the swim. We lumbered onto shore, Hagrid sliding off as we did. Immediately, Hagrid peeled off his soaking jacket and shirt, wringing the latter out before using it to partially dry his hair and beard. He then wrung out the shirt again. During the whole process, we got a good look at Hagrid's body. For a man in his 60s, which wasn't even that old by wizard standards, he was in extremely good shape with well-defined muscles. Hell, if we'd still been human, we would have wanted a body like that. His body was such a stark contrast to the blob that was our uncle or the sick that was our aunt, and considering that that body was owned by one of the kindest people we knew. Well, we had, big and strong, down pat, that's for certain. Though, we'd never once have thought we'd be looking up to Hagrid of all people in regards to our looks. No, or had we thought we'd have been contemplating our looks all that much to begin with. Now though, Green was thinking about how looking strong could help us in the future, Red was thinking about getting a girlfriend using our hypothetical muscles to impress her, and Blue was vainly thinking about being the strongest guy in Gryffindor. Well, the strongest human guy. Yellow didn't care, of course, and Gray's self-doubt brought us back to our senses in order to deal with the matter at hand. Hagrid was freezing. Using our claws, we scooped up a bunch of the black mud into a pile and then together kept it in flame until it was glowing red hot. There you go, Hagrid. Warm up by that. Thank ya, Harry. Hagrid nodded appreciatively and sat down by the glowing stone mound. We laid down behind him, sheltering him from the cool breeze as he dried off. He leaned back against us. You know, I always wanted a dragon. Strangely enough, this was one of the things I imagined doing with it. Lying against us? Blue asked. Yes, but flying with you too. Even Gray smiled a bit at that. We'd all always loved flying with our friend only made it more fun. Hopefully we didn't hurt you too badly when we crashed. Nah, Hagrid chuckled. Grop's hurt me worse. Nothing a little time wouldn't fix. Grop, who's that? My brother. Well, half-brother. My mother left me and my dad and had a son with another giant. Then abandoned Grop because he was a runt too. Hagrid shrugged. Groppy and I wrestle sometimes. Occasionally, I even win. SS's somehow, that docent SS surprise USSS, Green chuckled. Hagrid put his thick arms behind his head and gazed up at the fluffy clouds and crisp blue sky. Maybe one day, we could go and meet him. If you were just a normal boy, I'd be worried for your safety among the giants. But as you are now, I think you'd be just fine. Do giants have their own city? Yellow inquired. Hagrid shook his head. Nah, they're nomadic. They live in camps. Well, a camp. He sighed. There aren't many giants left. Our heads sank while Gray also looked away. Now don't you worry about that, Harry. They're not gone yet. We were silent for a bit after that. Hagrid had basically just implied that a race of people was dying off. We knew a little about giants. Lockhart was only mostly useless, and what we knew wasn't flattering. Yet that was no reason to wish them gone. Silence fell between us for a bit. Occasionally, we'd reheat the now stone mound that we'd made to continue to help Hagrid dry off, but when that wasn't happening, we just looked around and listened. It was strange. Normally, we'd get a little bit fidgety if we didn't have something to occupy us, a bad habit we'd picked up while at Hogwarts, but right now, we were content to just see tea and enjoy the world around us in the silent company of the man who was our first friend. Our silence was only broken when Green started sniffing and then licking the black mud. It tastes like petrol, Blue remarked upon tasting it through Green's tongue. Is that a good thing? Hagrid asked. We answered by shoveling a claw full of mud and stone into our mouths, then another, then more still. We haven't had good petrol in a while. Candle wax is good, but not as good as this. Red explained before shoving his face into the ground and taking a big bite out of the dirt. Hagrid chuckled. Blimey, I can hear your stomach churning loud as a dragon's roar, he finished lamely, realizing mid-idiom who, and what, he was talking to. Even as loud as I am, only Ron has a stomach louder than his own voice. Red bellowed before promptly shoving more of the black mud into his mouth. We were quickly running out of what was in reach of our mouths and claws without standing up to graze around. A hole had formed in front of us and was quickly starting to fill with oily lakewater as it seeped through the mud. Does he now? Hagrid asked, amused. Anyway, enjoy your snack before we go back. Lest the castle has to feed ya. Oh, we will. Yes, definitely. MHHHMMM. After we returned from our unexpected delay, we found Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Headmaster Dumbledore waiting for us by Hagrid's hut. We landed alongside them with a heavy thud, our feet sinking slightly into the soft earth. Hagrid hopped off my back. Hello, everyone. Hope we didn't keep you waiting. Not terribly long, Dumbledore asked. His eyes lingered on Hagrid's still bare chest, then the damp shirt and jacket slung over his shoulder. Though I must say, it is unusual to see you without a shirt, Hagrid. We accidentally fell in the lake, Blue interjected in Hagrid's defense. He was just drying off. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Blue, I was merely commenting, not accusing. It's all right, Harry, Hagrid agreed. He quickly pulled his still damp shirt back on. Now, what can we do for you? McGonagall pulled out a stone pendant on a very long chain. This is a temporary fix to Harry's present troubles. Hopefully, this should at least allow you to fit in the castle. She walked towards us. Do you have a preference on who wears it? I'll take it, Professor McGonagall. Lo bowed his head and allowed her to string the pendant around his neck. As it slid down to our shoulders, the chain shrank until it was snug, but not uncomfortably so, against our neck. That is a shell transfiguration pendant. Tap it with your claw. We did so. Unlike other transfigurations we'd seen, there was no transition. One instant, we were a literal five-headed dragon, the next, we were a literal one-headed boy. And while our new body worked as expected, our head jerked around as each of us, disoriented as we were, fought for control. We didn't know what was going on, but we did know See when McGonagall leveled her wand at us and incanted, Dividerus Geminio. And then there were 5 of us again. We looked at each other. In a circle stood 5 human Harry Potters, each with their own body. Yet, as if we were still connected, we could share each other's senses and memories. By consensus, since we couldn't immediately tell who was who, we called out our names. Blue, red, green, yellow, gray. We all sound alike. Is that a bad thing? This is going to be so much fun. At least red ISSSSS still obvious. And you still hiss. I'm already uncomfortable. Give it a chance, Gray. Then, in perfect unison, we turned to McGonagall and the others. This could work, Blue said. It should, assuming you don't break it, McGonagall replied. One of the many faults of shell transfigurations. At our curious gazes, she elaborated, shell transfiguration is, in my opinion, the lesser cousin to what I teach at Hogwarts, and what Professor Dumbledore taught me, infusion transfiguration. Slipping into lecture mode, McGonagall continued, infusion is the art of injecting your magic into an object and transforming its very essence. It applies a direct, real transformation. In contrast, shelling forms a magical shell around an object, hence the name, and then transfigures that shell. The end result is nearly the same to a non-magical observer, but shell transfiguration leaves the original object untouched by magic. This unfortunately means that the transformation is fragile and easily broken by hostile magic. So, Mr. Potter, if you get hit with a spell, even a simple jinx, you will rather dramatically change back. But you cast another spell on us, Blue observed. I did not. I cast a spell on the shell, not on you, McGonagall corrected. I duplicated the shell and gave each of you control over one. This is as much to protect the students around you as much as it is to help you. How so? Think of the shells as bubbles. If you pop the bubble, the real you falls out, and squishes anyone standing too close. But, you are now spread among 5 bubbles in a superposition. If one pops, here, she fired a bright, red spell at Gray. His body vanished. Suddenly, the 4 remaining heads we had would sporadically twitch as Gray seemed to bounce invisibly between them, the rest remain. McGonagall continued firing spells, destroying 3 more bodies, leaving us all crammed once more into one. Only when the last one breaks do you re-emerge. She popped the last body. With a boom and a thud, we re-emerged, though not oriented in the same direction as before. Does it matter what order they're popped in? Blue asked. Thankfully, no. As long as any one of you stays in a safe location, you and those around you will stay safe. Got it. So the pendant makes us human. And then you split us into separate bodies. Yellow summarized. No. It makes you look human, weigh as much as a human, and limits your strength to that of a human, but you are still, at all times, a dragon. You will still need to eat as much as one, McGonagall corrected. That is why this is a temporary fix. And while we're on the subject, Dumbledore added, the magic of that pendant has to cope with a very large target. He gave our bulk a significant look. It will break in mere weeks if you tried to use it non-stop. Throw in its other problems, and it's best if you don't bother eating, sleeping, or taking care of your hygiene and bodily functions with the transformation active. Simply tapping the pendant will toggle the transformation, though you'll avenue to have one of the staff reapply the duplication each time. And don't you worry about that, Harry, Flitwick added. We'd almost forgotten he was there. I'll make sure all the staff know the spell so that they can help you. You guys are brilliant, you know that, right? Thank you so much. Red wholeheartedly bellowed, drowning out the various thanks the rest of us gave at the same time. You're quite welcome, Dumbledore said. I'm almost certain that we can begin the process of making you into a reverse animagus within the month. And despite the mildly pessimistic comment that followed, McGonagall's small smile didn't fade. Harry, it will take months and a lot of hard work from you to learn this, if you even can. I promise, no, we promise, that we will do all in our power to help you get back to a normal life. Tears welled up in our eyes. Thank you. Gray's soft voice spoke. 2 words, spoken at barely more than a whisper, and yet they perfectly captured the mix of emotions that we collectively were feeling. You are very welcome. Though our transformation pendant, the form stone, we dubbed it, sat around our neck, it was, at the moment, inactive. We were also lying belly up, sprawled across the courtyard in front of Hogwarts's main entrance. Wands were waving around us, casting charm after charm. Divination charms, specifically. While us thought that divination was about predicting the future, it was, and that was the main use of it. Any charm that primarily gave the caster information was apparently a divination charm. Of the 3 wands currently casting spells at us, no 2 were casting the same set. Madame Pomfrey was using medical charms to examine my health in order to form a baseline. Professor Flitwick was studying the flow of my magic. Omething he'd said early on was quite unique. Lastly, Professor Dumbledore was studying the materials that made up my body. The only person we'd expected to be here that wasn't, was Professor Trelawney. The divination professor that we'd have this coming school year. Considering all the divination spells everyone was using, we thought she would have been right there with them. It was Dumbledore's examination that held our curiosity. Especially blue and greens, the most. Our bones were adamantine, our scales were dusky mithril, and our nerves were coated in orichalcum. None of those metals existed naturally, until now. We also had a complex digestive system with 2 stomachs, a traditional one for organic matter and hydrocarbons like petrol and candle wax, and another one that was a literal furnace. Complete with superheated flames hot enough to liquefy tungsten that somehow didn't burn the rest of me. If Dumbledore could figure out how to make any of those materials by watching how my body made them, we could replicate the processes and use them to make money. And money meant food. Oh, sure, we could hunt in the Forbidden Forest for meat and eat rocks for metals, but we'd rather have the good stuff, cooked foods. Pure metals, and all the fuel we could eat and drink. That cost money, a lot of money. Up until now, we'd never really thought about what we would do when we grew up. But now, since growing up was the very problem, we were starting to really consider it. All right, Harry, Dumbledore said, startling us out of our thoughts and our cloud watching. I think that's all we need from you today. We looked about, noting that both Flitwick and Pomfrey had stepped back, and that the latter looked like she was rather interesting in being anywhere else. We rolled over, careful not to crush anyone, then stood. All right, we'll be in the library if you need anything. Could you? We tapped our form stone, both to change us and to indicate that we needed to be split again. Dumbledore casually flicked his wand, spawning 5 boys into existence, each with our hair appropriately colored. Each one of us came pre-dressed in our Hogwarts uniforms, which were physically attached to these shell bodies. Though the ties were also color-coded to match us. Thanks, Blue said for us. Of course, there were 3 arrivals at Hogwarts that day, none of whom we expected. The weather, unfortunately, perfectly disagreed with the mood of the first 2 and perfectly agreed with the mood of the latter. It was a cold, wet, and gloomy day, unseasonably so, by McGonagall's claims. It wasn't storming. It was just blech, gross. By comparison, the first arrival was bright like a ray of sunshine. Blisteringly bright, like the scorching desert sun. We were eating breakfast, Dumbledore, Hagrid, and the 5 of us, in the great hall when a furious screech cut through the air. The angry white blur deliberately crashed into Dumbledore, pecking and clawing at him with unholy rage. It was Hedwig, and, clutched in her talons was a worn, crinkled envelope that had definitely seen better days. It was, in fact, the very letter I'd sent to Dumbledore weeks ago. When Dumbledore finally managed to extract the letter from her angry talons, he was bleeding from cuts and scrapes. My dear girl, I am so sorry I made you fly all that way and back, Dumbledore apologized. What an odyssey. Here, he pushed his plate towards her. I surrender my bacon to you. Hedwig glared at Dumbledore, as if offended that the mere suggestion she would be appeased by bacon, took the bacon in her talons anyway. And flapped over to us. She landed on Gray's head and promptly started eating, utterly unconcerned with the fact that the last time we'd seen her, we'd only had one head. Hello again, Hedwig. We're so glad you're safe. Yellow cooed gently. Hedwig bobbed her head before stuffing her beak with bacon. None of us were dumb enough to mention that the letter she'd carried all this way was pointless now. S. Red cheered, managing to keep his jubilation to a mostly indoor volume in the process. He offered a claw full of meat grabbed mostly at random, of which she nibbled at. Gray, whose head she was standing on, was staring at himself through the rest of our eyes. An owl hat makes me feel fancy. Hedwig puffed up proudly, while the rest of us chuckled. I am happy you are back, Hedwig. Well, what do you know? Hedwig got Gray to smile. Clever girl. Ho, exclaimed the cheerful bird. The second arrival came a few hours later. Similarly to our great surprise. At the time, we were helping Hagrid haul logs, or whole trees in our case, to be chopped up for the common room fireplaces and the kitchens, according to Hagrid. Real fires smelled better and made better food than magical ones. It was Dumbledore strolling down the hill that let us know something was going on. Afternoon, Dumbledore, sir. Hagrid let the head of his axe rest against the stump we were using as a chopping block. What brings you out here? Hagrid. The headmaster nodded in greeting. I'm afraid I must steal Harry away from you for the afternoon. What's going on, Professor? Yellow asked for us. Dumbledore smiled merrily. I have something of a birthday surprise for you, Harry. Birthday? Wait, is today our birthday? Red demanded. It's been a month since we got here already. Huh, we hadn't noticed, admitted our most relaxed head. He turned to Hagrid. How time flies when you're having fun. Ain't that the truth? Hagrid chuckled. Why, this has been one of the best summers I've had in a long time. I'm glad you all are having fun, Dumbledore said. Only for Gray to interject, I'm not. Well, most of USSS. Grease just a downer, Green sharply quipped. He motioned for Dumbledore to continue. Right, if you would come with me up to the castle, said the headmaster. We can carry you, if you like, Blue suggested. It'd be a bit quicker. So long as you stay on the ground. I'm not one for heights these days, Dumbledore said, even as he was quickly moving into position for us to lift him onto our back. The bounce in his step gave away the enthusiasm he had. What Gryffindor would ever turn down a ride on the back of a friendly dragon? Once he was firmly settled into place on the back of Red's neck, we started forward. With each lumbering step, we took care to walk as smoothly as possible, for the motions that felt slight to us were proportionally much larger to Dumbledore, who was also much more fragile than Hagrid. But for every one of our steps, we covered the ground of 6 or 7 of a grown man's longest strides. Thus, we made it to the castle much quicker than our aged headmaster could have done on his own. As we entered the courtyard in front of the main entrance, we bent down to let Dumbledore slide off. Thank you, Harry. If you all would wait here for just a moment. Of course. The headmaster disappeared into the castle, the massive doors of which were officially becoming tight. At the rate we were growing, we had maybe a week, 10 days, ops, before we were too bloody huge to fit into any part of the castle, save for the Chamber of Secrets, and we had probably 3 months before even that was too small an entrance. 30 seconds later, if even that, Dumbledore returned. And with him came, Ron, you're here. When did you get back? It's so good to see you. Came the cacophony of our many shouts, all directed at the red-haired boy walking out with Dumbledore. Bloody hell, mate, you're even bigger than I imagined. Ron exclaimed. He grew, spoke another red-headed man. Not Arthur Weasley, who had also emerged from the castle, but one of his oldest sons. A third again the height from the photo, I'd wager. Charlie Weasley. Blue hazarded a guess. Right you are, Charlie affirmed. Hello again, Mr. Weasley, Green added, nodding in the man's direction. We thought you were still on vacation. Well, Ron wanted to come back a bit early to see you, Mr. Weasley explained, as did Charlie. Molly and the rest are still in Egypt. And will be for the rest of the week. They'll come and visit when they get back. We look forward to seeing them. Red bellowed happily. Now the only question is, Ron, Charlie, Mr. Weasley, do you want to fly with us? Quote. Of course, they did. Laughing and giddy, the 3 Weasleys slid off from 3 of our necks and straightened out their windblown hair and clothes. That was every bit as wicked as I imagined. Ron laughed. Wait until you see what we can do when we don't have passengers, Blue boasted. Behind us, our tail swung happily, like a dog's, reflecting our shared pride. Even Gray was smiling a bit. I can't wait. He laughed a little more. Then, stamping down on his laugh, he pointed at us with a stern expression on his face. All right, serious question. He paused. What condiments would you coat Malfoy with before eating him? Wait, what? Ron, Arthur exclaimed. No feeding your classmates to a dragon. There's no way that Harry would. Ketchup, and lots of it. Came Red's rumbling reply. Arthur's protests died on his lips. You wouldn't really eat one of your classmates. Of course not. What do you take us for, monsters? Please. But we would swallow an enemy. It ISSS up to Malfoy to figure out which he ISSS, Green hissed casually, as if he were merely discussing the weather. Come to think of it, it was his father that slipped Ginny the cursed diary. Back in Diagon Alley. One has to wonder if our freeing of Dobby was enough of a punishment. Do keep your murder plots to yourself, Green. Blue rolled his eyes, while Green stuck his tongue out at him. And no, Mr. Weasley, we won't eat anyone. For now, we thought but did not speak aloud. Humans smelled good, a bit like pork, and we would be lying if we hadn't thought about eating someone. Speaking of smell, there was an odd scent coming from Ron. Not bad, just strange. We honestly couldn't figure out what we were smelling, other than the fact that it was opulent. To us in the same way that garbage was now appetizing. We put it aside for now, given the conversation we were still in the middle of. Bringing up their scents probably wasn't the best idea. Ron, what was Egypt like? They have any good food there? Yellow asked, forcefully changing the subject. Yeah, they had this thing called shawarma that was pretty good. They cooked a huge chunk of meat on a giant spit, shaved it off, and served it in a wrap. You had meat on a SS spit. Green licked his lips. Blue shook his head. Honestly, you're such a glutton, Green. Were we ever this bad when we were just hairy? When nobody answered, Blue clarified, that wasn't a rhetorical question. Were we a glutton as Harry? I don't think so, but maybe. Ron shrugged. Well, you did buy out the trolley in our first year on the train. And you could pack it away at meal times. I mean, not as much as me, but then I know I've got an insane appetite. Maybe it's not as new as I thought, then, Blue mused. Sometime during our conversation, Charlie had pulled out a notebook and a tape measure from somewhere. Perhaps he'd conjured it. Mind if I take some measurements of you while you're talking? I want to document you to share with the other dragonologists. If you find out what kind of dragon we are, please, let USSS know, Green said, granting him permission. I can say with doubt that you're almost wholly unique. And with that, Charlie moved in to start measuring. We turned our attention back to Ron and his father. Tell us more about Egypt. What was it like? Did you enjoy it there? It was brilliant, mate, Ron began. We took an international portkey to get there, and it dumped us in this open area that had a good view of the Nile. After we got a hotel, we went exploring. Albus Dumbledore was finally doing something he had been neglecting for a while. Between his own never-ending duties as headmaster, chief warlock, and supreme mugwump, his research into his newly draconic student's ailment, and his own projects, he barely had a moment to himself these days. And with how quiet the Harry Potter collective kept on the matter, it was no wonder it slipped his mind. Yet he was here now. Walking down the sidewalk of Muggle Surrey in the middle of the day, his robes left behind in favor of a flamboyant, yet still Muggle-worthy suit and tie. A simple, shrinking charm had reduced his long beard and hair from waist length to merely long by Muggle standards, while another charm temporarily disabled the enchantment on his glasses that helped his eyes twinkle more than they naturally did. He walked up to the door of number 4, Privet Drive after only a few minutes of walking down the puddle-covered sidewalk, having apparated down the block and out of sight. One long, bony finger pressed the doorbell. He waited. The locks rattled and the door opened just a crack. Petunia Dursley peeked out, her eyes searching his face, finding it familiar to recognize but not so familiar as to immediately draw a name. After a long moment, she said, Dumbledore. The door opened a little wider. Good afternoon, Mrs. Dursley. Might I have a brief moment of your time? It's about your nephew. He's not here right now, she grumbled. And we have company. She doesn't know. Petunia gave Dumbledore a pointed look. I'd prefer if you kept it that way. In fact, I'd prefer if you weren't here at all. From the back of the home, a loud and rather unpleasant woman's voice hollered, Petunia, dear, who's at the door? An old acquaintance, Dumbledore replied for Petunia. I won't be here for but a moment. The last sentence was intended for the both of them. In a quieter voice, Dumbledore said, I am well aware that Harry is not here, and hasn't been here for nearly 2 months now. Fortunately, he is safe and sound. Petunia's expression didn't really change all that much, though Dumbledore didn't need to be a legilimens to see the ever-so-slight relaxation in her eyes. It seems young Harry has contracted a very rare, unique, illness, he continued, putting emphasis on unique so that Petunia would assuredly understand it to mean magical. He recognized the symptoms for what they were and left to get help from the proper specialists. As of now, he's being treated to the best of our ability, and while it wouldn't be safe for him or your family if he came home just yet, he is well on his way to recovery. If he is contagious, then I am glad the boy had the brains to run off. Is Dudley at all at risk? Dumbledore shook his head. No, not at all. Not unless you have any peculiar snakes of unusual size, in which case, Harry's condition is the least of your worries. Snakes. Harry was bitten and neglected to inform any of us. Having gotten a hold of the treatment himself. I see. She didn't, and again, it didn't take any mind arts for Dumbledore to see that. And when do you expect he will be back here? Not before term starts this September, and, depending on how his treatment goes, possibly not after the school year. This will be a long process. And how much is this going to cost? She asked. Not a penny. When Petunia raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore elaborated. He saved the life of his best friend's younger sister, falling ill in the process. He will be taken care of. Petunia's jaw dropped a little at that. She closed it back up quickly enough, but the incredulous glint in her eyes didn't fade nearly as fast. Well then, I expect to be kept informed of his health and when he will be returned to us. Of course. There was a beat of silence. Thank you, Dumbledore. She shut the door. Message delivered, the headmaster turned to walk away. Though, upon sparing a quick glance back through the sidelights by the door, he saw Petunia with her back against the wall, sliding down into a sitting position. Her hands were over her mouth. Dumbledore hesitated, then continued walking. There were those that accused Dumbledore of being a master manipulator. That was true, sort of. He could read people well. He knew which buttons to press to get a desired result, and when that didn't work, he was skilled at improvising. It wasn't a skill he was particularly proud of. Especially now, for though Petunia had presented a cold, uncaring exterior, he knew he'd just scratched at scars in her mind that had, even now, barely healed. It ate at him. He hated lying, even as innocently as that. He stopped in his tracks. Faintly, surfacing from the back of his mind, came the memory of a young girl's old letter to study magic at Hogwarts with her little sister. That memory spawned a chain of thoughts that culminated in Dumbledore spinning around to return to the Dursley household. Unfortunately, his return to that house was interrupted when the magical pocket watch he was carrying rung, reminding him of the time and, more importantly, of the meeting he had with Cornelius Fudge in less than half an hour. On second though, Dumbledore realized, perhaps it would be best if he asked Harry first before going through with his idea. He and his aunt hadn't exactly had the best of relationships. The third and final arrival to Hogwarts Castle came later that afternoon. We didn't see him arrive, and if it hadn't been for chance, we would not have known that the Minister of Magic was here at all. It wasn't exactly our business. But we, including Ron, had stumbled across him. We'd been looking for Professor McGonagall to ask her how far along she was in the process of creating a reverse anima Gus transformation and had been sent to the headmaster's office at the suggestion of Professor Flitwick when we couldn't find her in her own office. Upon reaching Dumbledore's office, we'd found that the gargoyle that normally blocked the staircase had already stepped aside. Taking that as an invitation, the six of us, we heads in our human forms, ascended the staircase, stopping to knock at the door. Now, the thing to note here is that dragons have decently good hearing, meaning that each of us could hear that there was a conversation happening on the other side of the door. Then, the fact that there were six of us sharing our sense of hearing meant that we collectively could hear far more clearly than any of us individually. Thus, while not loud, the conversation came through rather distinctly. Choice in the matter. Albus, you must see that this needs to be done. Minister, I implore you, this isn't the best solution. There are children here. You want to expose them to Dementors. Dumbledore's nearly pleading voice said. Whatever Dementors were, they sounded bad. Albus, they will be outside the school grounds and instructed not to come in. It will be safe, both for the students that are here and against Sirius Black. Besides, I didn't come here to argue with you on this matter. The decision has already been made, and I came here merely to inform you of it. Cornelius, I strongly advise against this. But if you will not change your mind about stationing the Dementors here, then I ask you to take all possible precautions. The effects on the minds of our children LD be catastrophic if anything went wrong. Imagine the outrage if a child, like Lucius's son, were to be kissed. What are they saying? Ron asked. Green immediately shushed him. Cornelius's voice faltered. I see what you mean. Do not worry, Albus. I shall see that cannot happen. Thank you, Cornelius. Dumbledore's voice paused. You know, I think we might have a few eavesdroppers. There was a whooshing sound. The door to Dumbledore's office clicked once, then swung open. We blinked in surprise. Harry, Ron, we didn't mean to eavesdrop, Professor, Blue insisted. Oh, I'm sure you meant no harm. Come in, boys. Dumbledore gave a friendly wave, beckoning us in. What in the world? The minister asked as he laid eyes on us. His eyes darted to our scar, first on Red's head, then on every other head. Harry Potter. Why are there 5 of you? Mr. Potter had something of an interesting delayed reaction to a mixture of exotic substances. And while we've reversed the majority of the changes, he has professed a desire to stay multiplied, Dumbledore explained. We looked at the minister, the same man who had sent Hagrid to Azkaban because they had to be seen doing something. And though we could understand the sentiment, it still irked us that he'd just been chucked in prison without even a chance to defend himself. And whatever he was doing here, it was something that Dumbledore didn't like. Which immediately knocked him down another peg in our book. Of course, we couldn't exactly voice our annoyance, but we could pull a little prank. Thank you, Fred and George, for the idea. Hello, Minister. Fudge. A pleasure to meet you. All 5 of us promptly suck out our hands for a handshake. Blimey, Harry, that was worse than the twins, Ron groaned, slapping his forehead with the palm of his hand. The 5 of them are linked by a shared set of memories and a powerful connection of sympathetic magic. Despite having 5 bodies, they are effectively one being. Dumbledore explained. You can see why he came to me for help. I'll say, the minister agreed. He turned to look at Ron, who was in casual clothes rather than his Hogwarts uniform. And you are? Ron Weasley. My dad's Arthur, he works for you in the misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, Fudge finished. Yes, I remember now. He's spoken of you and your siblings quite fondly. Now, boys, if you wouldn't mind waiting for a moment, Dumbledore said, the minister and I will be finished momentarily. Then I will be along to help you with whatever it is you needed. The minister gave a dismissive wave. Oh, go ahead. I've said what I came here to say. I won't linger. Rest assured, Albus, I will do everything I can to ensure the safety of all your students. That is all I ask. Dumbledore replied. Then I shall be off. The minister nodded his head, then strolled towards the small fireplace. It stretched upwards to accommodate his height. He grabbed a pinch of flow powder and tossed it into the flame, then strolled in and vanished. Once the man was gone, Dumbledore turned to us. Now, how can I help you? We were looking for Professor McGonagall, Ron said. Professor Flitwick suggested you might know where she is, Blue elaborated. Dumbledore replied, she is, I believe, seeking a few friends of hers to examine their own research. It seems W.E. have hit a small snag in regards to your transformation, hence her travels to find a solution. She should be back soon enough, if you need her. No, that's all we really wanted to know, Yellow said. Professor, why was the minister visiting? Ron asked. Dumbledore walked over to his desk and sat down. Normally, Mr. Weasley, it would be rude to ask about meetings held in private, he chided. Ron blushed in embarrassment and looked away. However, as it concerns the school as a whole, you and Harry included, I shall inform you. I suspect Harry here heard a bit more than you did anyway. Dementors, right? Green hissed curiously, making Ron gasp. USS sounded UPSS said about them being here. Bloody hell. They're sending Dementors here. Why? We're not Azkaban. Ron shouted. No, but a man has recently escaped from Azkaban, Dumbledore explained. Sirius Black, several of our heads said. Dumbledore nodded. Blue continued. Why would he come here, then? Is there something he wants? You, most likely. He was a former friend of your parents, but apparently turned traitor and sold them out to Voldemort, Dumbledore explained. Personally, I strongly doubt that he would come after you, or any student in Hogwarts for that matter, but the minister is convinced otherwise. He paused, his eyes widening slightly. Then he let out a soft sigh. And, of course, there's the fact he slipped by the Dementors before via some unknown means, which means that the Dementors are quite useless even if he did desire to come here. Ron looked a little ill at the thought. Great, so, we have a madman on the loose and useless Dementors as guards. This year is going to be brilliant, I just know it. It wouldn't be Hogwarts without someone trying to kill us. Red shouted defiantly. If he should try to hurt us or our friends, I shall enjoy roasting him alive. And I'll devour his flesh, Green agreed. You two are disgusting, Blue quipped. Not that I'd actually stop you. If I could perhaps convince you to not eat Sirius Black, that would be grand, Dumbledore replied. While you may be a dragon, I'd rather you not become murderers. Consider it considered, Yellow replied. Which did nothing to assuage Dumbledore's fears. I, Blue, and Gray will not kill, and we will definitely encourage those two to not kill as well, but no promises. We won't go looking for trouble either. You're quite a bit more bloodthirsty, mate, Ron remarked. Becoming a dragon changed us, Gray muttered, his voice more sleepy than sad at the moment. We aren't alone anymore, nor are we weak. They don't feel as pathetic as we once were, or still are. Red grunted at Gray and crossed his arms, but didn't say anything. Well, as it seems I won't be able to convince the minister, Dumbledore spoke. Pulling the conversation back to the original topic, I should warn you, especially you five, to stay far away from the Dementors. I would be greatly saddened if you were to have your souls stolen for having ventured too close. We'll be careful, we assured him. Good. Now, if you would be so kind, would you please inform Hagrid the next time you see him? I wouldn't want him venturing too close either. We told him we would. Dementors. Ron half shouted, half grumbled. Bloody Dementors. This is a bunch of dragon shite. Walking in a semicircle around him, the five of us could only vaguely nod along in half-hearted agreement. We still didn't know what Dementors were anyway. They sounded bad, but we didn't exactly understand what the big deal was. So we asked. Ron shuddered as he formed the words in his mind. Dementors are the worst sort of monster there are. They have an aura that makes you feel hopeless and horrible, making you go literally mental if you stay near them too bloody long. And if they kiss you, they eat your soul, leaving you like a vegetable. He shuddered again, and this time, we could sympathize with that a bit more. I've never met one, and I bloody well hope I never meet one again. And they guard Azkaban. Red growled. His human voice didn't do his anger justice. Yeah, poor Hagrid, Yellow remarked. They sent him there because of the Chamber of Secrets. Ron stopped in his tracks, making Gray nearly bump into him. Merlin's beard, I'd nearly forgotten that. Between the spiders, the basilisk, Ginny, Hermione, and now this, he gestured to all of us. It slipped my mind. Hagrid's not going to be happy about this. We, Ron included, collectively frowned. If the Dementors were patrolling the grounds, then that would put Hagrid uncomfortably close to them. We, not including Ron this time, had no idea how far a Dementor's aura spread. If it was wide enough, Hagrid would be miserable even when he was safe in his home. The six of us soon arrived at Hagrid's home, where we heard voices inside. Yellow knocked on his door. A second later, the massive man pulled the door open, revealing that Charlie was sitting in there with him. "Hello there, Harry's, Ron." Quote. "Hey, guys," Charlie added. "What brings you six here?" "Dementors," Blue began, only for Red to interject. "The Ministry wants to station Dementor guards Arrow und Hogwarts to protect it from Sirius Black." "They want to what?" Hagrid demanded. "What are those fools thinking?" Behind him, Charlie muttered something under his breath that we couldn't make out. It was probably not something one would say in polite company. Hagrid stepped aside and motioned inwards. "All right, come in, you lot. How did you hear about this?" What had started as a rather solemn our conversation about the Dementors turned into a much more light-hearted one, with Ron's asking of a simple question: what happens if you set a Dementor on fire with dragon fire? "Blimey, good question," Hagrid said. He mused. "Well, I think they'd burn just fine, or at least their robes would. Might actually make you feel warm instead. It definitely makes me feel warm and fuzzy just thinking about it." Charlie agreed with a grin that reminded us of the twins. It quickly faded into a more ponderous expression as he began to contemplate it seriously. "Well, I'd imagine it would depend on the dragon. The properties of dragon fire are linked to their scales. For instance, the Ukrainian Ironbelly has the thickest scales of all dragons, defending against a rival's flames with sheer mass. Their flames are thus ultra-hot. Compare that to the Chinese fireball, the scales of which are much thinner but are magically resistant to flame. Their fires aren't nearly as hot, but the fireballs explode with a force proportional to how much magic is in the target. Which one would do more damage? All depends on how the Dementors deal with flame and magic. We'd be happy to help you test that out. Red bellowed merrily. Red, don't go burnin' the Dementors, Hagrid warned. You shouldn't be anywhere near them. Please don't get us killed, Red. Gray stared at Red, his eyes as pleading as his dour by default face could muster. Red snorted and crossed his arms. Gee, he grumped softly. Well, softly for him, it still came out as a bellow by any human standard. Not that I'm suggesting you do it, Red, Ron remarked. But seeing a Dementor burn against dragon fire would be pretty cool. Watching dragons burn anything is cool, Charlie added. He clapped his hands together and exclaimed, oh. What if we fed you Harry some fireworks the twins are working on? Would you burp fireworks? Bwahahaha. That would be awesome. Red cheered, his good mood returning full force. The rest of us grinned at that as well, even Gray. It would definitely be safer than facing a Dementor, added Blue. We are fireproof, after all. Green aimed his head towards the open window of Hagrid's hut. Verdimillious, he incanted, before opening his mouth wide. Despite being in human form, green sparks shot from Green's mouth before exploding into a larger green flare outside the hut. Definitely fun, SSS hotting fireworks SS. Somehow, Charlie remarked, it's even weirder seeing a human shoot magic out of their mouth than a dragon. True, Yellow agreed, but the novelty makes it even more entertaining. And look, we get to be our own cheering squad during Quidditch. Professor McGonagall's still letting you play Quidditch? Charlie asked. Ron said you were brilliant, so it would be a shame to lose you from the team. Blue replied, speaking for all of us, we think so. She's not said anything against us playing, and neither has Dumbledore, but maybe. Although Snape would probably accuse us of cheating because we have more eyes and can see the entire pitch at once. Bloody hell, Ron grumbled. His expression lightened a second later. Then again, as long as only one of you was on the pitch at any one time. Or you were all sharing the same body, he couldn't complain. That works SS, Green hissed. I think it would be funny to see Harry trying to catch the snitch as a dragon. Charlie chuckled. We might just eat the snitch if we did that. Red bellowed. You mean eat again, Yellow corrected. Hagrid, Ron, and the other heads chuckled, while Charlie looked curious. Yellow explained. Our first Quidditch match ever, we ended up catching the snitch with our mouth. Damn, I would have liked to have seen that, Charlie marveled. Catching the snitch with your hands is hard enough, you know. Charlie was the Gryffindor seeker up until our first year, Ron remarked. Or all you Weaselace SSSO good at Quidditch? Green wondered, thinking back to last summer and Ching Ron fly quite skillfully on our Nimbus 2000. Which wouldn't happen again, now that we thought about it. We'd tried flying on it when we'd first run away, only to misjudge our strength and snap the handle, sending us falling to the ground. We didn't miss it, not when we could now fly on our own wings, but we regretted snacking on the pieces. It probably could have been fixed, and we were sure Ron would have loved it. And, since we now might be able to play Quidditch again, best not to mention the broom. Or any of our other lost things. Or, bloody hell, Red suddenly bellowed, jumping to his feet. The rest of us jumped up an instant later as his realization hit us all. We forgot the cloak. The cloak? Ron asked. Your invisibility cloak. What? We took our trunk from our relative's house when we first started changing, Blue explained. After a certain point, we started breaking everything we touched. Most of our stuff got ruined, but the cloak was fine. We hid it, the trunk. And what we didn't break in the middle of a forest. We need to go back and get it. It's probably ruined by now. Gray moaned. I'll come with you, Charlie offered. We gave him a curious look. Well, the last time you flew to Hogwarts, you got seen by Muggles. He gave Ron and us a significant look. Right, the flying car incident. Someone has to keep you hidden. Thanks, Charlie. You're a lifesaver, Yellow replied. You be careful, Harry's, Hagrid added. I'll let Professor Dumbledore know you went to get your stuff, but you best be getting back here in one piece, you hear me? Of course. Wouldn't dream of getting hurt. Green nodded for us. With that, the seven of us, Ron included, stood and departed Hagrid's hut. A moment later, we Harrys had merged back into a singular, five-headed dragon. Let Ron and Charlie mount us, and took to the skies. Without guidance and without the strength our wings now possessed, the flight from southern England to northern Scotland had Ken is 4 days, partially from us wandering and avoiding cities, but mostly because our wings were weak. The same journey in reverse took only a few hours. The point me spell was killer on the neck, though. At least it made actually finding our trunk possible, we'd have never found it otherwise. How were we supposed to tell one generic stretch of forest from another, especially since it had been around a month since we'd been through here? Only when the spell was starting to yank our heads downwards did we finally start descending. By then, it was getting pretty late. The summer sun was halfway across the horizon. And that was from our elevated position. On the ground below, the shadows of night were already creeping up the valleys. One such valley, vaguely familiar now that we had a good look at it, was our destination. There was a dancing speck of orange light coming from it. A campfire. Great. Red pointed it out to Charlie, who replied, "Go ahead and land near there. If they're muggles, we can just stun them and obliviate them after we get your trunk. And what if they are wizards? Be ready to close your eyes in case they lob a spell your way before I can calm them down," he replied after a moment's hesitation. Trusting Charlie's judgment, we angled our wings to begin a spiraling descent towards the small clearing. Only, as we approached, we realized that there was a really good chance of squashing someone if we landed by the campfire. Foregoing all subtlety, Green and Blue wrapped their necks protectively around Charlie and Ron as we crashed through the nearby tops and landed with a tremendous boom. "Everyone all right?" Yellow asked as the debris settled. "Bloody hell, Harry. Warn a guy next time," Ron exclaimed, sounding a bit dazed but not hurt. "Grow up, Ron. You've taken harder falls off your broom and walked away," Charlie grunted. 4 out of 10 on the landing job, Harry. "As if you could do better," Green hissed in mock annoyance. We helped Charlie and Ron down. Then, since we no longer needed to be quite so massive, we activated our form stone and shrank down to a singular, human body. While consensus controlled our body easily enough, the 5 of us were forced to wrestle for control over our face, causing it to jerk around uncomfortably. Despite our rather confined state, we set off towards the campfire. The Weasley brothers held their wands up while we, or more accurately, Red, kept alert and ready to cast a spell. We entered the clearing, only to find it deserted. There was a burning campfire with 2 skewered rabbits roasting over it, as well as a tarp draped over a couple branches like a makeshift tent, but other than that, it was devoid of signs of human habitation. It certainly looked far sparser than any camp we imagined, though we really didn't know what a campsite was supposed to look like. There was, however, an unfamiliar scent. It was a bizarre blending of dog and man that we really didn't know what to make of it. That combination niggled something in the back of our mind, something recent, but we couldn't put our claw on it. Whoever, or whatever, was making that scent, they were still close. Not in the clearing, but they had been only a few moments ago. Perhaps we'd scared them off. "Nobody's here," Ron remarked. We pointed in the direction the scent was the strongest, which, not coincidentally, was directly opposite the side of the camp where we'd landed. "They went that way. I bet they're still close enough to hear us," Blue remarked. Red took over. "Hello. We're sorry for scaring you. We just came to get the stuff I hid here." The bushes nearby rustled a bit. Out popped an incredibly mangy dog. Black as night, with matted fur caked in dirt, the poor dog looked like it had been through the ringer. But, despite its rather feral appearance, the dog, after a small pause to look at us, trotted up to us and started licking our hand. Yellow pulled our hand back, saying, "That tickles." But instead of pulling back completely, he set our hand on the dog's head and started scratching. It made happy noises and leaned in closer. "Poor thing," Ron remarked. "I wonder if it belongs to the owner of the camp. He's not doing a good job of taking care of it." The dog gave Ron a curious look, which quickly turned into a searching one. It wandered over to our friend and started sniffing him. After a few seconds, it started sticking its snouts into Ron's pockets. Ron tried to push the dog away, only for it to keep coming back. "What do you want?" "I don't have anything in my pockets." "Maybe he smells Scabbers on you." "Scabbers does smell kind of weird, after all," Blue theorized. The dog paused, looked at us, then barked once. We furrowed our brow, an expression shared by the majority of us at the same time. "Can you understand us?" A strange, unreadable sequence of expressions flickered across the dog's face. Settling on a neutral expression, it trotted over to the fire, laid down, and closed its eyes. Its breathing did not slow or soften. Blue silently wondered if it was actually smart but just acting dumb. Weird dog, the rest of us muttered. The dog snorted. We Ned our attention back to Charlie and Ron. It's the only one we can smell around here. No other humans. So, what, a dog started a campfire? Ron asked bemusedly. We could only shrug. Let's just get your stuff and get back to Hogwarts. Charlie gazed up at the darkening sky which, while still orange, was rapidly losing color. The flight out here took longer than I expected. We could always apparate back once Harry's got his trunk. Ron suggested. Charlie's face brightened, then soured a second later. I could do it with you, Ron, but given Harry's condition, I think we'd end up a red smear across the UK if I tried it with him. Quote, you guys can go ahead back to Hogwarts, Yellow said as we repositioned ourselves. It'll be dark soon. We won't need Charlie to keep us disillusioned anymore. Green added, thanks for that. By the way, the dog suddenly stood up and trotted back over to Ron, but stood with its gaze on Charlie. The Weasley boys paid it little mind. Glad to help. Well, if you're sure. Consensus made a shooing motion with our hand. Go, we'll be fine, Blue insisted. Come on, then, Ron, Charlie said. He reached out and grabbed Ron's hand. He, Ron, and, strangely, the dog all vanished with a pop. We blinked. Did that dog just hitch a ride back to Hogwarts? It smelled like McGonagall, Gray finally said. For a second, his non sequitur threw us for a loop. Until his thoughts filled us in on what exactly he was implying. That dog was an animagus, wasn't it? Red bellowed loudly. It was rhetorical. Bollocks, Green cursed. Let's get our SS stuff and get back to the castle quickly. We transformed back, knocking over a few trees as we did. A few scoops of dirt later, we had our trunk once more, which looked to be in surprisingly good condition for how long it had spent in the dirt. Not great condition, but it and potentially everything inside was salvageable. After eating the cooking rabbits the dog had left behind and the burning logs and the dirt underneath. We quickly took to the sky, trunk clutched in one set of claws. Without passengers, we were free to put even more power than usual into our wing beats. Cutting across the sky, we made the trip in our fastest time yet. By the time we reached Hogwarts, we were cranky, starving, and utterly exhausted, and for good reason. We'd just flown almost twice the length of the UK today. At speeds that outpaced the Hogwarts Express, no less. But all of that was secondary to making sure that Ron was all right. We landed hard in front of the castle and bellowed in unison, Ron. Fire erupted from each of our mouths. But none shot off more flame or bellowed louder than Gray. Charging at the castle door and only remembering to change back to human at the last second we bolted through the front door. Trunk abandoned behind us. We shot up the grand staircase, only to freeze in place. We each wanted to search different places, the Great Hall, the infirmary, the Gryffindor dorms. So badly that we couldn't reach consensus. Our thoughts churned away, debating what to do with ideas and emotions, not words, while our body remained statue stiff. Ah, there you are, Dragon Boy. We turned our head to find Filch walking our way, Mrs. Norris trailing behind him. For as much as he was one of the more annoying, and slightly scary, parts of the school, we were actually glad to see him. If this was a school night, it'd be detention for you. He grunted sullenly. All right, maybe not glad, per se. Do you know where Ron is? Gryffindor Tower, where he belongs. And if you know what's good for you, you'll be joining him as fast as you can. I don't care what you are, you're still a student and I can give you detentions as soon as the school year starts. Oh, yes, that's what I'll do. We, quite wisely, immediately sprinted back for our trunk and then ran up to the dorms. Ron, we shouted as we burst into our dorm room. He rolled over in bed. Wah, oh, thank Merlin, he was fine, never mind, go back to sleep. He rolled back. Mentally, not literally, we four colored heads turned to glare at Gray, whose irrational fear was what had driven us into such a panic. He withered and retracted deeper into the recesses of our mind. With the fear and anxiety gone, so went our adrenaline. Already tired, the wave of fatigue that ashed over us almost knocked us out right then and there. We barely managed to flop into bed before we were out like a light. We dreamed of monsters, half men, half beast. Poke, poke, poke. Someone was poking us. We growled, a pleasantly bestial sound despite our currently human form. The poking stopped, then resumed a second later. Poke, poke, poke. We clawed at the hand poking us. The next time you touch us, we will eat you. The hand didn't return. Instead, its owner spoke, Harry. Breakfast. The five of us had never bolted upright so fast. We blinked, only fully and collectively comin' to consciousness when we were halfway out the dormitory door. Glancing back, we saw Ron standing right where we'd just been. Come on. Breakfast. We're hungry enough to eat 5 cows. Ron shook his head and followed. When did you get back anyway? Pretty late, Yellow admitted. Or early. It was definitely well after midnight. We got our stuff. What happened with the dog? Red butted in. Ron blinked. The dog. Oh. It ran off into the woods near Hogsmeade after Charlie accidentally brought it with us. We must have scared it or something. It smelled like but Green cut himself off as a thought occurred to him. Which he shared with the rest of us. Ron smelled like that, but indirectly. Rat man. Scabbers. We frowned. Hang on. We want to ASSSK Professor McGonagall SS something first ST. We jogged downstairs. Any thoughts of last night's adventures and this morning's hunger momentarily shoved aside. McGonagall's office was, thankfully, not terribly far, though we did have to make a slight detour to avoid Peeves. Eventually, however, we did make it to her office. We knocked on the door. Yes. Come in. We opened the door and stepped through. Now that we knew what we were looking for. The Catwoman scent clinging to McGonagall was so very obvious to us. Oh. Good morning, boys. I see you made it back safe and sound. Were your belongings unharmed? We didn't even check, to be honest. It's still in our trunk, Blue spoke. Green took over. But we had a question. Is there a way to force an animagus to change back, Professor? She set down the quill she'd been writing with. Yes, there is. It's not a particularly difficult spell, at least to cast, but you have to know that a target is an animagus first and the difficulty scales with how hard the animagus is trying to resist you. Are you worried that someone will use it to force you back after you learned the process? Our opinions disagreed, which made our head go around in circles as we IED to nod and shake it at the same time. We stopped that and spoke, yes and no. We originally came because we think we figured out how to smell animagi, regardless of which form they're in. And we think Ron's rat, Scabbers SS. Might be one. Yellow commented, perhaps they're stuck in that form. Then, Red added, or perhaps they're a creep. The pleasant smile that had been on McGonagall's lips practically apparated away. It vanished so fast. I see. Excuse me. I'll deal with this right now. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Upon hearing our stomach rumbled, she added, why don't you head on to breakfast? I'll take care of this myself, no need to starve a growing dragon, now is there. We nodded politely. Thank you, Professor. We didn't know what sort of things our body needed to stay healthy. Not exactly. Madame Pomfrey's advice was, medically speaking, was basically to always eat a wide variety of delicious flavors, since those flavors almost always corresponded to the appropriate nutrients. We had 9 basic tastes now, not 5, sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and savory, plus metallic, combustible, magical, and earthy, which meant our meals were equally complex. Luckily for us, the 5 of us each had a different set of favorite flavors, meaning that 5 different breakfasts would give us everything we needed. Green was a fan of sweet and salty. His breakfasts were usually the most human of ours, consisting mostly of pastries but also of oddly salted fruits. Since we'd gotten the amulet, he'd taken to eating in the Great Hall while we were split up. And though his portions were huge by human standards, they were small compared to what we normally ate. Red liked savory and combustible. Fatty meat was his favorite, but he liked chicken dipped in petrol as well. When he wasn't munching on beef and candles. With the number of sheep and cows and acromantulas, not that we'd ever tell Hagrid that we were munching through each day, Red's contributions actually made up the bulk of our diet. Yellow was a fan of sour and magical. More fruit for him, usually citrus fruits, but his real joy was eating random items that had been enchanted. His go-to enchantment was the color-changing charm, which he used as liberally as Green salted his food, but Yellow always claimed that things enchanted by others were the best, especially lemons haunted by the house elves to burst into a flame if swallowed. Blue disliked most food but loved rusty metal, which had a superb mix of earthy and metallic flavors. If he couldn't get our claws on rusty iron, then he settled for gold, silver, bronze, and gemstones, which made him by far the most expensive head to feed, since he literally ate money. Usually, however, he satisfied himself with dirt and stone. Gray was the only one of us who liked bitter things. He drank coffee by the gallon, preferring that over any solid food. He also liked the smell and taste of potions. Strangely enough, H made us wonder if he'd actually find Snape delicious. Snape wasn't in tasting range, thankfully. The only thing as bitter as Snape, that we had on hand was the newspaper. Gray really liked the taste of the ink, though he at least let us read the paper before eating it. Oh, Fudge called yet another emergency press conference, Gray noted. More about Sirius Black. No. Our depressed head paused, his eyes skimming the Daily Prophet article again. It was short enough that the paper it covered had a smaller area than even one of Gray's huge eyes, so it didn't take long for him to read it. Actually, I don't see why. The article just rambles worse than we do a potions essay. It had no point, kind of like us. Ignoring Gray's insult to the rest of us, Blue took the paper for himself. After a few seconds of reading, he asked, is that even slightly normal? We collectively shrugged, then resumed eating with gusto, Gray disposing of the paper down his gullet. We were still a growing dragon, after all. When all the food was gone, which was about 5 minutes later, we had nothing left to distract us. Ron still hadn't come down, and neither had McGonagall. Considering that there might have been an animagus that may or may not have been stuck as scabbers, their absence was just a touch more worrying than usual. So, with our meal finished, we activated our form stone and once more became a one-headed little boy, setting off at a brisk jog which, sadly, was much slower than even a casual stroll as a dragon. We headed back up the many flights of stairs to the Gryffindor dorms. But there was a commotion. Lots of voices, paintings, shouting. When we were a few feet away, the fat lady's portrait swung open, revealing Professor McGonagall and Ron. She had her hand on the back of her head. And when she pulled it away, it came away slightly bloody. She hissed. Then the scent of blood hit our nose. Our train of thought ripped itself in half. Blue and Red thought, holy shite. That smells amazing. Conversely, Yellow and Green thought, holy S's shite. They're hurt. And Gray, caught in the middle, screamed incoherently in his section of our mind. Yellow seized total control of our body. Professor McGonagall. What happened? She winced a little bit and wobbled unsteadily. You were right. The rat was an animagus. He attacked us and erased parts of our memories. Ron growled as he moved to help stabilize McGonagall. 5 different rumbling growls escaped our throat, our anger partially overcoming the transfiguration. Get to the hospital wing. We'll take care of this SS, we snarled. Potter, no. McGonagall snapped, her Scottish accent thickening noticeably. I've already told the paintings to pass the word on. That rat will be found. But I will not have you running off like a bloody fool again. This is my problem. Green felt that she hadn't meant to add that last bit, but approved of the sentiment. In bowing out, Green partially quenched tea. He inferno of rage violently burning in our chest. Then we're sticking with you, now and when you deal with scabbers. McGonagall nodded, then winced. Better, Potter. Madame Pomfrey, I'm fine, Ron insisted. He fidgeted about, but the sticking charm securing his legs to the hospital bed didn't budge. Perhaps physically, but you were attacked and had parts of your memory erased. I have to check, that you weren't cursed in the time you forgot and that your attacker didn't melt something important in your brain. The matron quipped, even as diagnostic spell after diagnostic spell flew out of her wand. Ron humphed and crossed his arms. In the bed next to him, McGonagall rolled her eyes a bit, though who she was rolling her eyes at eluded us. She wasn't bleeding anymore, her shallow, munda. Nay wound having been healed and cleaned up with only 2 expertly cast spells, but she was awaiting the same battery of tests that Ron was going through. Without her wand, she couldn't check herself. Mr. Weasley, this is for your own good. Quote, I feel fine, he insisted. It's my job to make sure. Whatever Ron was going to say next was interrupted by a banshee shot out of a cannon. We mean Mrs. Weasley, bursting into the hospital wing so hard that the door slammed open and wailing as she ran to her son. She enveloped Ron in the biggest, tightest hug we'd ever seen. A spike of envy stabbed Gray's portion of our heart. Red wordlessly shoved the feeling away from the consensus and back into Gray alone. The lingering guilt, however, wasn't so easily shoved aside. But as the hug subsided, Mrs. Weasley's anger came out in full force. Mortal peril. That's the second time this year that it's said you've been in mortal peril. And now you're in the hospital wing. As Ron argued with his There, and Madame Pomfrey, that he was fine, Blue mentally turned to the rest of us and thought, the second time. Maybe the chamber docent count, Green suggested. You'd think a basilisk Roman. Gee, the school would count as mortal peril. Mrs. Weasley probably didn't even notice. If that were the case, it's probably the spiders she didn't notice. That was pretty late in the evening, after all. But all of second year and she only notices one instance on the clock. And what about Voldemort in first year? We had classes with the man in the room. Lockhart counts as a mortal peril. Red added cheekily. Here, agreed Green. The sound of our name caught our attention, pulling us out of our thoughts. Ron gestured to us while talking to his mum, and after a second, we picked up the context. He was retelling how we'd smelled the rat and alerted Professor McGonagall. When Mrs. Weasley noticed us watching, she waved us over. We hopped off the chair and started towards her, only for her to meet us halfway and hug us as well. It was like being wrapped in a flame, and, for an instant, we never wanted that moment to end. Harry, dear, thank you. I couldn't have asked for a better friend for Ron. She gave one last squeeze and then let us go. The cool air of the hospital wing didn't hold a candle to the warmth that lingered in our chest, not the literal flame, but that other warmth. Hell, if we'd still possessed the ability to blush, Red and Green definitely would have been blushing happily. Even Gray smiled a bit. Well, Mr. Weasley, Madame Pomfrey spoke, grabbing our attention. I think it's safe to say that you're well enough to leave now. Let me know if you have any headaches or are unusually forgetful. The obliviation looks clean enough, but it's best to check up on these things when they aren't done by a professional. She tapped her wand on Ron's pants, freeing them from the sticking charm. He immediately leapt to his feet, only for his mom to swoop in and hug him again. Mrs. Weasley looked up at Madame Pomfrey again and thanked her profusely. Madame Pomfrey simply smiled. Just doing my job. Though, Molly, while I have you here, how is Ginevra? Mrs. Weasley's smile faded a bit, but didn't leave entirely. She's doing well. Still needs a calming draft before bed on occasion, but we're done with the dreamless sleep. Your advice really helped. I don't know what I would have done without it. Good, the Medowitch replied. You can keep her on that as long as you need, though I recommend shifting down to a half dose in the weeks leading up to the start of term. Try to wean her off it so that the transition is easier. Of course. And again, thank you, Poppy. Any time. With a nod, she turned her attention towards McGonagall, who'd been patiently waiting off to the side. Molly turned back to Ron and the five of us. Ronald, I think that's enough excitement for one summer. Perhaps we should get you home now, and out of your professor's hair. This is their summer too. A little more sweetly, she added, Harry, all of you, you're welcome to come to the burrow too. We'd all be happy to have you. Blue began, but Ron beat us to the point. They'd eat us out of house and home, he snickered. Hell, he'd probably eat the house itself. Any defense or reply we could have mustered was mangled by the fact that all five of us tried to use our mouth at the same time. Which only made us look guilty. The fact that there was a distinct possibility that we might have nibbled on the house anyway was inconsequential. After all, we'd already nibbled on some of the snake statues in the Chamber of Secrets, just to see what they'd tasted like. Professor McGonagall chose that moment to pipe in. Molly, as much as you and all five Harrys want them to visit. Dumbledore and I are of the strong opinion that Harry should stay here until we find a more permanent solution to his current predicament. I can't stop them from going with you, at least until term starts. But I would suggest foregoing it. Yeah, I think we'll pass on that. Blue spoke for us. We wouldn't want to be a burden. Well, if you're sure. She smiled. But you're not a burden, Harry. Never think that. She hugged us again. It was nice. After McGonagall was released, she went off to inform Professor Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick of the full details of what had happened, most of which she herself had gotten from the paintings in the Gryffindor common room. We had a basic description of the animagus that had been masquerading as Ron's pet, but unfortunately, not a name. Meanwhile, Ron and the 5 of us had gone up to the Gryffindor common room, me to get my trunk to take down to the chamber, and Ron to pack up his stuff to head back home. As we entered our dorm, Ron glanced at his bed and shuddered. "Ah, can you burn my mattress?" Just the thought that there was some bloody old man sleeping on it with me kind of grosses me out. We stuck out our tongue. "Bletch. Yeah, will do." Ron nodded. "Thanks, mate." Packing didn't take long. Ron hadn't brought much here, and most of it was still in his trunk, rather than in the dresser by his bed. With his stuff taken care of, the 6 of us left the Gryffindor dorms. Our trip down to the entrance hall passed by in comfortable silence, that sort of silence where nobody feels need to break it because we're all just enjoying each other's company. That silence ended when we got there. Mrs. Weasley was there waiting for us, and we took that as our signal to say our final goodbyes. "See you when term starts. Harry." "Of course, Ron. That is if we don't fly down to visit you first." Red bellowed happily. "And if we see the rat man, we'll be sure not to eat his head," Green added. His tone metaphorically bashing Ron upside the head with the implications. "Harry." Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in shock. "Missus Weasley." Green playfully replied. She sighed. "I get enough of that from the twins. Don't you start that too." "We don't know what you're talking about," Green, innocently, replied. The woman sighed. "All right, enough of that." She shook her head. "Anyway, goodbye, Harry. We'll see you soon." After dropping our trunk off down in the chamber and finally verifying that everything in it had survived its time out in the woods, we made our way back up to find Dumbledore. Around us, the castle itself hummed with activity as paintings ran back and forth, carrying messages back and forth, while house elves popped around, their scents rapidly appearing and disappearing in splotchy, unconnected clouds. The smell of rodent caught our attention. If we hadn't noticed the scent of the house elves, and thus had been paying attention to our sense of smell, we'd have missed it. With all the animals that regularly moved through Hogwarts halls, and with what we'd been smelling specifically for several days now, the scent of a rat would have gone unremarked upon. Now, though, it made us hungry. Before, we'd been too concerned with ensuring they were all right, but now that McGonagall and Ron were all right, and now that there was a trail for me to follow and something we could do. The urge to hunt, to eat, the one who'd attacked what was ours. It was overwhelming. We turned to follow the trail. It was thin, made by something small moving very fast, but it was distinct. The cross of man and rodent made it a sharp enough of a scent that we could follow it anyway. Jogging, we followed the trail to a corridor on the ground floor, where it went until it quite suddenly stopped. Walking around a bit, we took a moment to confirm that it did indeed stop there, and when we were sure it had, we returned there. The trail stopped just behind a statue of a one-eyed witch. Knowing Hogwarts, Blue figured it was a pretty safe bet that this was a secret passageway. Unfortunately, there were no paintings of people here, nobody to ask what the password might have been. "Allow me," Red bellowed, and before we could stop him, he grabbed our form stone and cancelled the transfiguration on our body. Our mass exploded outwards, sending a mountain of metallic flesh crashing into everything. Our bulk wasn't wide enough to smash through the walls, even if we were pinned quite tightly, but the statue, which had been standing a few feet from the walls, wasn't so lucky. We reactivate our stone, shrinking back to human size and revealing the hole under the witch statue. "There you go," Red boasted. "One secret passageway entrance." "You idiot," Blue hollered. "You could have brought the castle down on us. You could have smashed through the walls." "But I didn't. Did you even think?" "Of course, I did. I know exactly how big we are. I knew we would fit." Blue paused, a realization dawning on him. Of course, Red was vain enough to have memorized our exact dimensions. Our size and strength made him weirdly giddy every time he thought about it, and the thought of getting bigger made him drool. We'd never thought that that would ever come in handy. "Come on," Green urged. He took control of our feet and had us jump into the hole. In the rear of our collective mind, Blue sent Red a glare while Red smugly grinned back. The passageway was a straight line, and the rat's scent was the only scent that had passed through here in a long time. With only one way forward, we sprinted as fast as we could, no longer having to worry about losing the scent trail. Down the passageway went. On and on it went, and as we ran, we debated what we were going to do to the rat. Eat him, most likely. A part of us, Yellow, recognized that we'd never seriously considered murdering someone before, even though we'd willingly killed Quirrell with our bare hands. But that same part of us didn't actually care. The rat had attacked Ron and Professor McGonagall. That rat had spied on all the boys in the dormitory. This was personal. The smell of peppermint moss had that train of thought like a whomping willow. The ladder in front of us led up to a trap door, and as we climbed through it, the scent of candy overwhelmed us. That would have been fine, except for one little problem. The rat's trail was gone, hidden by the smell of confections. We think this is the first time we've ever been furious at a candy store. We stomped out of the store and into the streets of Hogsmeade. A labyrinthine maze of walls and streets, the perfect place to get lost if you were a rat. And if you were a dragon hunting said rat, well, there was really only one way to ensure that it didn't escape. The fire within us burned furiously, but we very carefully made sure that not even the slightest wisp of smoke escaped our lips. We'd been so bloody close to finding that bastard, and now. Bollocks! Red roared. Our human voice failed to properly convey his frustration. He needed, to roar. Instead, we sat down on a short wall. What now? Yellow wondered. There's nothing we can do. Outside of SS sheer, dumb luck, we're not going to find the rat. Green gave the mental equivalent of a sigh. I vote we explore Hogsmeade to take our mints off things SS. Hiss ISSS the only chanks we might have. Not like Uncle Vernon would SS sign our permission SS slip. He might now, Blue thought, if we showed him what we really are. That got a chuckle out of every one of us, except Gray. He decided that now was the perfect time to bring down the mood. We're failures, we let him get away. And we smashed that statue for nothing, so now Dumbledore is going to be mad at us too. Bloody hell, Gray! Exclamation mark. Do you have to be such a killjoy? Blue muttered aloud. Internally, Yellow suggested, we could go and repair it ourselves. That would fix that problem really quickly. The House Elves probably already fixed it, Green chimed in. They fix the SS scratches we leave in the SS stone pretty quick. That's the SS sort of thing Dobby would love to do. With only one head at the moment, we couldn't exactly turn to look at Green. Still, we think our disapproval came through quite clearly through our consensus. What? Rude, Green. We shouldn't make them clean up our own messes. And just assuming that they like it. But Dobby is crazy and the other elves are probably scared that we'd eat them if they didn't pamper us, Yellow retorted. Fine. And with that, we turned away and walked towards the castle. This time, at least, we took the scenic, above-ground route. It was definitely nicer than the dark passageway. More calming too. The last thing the professors needed was a moody, five-headed dragon to deal with. On the other side of Honeydukes, a starving dog had been digging through the trash for anything to eat, even old candy. The human within warned that the candy would make him feel sick, at least until he transformed back, but the dog didn't care. It was too hungry at the moment to worry about almost anything else. His rooting foe. Our candy came to a halt when the scent of rat tickled his nose. Normally, such vermin would have disgusted it, but the dog was hungry enough to eat it anyway, and the human within felt sadistic glee every time he killed one of those rodents. Besides, it wasn't like he was killing a person, now was he? The traitor was some Hogwarts kid's pet. Any other rat was fair game. So, when his jaws snapped around the unsuspecting rat's neck, the dog was rather painfully surprising when it changed from a live rat's neck to a dead man's. It took the dog far longer to extract his teeth from the fatty neck than he would have liked. That time and sharp pain, however, were exactly what he needed. The pain cut through both the shock and dampened his immediate reaction to seeing his enemy dead before him. He barked only once, that small bit of joy escaping before he could clamp it back down. With a sudden bout of clarity and rationality, the human within the dog had formulated a simple plan. First, he shifted back. Where once a skinny, mangy dog had stood, a skinny, mangy man crouched instead. Next, he fished out the wand from the dead man's pocket. The living man didn't recognize it, but after giving it a flick and getting tolerable results, he tucked it into the loose folds of his prison robes. Shifting back, incidentally hiding the wand within his other form, he set to work on part 2 of his little plan. Teeth and claws made quick work of the dead man's jacket, especially the sleeve. There, on his once friend's forearm, was a hated symbol, the dark mark. Exposed to his satisfaction, the dog started barking loudly and desperately. Whimpers and whines interlaced his loud barking, as if he were a dog in pain instead of the savage beast he was currently imagining himself to be. He wanted people to find him this time. Or rather, to find the body. And then, just as people were approaching to investigate, he bolted. Running as fast as he could, the dog ducked into a side street and out of sight. The instant he was sure he was unobserved, Sirius Black became human once more and, twisting on the spot, apparated under his own power for the first time in 12 years. Our muscles strained. And bulged under our skin as we exerted what was, quite frankly, a ridiculous amount of force. With the sound of hundreds of small snaps and a single, mighty groan, the massive tree's root ball broke free of the earth. Blue and red, their necks wrapped around the trunk, guided the falling tree into the valley between them, while yellow and gray pushed the massive pine onto our spine. We flared our wings and snaked our tail into its branches, using all three to stabilize the wooden behemoth on our back. Green, the head furthest from the tree, lowered his head so that he could see forwards, Ender the dirtball that had come up with the roots. Slowly, with steps that sank a few inches into the earth under the weight we bore, we turned and trudged back towards the castle grounds, our prize in tow. Once we got it stable, the weight wasn't so bad, and we were able to quickly pick up the pace to that of a comfortable walk. We passed the time in relative silence, neither speaking nor thinking at each other. We weren't sulking, even Gray had mostly gotten over the fact that we'd let the rat escape the other day, but between the lingering low to our mood and the focus we needed to keep a tree as large as this balanced on our back, we simply had no urge to think to each other. Actually, now that we think about it, this is the closest we've been to a singular me than we've been in a long time. It's our consensus doing most of the heavy lifting at the moment, both physically and mentally. Which is actually kind of nice, now that we think about it. Relaxing, even, when added to the exercise of moving trees. In all honesty, we probably could have moved the tree by magic. Someone like Professor Flitwick definitely could have. But that wasn't the point. We were just a bit antsy at the moment. So doing something by hand or by claw just felt good. Was there any need for a better reason? Hagrid, we've got the next one. Green hollered as we approached with the tree. It wasn't he first we'd uprooted from the Forbidden Forest, nor would it be the last. Now that it was an option, the groundskeeper and future care of magical creatures Professor Hagrid had decided that he wanted to have a bit of forest that wasn't part of Forbidden Forest in order to keep his creatures to show the class. We're pretty sure Hagrid decided to make this little grove because of us tellin' him about Aragog's kids trying to eat us last year. Oh, how the tables have turned. Spiders are delicious. We digress. Hagrid waved us over to the latest hole he dug. His giant strength lets him wield an enlarged shovel, in turn letting him dig holes large enough for one of these trees in the time it took us to retrieve them from within the forest. This was the 7th one today, and at the rate we were going, we think we'll have 20 more done by this evening. Put it here, Harry. A meaty hand clutched the edge of the hole. With surprising ease, given his size, Hagrid one-handedly hoisted himself up and out. He stood, then balanced the oversized shovel across his broad, meaty shoulders. Obliging, we aligned our body with the hole and shifted our weight forwards. Heaving with the muscles in our necks and tail, we tilted the tree upright, slotting the root ball into the hole Hagrid had dug. As soon as it was stable and upright, Hagrid used the shovel to spread a thick layer of dirt on top. That alone wouldn't have been enough to secure the uprooted tree. But Hagrid had a solution: transplant fertilizer. It was a mixture of dragon dung, not ours, but dung from a normal drag, and a potion from Professor Sprout that encouraged root growth. He spread the muddy, stinky mix atop the tree's roots, and for a second, nothing happened. Then the ground writhed as if a million worms were all digging at once. When it stopped, we gave the tree a gentle, experimental push. It didn't budge. Satisfied, Hagrid set to work digging the next hole, each scoop of his mighty shovel clee, airing away as much dirt as a scoop from a Muggle backhoe. He'd be done with the hole by the time we were back with the next tree. Even more impressively, this was only a light workout, according to him. Which made us curious as to what he considered a heavy workout. Once more, we turned back to the forest to gather the next tree. As we walked, we hummed an improvised melody, our 5 voices blending in harmony with each other. It had started as a passing whim, but by the time we'd reached the forest's edge, our harmony had evolved into something surprisingly complex. What if we joined the frog choir? Blue suddenly asked, inspiration striking at that moment. Funnily enough, his question came out perfectly in tune with the rest of us. The rest of us took a second to mull the idea over in our heads. We're going to embarrass I think it's a great idea. Selves in front of the whole school. We shouldn't draw attention to ourselves because, Gray continued as if Red hadn't interrupted him. Right until Green bit his snout and pinned his jaw shut. Thank you, Green. And Gray. We know you're our self-doubt personified, but please try not to get so worked up over a suggestion. It's bloody annoying, Yellow quipped. Red grinned, while the corners of Green's full mouth curled into an approximation of the same. Yellow. Blue let out a long breath. Gray, I know you're just looking out for us in your own way. But I think we can handle a little embarrassment. I mean really, why should we care what a bunch of snack-sized idiots think? His mouth still held shut by Green. Gray attempted to shrug and nod at the same time. It didn't really work, but his thought came through clearly enough. Point taken. Enough of this. Hagrid is still waiting for the next tree. We can discuss the frog choir later. And that was that. Branches inevitably broke when we carried the trees, and leaving a trail of wooden splinters was just lazy and sloppy. That evening, after all the trees had been moved, Hagrid asked us to help clean up the mess. Most of the branches we simply levitated away, but on Hagrid's request, we kept some of the larger ones and brought them back to the inn. EU Grove while he went to fetch something. To our surprise, when he returned a half-hour later, Hagrid was carrying the carcass of an utterly gargantuan pig across his shoulders. The thing probably weighed 3 times what he did, and looked utterly delicious to boot. Given its size, it was either magical or had been grown by magic. There was no way a normal pig could get that big. Where on earth did you get that? Yellow licked his lips, as did the rest of us. A day's hard work had definitely worked up our appetite, and rocks weren't going to cut it. The estate farm, down by Hogsmeade. Hot, you boys could use a treat for helping me out. The half-giant smiled jovially. Thanks, Hagrid, you're the best. Go ahead and set up a fire for us. I'm gonna show you how to cook big game animals. Though Hagrid's rock cakes might have been inedible to normal humans and his pastries not much better, his meat dishes were to die for, assuming you got over his taste for more exotic meats. Hagrid loved animals, from the moment they were born to the moment they ended up in his stomach. And with our expanded palate, we were quite eager to learn from him, even if we could just eat the pig like any other dragon. Hagrid showed us how to rend down the pig and showed us which parts were tastiest. Over the burning branches, we magically suspended the pig to let it cook slowly over the smoky flame. It would take a while to cook. So we settled down next to Hagrid to wait. So there are farms near here that grow pigs that big? Green asked. Of course. Hogsmeade's a farming town. By just supplier of wizarding foods in Scotland, you know. Really? That's actually pretty neat, Blue said. Helps the school too. I'm not really sure about the details, but Professor Dumbledore says that the farms help the school and the school helps the farms. Something about money and business. He shrugged. Their food's good, and that's all that really matters, I think. Here. Indeed, came a new voice. Much to our surprise. Walking towards us, having just gotten close enough to hear the tail end of our conversation, was Dumbledore himself. He was dressed in a different robe than this morning. One much more form-fitting and simple than his normal getup, though no less flamboyantly colorful. Combined with his purple boots, his getup looked surprisingly outdoorsy, if still utterly ridiculous. A small mound of dirt near the fire suddenly sprang up and shaped itself into a rather utilitarian chair. Dumbledore tucked his wand away when had he drawn it, and sat down. I hope you don't mind me joining you. I'd been watching your progress all day, and when you set up this campfire, I felt compelled to join. He produced from his robes a plastic bag we recognized from Dudley's constant gluttony. Marshmallow. Daintily, we plucked the sweet from Dumbledore's outstretched hand. Green cast an engorgio on it, enlarging it to something more our size, before popping it into his mouth. Immediately, we understood why Dudley liked these things so much. Thanks, Green tried and failed to say, the word obstructed by the sticky, white mass in his mouth. This is a nice surprise, Dumbledore. Hagrid cheerfully spoke. Glad to have ya join us. Indeed, Blue agreed, doing a surprisingly good imitation of Dumbledore's voice, right until he couldn't hold back his chuckles. The two men smiled alongside us. It is a beautiful evening, isn't it? It would be a shame to waste it inside, Dumbledore replied. He pulled out another marshmallow, but didn't eat it. I want to see your project up close as well. And I must say, I am impressed. Especially since you made it by hand. He chuckled softly. I'm afraid my body is a bit too frail for that sort of work. Dumbledore popped the marshmallow into his mouth. You don't look or smell all that frail, Headmaster, Yellow observed. He really didn't. The outfit he was wearing gave us a surprisingly good inkling of his body shape, which had a bit more muscle mass than we'd have expected for someone his age. He couldn't compete with Hagrid, of course, but he wasn't skin and bones either. After swallowing the sticky confection, the headmaster replied. In a roundabout way, I have Hagrid to thank for that. The man in question sat up a bit more. How so, Professor? You know how I was the Transfiguration professor when you were in school, Hagrid. Well, during that time, I was writing a paper on the application of permanent biological transfiguration to repair musculoskeletal degeneration. Quite coincidentally, T's very similar to how giants build and maintain their strength. Simply observing you saved me months of effort, and allowed me to craft a spell that made exercise quite unnecessary, or so I thought. These days, I feel like I'm almost entirely held together by magic, and I haven't had the time to make a better version of the spell or fix myself the old-fashioned way. Blue and Green were paying rapt attention, entranced by the story. Given that the rest of us had an outside perspective on their thoughts and feelings, their reactions made the rest of us draw an interesting conclusion. Those two have just figured out what they want to do with their lives. Red bellowed merrily. Green and Blue gave Red a questioning look, then looked at each other. A flurry of half-formed thoughts passed between the two of them. They nodded in agreement a second later. Turning to Dumbledore, they announced, We want to be S's spell inventor SSS. Dumbledore's face practically exploded with joy. My boys, that is a wonderful choice. You two will enjoy that field so very much. Of course they will. They got all the smarts, Gray muttered. Despite his tone, it was a compliment, if a backhanded one that insulted the rest of us. We're all plenty smart, Hagrid countered encouragingly. We could be smarter, Gray retorted. Seeing an opportunity, Dumbledore pounced. Do you mean to say that your grades up until now have been you not doing your absolute best? Bloody hell, how do we answer that? Say yes, and we admit to being lazy. Say no, and that means we really are only average at best. Green sighed. Perhaps we've been a little lazy. Dumbledore chuckled. You're a 13-year-old boy. Group of boys. You're allowed to be a little lazy on occasion. But if you really want to invent spells, perhaps it's time to take after Ms. Granger a bit more. Yes, Seer. Green's hiss lasted a tad longer than usual. His head slumped a bit more than the rest of ours did. Silently, he resolved to not be like Hermione, but be better than her, such was the insult to his pride. Cheer up, Harry. You're still very young and very early into your magical education, and you're by no means behind. You can still get ahead. He paused and sniffed the air. Now, if my nose does not deceive me, I think that pig of yours is quite nearly done. It's a shame I ate before coming down, because that looks delicious. True to his words, the pig was nearly done. Dumbledore transfigured a plate and utensils for Hagrid, saving the gamekeeper from needing to venture back to his hut. Once Hagrid had taken his portion, the five of us picked up what was left of the carcass and tore into it with gusto. It was just as good as it smelled. As Hagrid and the five of us ate, Dumbledore snacked on more of his marshmallows. The conversation drifted a while from topic to topic. As it turned out, both Dumbledore and Hagrid had plenty of stories to tell. Hagrid's were, unsurprisingly, out the various beasts he frequently handled or wanted to meet. Dumbledore, on the other hand, had all sorts of stories. At one point, Dumbledore even had a house elf bring us drinks, as in, actual, alcoholic drinks. You drink petrol. A little alcohol's not going to hurt you in the slightest, especially not at your size, Dumbledore replied when we pointed that out. Even normal dragons aren't hurt by it. Interestingly, he got strangely flustered when Hagrid asked what the drink he'd served was actually called. Fire whiskey, heavy whipping cream, cinnamon, and a hazelnut, Dumbledore had described, instead of giving its name. It was thick and creamy, but deliciously spicy with a hint of combustible, ironically the whiskey part of fire whiskey. And once magically multiplied into a quantity that we could enjoy. We quickly downed barrels of the stuff faster than pumpkin juice. Seeing Hagrid and Dumbledore get slightly tipsy was funny. Sometime later, when evening had transitioned well into the night, the fire had dimmed down a good bit. But rather than letting it go out, Dumbledore replaced the mundane flame with a magical one that burned brightly despite the lack of fuel. The flame was odd, though. Its light didn't seem to impair our night vision as a normal flame did, for when we rolled over onto our back, we were greeted to the sight of a far greater number of stars than we'd expected to see. Wow, the sky is just beautiful tonight. The whole Milky Way glowed softly in the sky. We'd seen it 1,000 times during astronomy class, but just simply looking up. Dumbledore looked over at us. Harry, out of curiosity, do you know how an unplottability ward works? That's an odd question. No, why? Unplottability wards twist space and filter those who can move through it. For those who are allowed, they see everything as normal. For everyone else, they find that the hidden area is far too small and completely the wrong shape to house whatever is hidden, such that it's actually quicker for them to go around the hidden area than for us to go through it. But when you twist space like that, the sky twists as well. The unplottability ward compensates by bringing in an image of the sky from somewhere else. If you track the angle of the stars and the sun from inside Hogwarts specifically, you'll find that Hogwarts appears to be 20 kilometers south of where it actually is, at a different lock. Interesting, no? Wait, did that mean that there was a false sky over the entirety of Hogwarts? Is that what we could do once we'd learned enough magic? We knew that there was some really complex and powerful magic affecting the school, but that the sky itself was affected just drove home how extreme that magic was. Blue whistled. Bloody hell, that's an impressive piece of spell work. Does Hogwarts even teach magic on that scale? Here, Dumbledore looked rather prideful, almost smug, even. Hogwarts is one of the best magic schools in all of Europe. By your 7th year, I expect you'll have the foundation you need to cast any magic you desire, should you put in enough time and effort. And become a human animagus. Even that. We liked tipsy Dumbledore. He was really fun. Hagrid's unexpected snore cut through the night air. Figuring that we had a better solution than letting him sleep on the ground, we gently scooped up Hagrid and set him on our chest. He was almost doll-sized compared to us, and we barely felt his weight anymore. Night, Hagrid. He's worked hard today, hasn't he? Dumbledore asked, his voice softer than before. Did you know? He told us that he wanted a dragon so he could lay against it. Like it was a big dog or something. Yellow smiled, twisting his neck around until he was looking right at Hagrid. This is surprisingly comfortable. I'll leave you to your rest, then. I fear I've kept you up too late as it is. No, Blue argued. It was fun. We should do this again. If we have the time, Dumbledore agreed. Though speaking of time, could you 5 come speak with me tomorrow morning? I have a rather sizable list of things I wish to discuss with you, mostly about the immediate future. Is there a problem, Headmister? Green probed. Dumbledore shook his head, sending his long, silver beard swinging. 1 or 2, but nothing so urgent that it can't wait until the morning. Your condition presents a couple challenges. But nothing we can't plan around easily enough. And the ministry. He trailed off. No, it can wait. I'll be in my office all morning, visit as soon as you're reasonably awake and refreshed. We SSC. We'll be there. Green gave a polite nod, which came out awkwardly because we were currently upside down on our back. Dumbledore stood from his makeshift chair, which collapsed back into the dirt a second later. Then I leave you to your rest. Good night, Harry. Harry. Something poked us softly in the chest. Wake up, Harry. The thing poked us again. It kind of tickled. Annoyingly so. Grumbling, we slowly opened our eyes. At first, we couldn't see what was poking us, just the orange blue of the morning sky and the thin, cool mist that surrounded us. But, upon raising our heads, we found Hagrid forcefully elbowing us in the chest. During the night, we must have grabbed onto him. Oops. And, to make matters worse, that dream we'd had last night was perhaps a bit too vivid. Our body certainly thought so. In a single movement, we pulled the slime-covered Hagrid one way and rolled the other way, stopping when our underside was firmly on the ground. So, God, sorry, I'm Hagrid. The jumble of words, a very butchered sentence, came out of all 5 of our mouths, making a mockery of our apology. 2 of us tucked their heads our wings while the middle 3 tangled up with each other, trying to hide their shame under each other's coiling necks. For his part, Hagrid merely wiped the white gunk off his face. Harry, it's fine. Been covered in worse, he replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as if to dismiss the issue. We believed him, but Christ, this was too embarrassing for us. We whimpered. Really, I'm fine. It's perfectly natural, he insisted. Still not helping, Hagrid. The moment of silence stretched on for far too long. Eventually, Hagrid said, look, if Gray cut him off. We know. Aunt Petunia gave us the talk. Go wash off and let us be embarrassed alone. Without a word, Hagrid nodded and turned to do just that. Maybe it was because we didn't look human at all that he wasn't concerned about it, but God, that was embarrassing. If that had happened with anyone else, it would have been so much worse. Once both Hagrid was out of sight and we were sure that everything was tucked away again, and wasn't. That a useful feature for someone without clothes. We got up and slunk down to the lake to clean ourselves off. Stupid hormones. Stupid sexy dream people. Stupid sexy dream dragoness. Stupid green and red. It was them that did this to us. Or maybe it was that drink that Dumbledore gave us. That drink that looked suspiciously like, gross. Maybe that's why he never said the name. We bathed off in angry shame. The cold water wasn't nearly refreshing enough. Unfortunately, while our scales lacked the ability to blush, the human transfiguration definitely could. And while we weren't sure if it was showing by the time we made it up to Dumbledore's office, it felt like it was. We hoped we weren't, and for the sake of making sure our blush wasn't showing, we put Gray in charge of our single human face. He wasn't in charge of our feet, though. If Gray were, we definitely wouldn't have come here. He wouldn't be making us climb the stairs behind the gargoyle to Dumbledore's office. That was all red. As we entered his office, Dumbledore was there waiting for us. We couldn't bring ourselves to look him in the eye. Good morning, Harry. I trust you slept well. Wait, did he know? Doesn't sound like it, but, Gray made our head bob slightly. A lie, but as small of one as we could get. Good. I am glad you're well rested. We could hear the smile in his voice, but it was gone the next sentence. I must apologize, though. Hagrid and I often drink together over the summer, but drinking in front of you, a student, and offering you a drink was poor form on my part. Especially that drink. That last bit was muttered under his breath so quietly and so quickly that we were sure that we weren't supposed to hear it. We shook our head. It's fine. We had fun. We think our consensus spoke that. Rather than any of us in particular. I'm glad, but this is still Hogwarts, and a certain amount of decorum is warranted from its staff, Dumbledore replied. Not that it stops Snape from picking on us. We didn't say. Instead, Red grumped, Seamus and Ron's dads have taken them drinking before. While I will not comment on what their fathers have done with them, they are still Mr. Weasley and Mr. Finnegan's fathers. I'm only your guardian in loco parentis, Harry. There are things a real father can do for his sons that no teacher ever could. Why? Why did that hurt so much? We mean, that's not surprising that he said that, but why did it feel like a slap in the face? But given your very unique situation, I doubt that there is anyone who could fully give you the childhood you deserve. Loath as I am to admit it, I doubt even James Potter could be what you need right now, never mind an old man with no sons or nephews of his own. Dumbledore let out a weary sigh, and for just an instant. He looked as old and weary as he actually was. Still, help is always given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it, whether about magic or. He paused and glanced too. Wards the large window to the side of his desk. Anything else? Dumbledore turned back to us. In a very deliberate voice, he asked, "Is there anything you'd like to ask?" He knows, Blue suddenly deduced. He yanked our eyes to the window, the very window Dumbledore had been watching us from last night and could have seen us through this morning. But he didn't mention it at all. Yellow argued. Only. As soon as both Blue and Yellow were thinking about it, they together realized why he hadn't said anything. He's trying to be polite. Kind. Oh. In the span of a single thought, our personal respect for Albus Dumbledore, the man, not the professor, shot up immensely. We were still far too embarrassed to actually mention our little incident this morning, but much of the fear evaporated. "No. But thank you anyway," we eventually replied. We meant it, too. Of course. Now, that brings us to the actual first thing on my list. Regarding our efforts to give you a more stable human form, I've been corresponding with a couple of other trustworthy transfiguration masters across the country, and we think we've nearly cracked it, at least, at a theoretical level. There might be one or two major stumbling blocks we have to cross, but if those can be surmounted, we might be able to begin training you in the necessary magic shortly after the term begins. With luck and hard work, perhaps by this time next year, you'll be able to take on a human form under your own power. That's fantastic, Red bellowed. The window rattled with the power of his voice. Green, however, was more cautious. And if we can't cross Thos SS stumbling block SSS? Dumbledore nodded. We have options to get around them. Professor McGonagall is working on a list of tests that we can perform in order to draw us a road map, so to speak. At this point, however, I am almost entirely certain that we can eventually grant you the ability to split into 5 smaller bodies while remaining mentally connected. What those bodies are and how much control you have over their eventual form depends on the results of these tests. And how soon can we do them? Blue demanded. As soon as McGonagall is done. I express. ECT that will be in the next 2 or 3 days, maybe even as soon as tomorrow. Brilliant. Dumbledore nodded. From behind his desk, Dumbledore pulled out a surprisingly muggle-looking file folder. On it were 2 distinguishing marks, the Gryffindor crest, and our name, written in the loopy handwriting of Professor McGonagall. Now, the next most pressing issues all regard your future education here. They all stem from the same core question: how do I treat you academically? Education-wise, do I treat you as a singular entity, with any head being interchangeable with the others, ultimately considering you to be one student? We bristled a bit at that, but Dumbledore kept going without stopping. Do I treat you as a collective, allowing you to each attend classes but keep your grades, points, and punishments together as one? Or do I treat you as 5 independent people that coincidentally to all have the same record for their first 2 years? There are pros and cons to all 3. We're different people, we declared. The idea that he'd just treat us as one person offended us. Dumbledore made a placating gesture with his hand. I am aware. I am merely referring to the paperwork involved and how your schedule works. If we treat you as one, all 5 of you would be expected to attend classes together. You'd follow one schedule, submit one set of assignments, earn one grade, collectively earn and lose points, and share all detentions. In essence, we pretend you cannot be in 5 places at once, or, more practically, during the school day, we do not let you divide apart with the cloning spell. This is basically what you did when you were a single person. But the cloning spell was fun. It was nice to be able to split apart physically even if we were all still mentally together. None of us really like that idea, Yellow said. Understandable. The next option is to consider you a collective. Like the first, your overall grades and points would be unified, but we will allow you to split apart and attend classes that would otherwise be at the same time. Each head would get its own schedule and be assigned its own work. While I think this might be the best for you, if you all want to pursue a single career and the most efficient in terms of education, it also means that your grades are dependent on the work ethic of individual heads. If I haven't missed my guess, I suspect Blue and Green might be a bit displeased with that. The 2 named heads both commandeered our human head and made us nod. Yes, definitely. A mental poke shot across our collective, jabbing at both Red and Gray, who we knew wouldn't pull their weight if given the chance to slack off. Yellow snickered in the sidelines, but shut his trap when Green mentally glared at him. That brings us to the third option. Harry Potter is unenrolled from Hogwarts while the brothers Red, Blue, Green, Yellow, and Grey Potter are transferred in. You each get your own schedule and are required to do your own assignments. But you are all completely independent of one another. 5 students following 5 different educational paths. You might be taking your core classes multiple times, but I doubt extra lessons would hurt anyone. And, in the future, I suspect you'll each enjoy having the ability to pursue your own careers on your own merits. That option sounds the best, we think, we spoke. Dumbledore nodded, but asked, "Are you sure? I do agree with you, but I'd rather you take some time to think it over. You 5 know yourselves and each other better than anyone else on Earth. I want you to pick what you think is best for yourself." Gray didn't care, save for a desire to do as little work as possible. But in a strangely kind-hearted gesture, he also told us that he didn't want to drag us down and was therefore willing to put in the minimum required work for the third option. Red was offended at the first option, while the third option sounded enough like a challenge to get his interest. The promise of succeeding on individual merit snapped up both Blue and Green's attentions. The only one of us entranced by the second option was Yellow, the most communal of us, but he was outvoted. It didn't take us long to really figure out where we stood, and upon tallying up our thoughts and feelings, we came to the same conclusion the consensus reached a few seconds before. "We're sure," we announced. "We'd like to be individuals." "Of course, my boys." Dumbledore beamed at us. "Now, does that mean you also wish to be sorted?" Harry Potter was sorted, you 5 have not been. You could continue as Gryffindors. But from what you have told me and what the sorting hat has said, I doubt all but one of you consider yourselves Gryffindors. Am I correct? We nodded. We think we could sort ourselves. Mostly. We actually don't know where Gray would end up. A mystery for the sorting ceremony, I take it. We answered the real question behind his words. Yeah, we want to be resorted as well. It would mean putting Green in the same house as Malfoy and Snape, but ironically, we think he'd be the best of all 5 of us to deal with them. Then you will be sorted after the new first years, Dumbledore agreed. He picked up a quill and noted something down on a small pad of paper. We didn't try to see what it said. When he put his quill down, Dumbledore spoke again. On to the next topic, your dormitory. You are more than welcome to continue sleeping down in the Chamber of Secrets until such time as you can permanently maintain your transformation on your own. We can worry about your future sleeping arrangements when the time comes, but I thought I'd ask now, since we're on the topic. Would you like to stay down there? Would you like a private room in the castle to yourselves? Or would you like to bunk with your respective housemates? The chamber, definitely, we replied almost instantly. We beat the basilisk there. We claim it for ourselves. Red boastfully added. Then Green threw in his 2 cents. We're the only Parselmouth SSS in the SS school. If we're not down there, it's going to SSSIT empty. Plus, that meant we wouldn't be tempted to eat Malfoy EV. Every time we saw him sleeping only a bed away. A good point. Very well. I shall have the house elves attend to it as if it were any other room. He added to the note he'd written, then wrote a second note. The first he slid off to the side of his desk, while the latter he slipped into our folder. Now, the rest of the stuff I had to talk about still regards Hogwarts but not your education specifically. First, in a week, Hagrid will be heading down to Diagon Alley to pick up a few purchases for the school. You should accompany him to pick up your supplies. Since you've elected to be 5 students, you'll need 5 sets of consumables, potion supplies, parchment, ink, and the like. You may, of course, share textbooks, and since your current transfiguration includes clothing, you may skip the robes if you so desire. I do suggest, however, that you figure out if you will be needing a new wand or a set of new wands. Your wandless talent may be impressive, but I think I'd feel safer if you 5 each had the best control you could get. Red snickered as he suddenly pictured our human body chaotically trying to wave around 5 wands at once. It was absurd, and it got the rest of us ahing as well, enough that our laughter bubbled out into the real world. As we calmed down, Blue said, "Sorry, funny thought. But yeah, we'll do that." Good. Now, the next matter regards your aunt. All 4.5 of our smiles vanished. Several days ago, I went out to visit your aunt to inform her of your condition. From what I gather, you ran off without telling her where you were going or why. We scowled. She wouldn't care. That was not quite the impression I gathered from her. I suspect your disappearance did hurt her. Or rather, reopened Petunia's decades-old wounds. He let out a long breath. Perhaps this isn't my story to tell, but for you to understand what I'm about to ask, I must tell it. When Lily Evans was accepted into Hogwarts, I received a set of letters Fr. Petunia asking if she too could be admitted to Hogwarts. With each refusal, her letters became angrier and more desperate. At one point, Lily herself came to me, asking on behalf of her sister. It was the last time Lily ever spoke of Petunia to me. I fear I might have unintentionally broken a family. What? Aunt Petunia was envious of Mom. But she thought Mom was a freak. Like us. She hated Mom. She hated us. She didn't love us. She couldn't love us. She loved Dudley. Dudley was normal. We were a freak. We were a monster. Would she have loved us? Could we have grown up loved like Dudley? Why couldn't we? Harry. The five of us snapped to attention. Professor. Take a breath, please. We did so, and a splash of calm partially quieted the thoughts bouncing between us. Harry, boys, I must apologize. It seems, in my age, I misjudged the relationship between the two, no, 6, of you. I knew of Petunia's envy, but I mistakenly believed you would see it too. I believed you would understand your aunt, and that she would have matured enough to take pride in your abilities. Red growled dangerously, despite being merely human and him speaking in his version of a whisper. Our voice still shook the room. She despised us. He spat. And yet she nearly collapsed when I told her you'd nearly died saving the life of Ginny Weasley, Dumbledore replied calmly. Why do you tell USSS this? Green hissed, venom tainting his voice. Because I want to give you the opportunity to extend the olive branch to her. She only thinks you were ill. I wanted to invite her here. To reunite with her nephew as well as to get closure on her sister's life, Dumbledore replied. If you want, I can invite her here. If not, I ask you to at least write to her. Please, don't let this wound fester in your heart. We'd almost entirely stopped listening when he suggested inviting Aunt Petunia. The idea was almost sacrilege to us. Hogwarts was our safe haven, our sanctuary from the Dursleys. Our thoughts were almost incoherent with anger and confusion. Almost, because Gray's mind was terrifyingly cool and orderly. He knew exactly what he was feeling, malice. An idea bloomed in his head. How much did you tell Aunt Petunia about us? Gray inquired. Only that you were ill and had come to us seeking aid. It was, unfortunately, a very short conversation. Then invite her here. In fact, invite all the Dursleys. We might as well settle things with the whole family at once. The face on our transfigured body and the tone of our transfigured voice said, reluctant acceptance. Despite Gray's emotional chant of hate rage malice. Gray, it seemed, was scarily good at lying, for Dumbledore immediately relaxed and agreed. I'm glad you're willing to put such things behind you. It speaks well of your character, boys. Stab us in the heart again, why don't you? But we have to do this. Gray's right, for once. Humoring Aunt Petunia's childhood envy is not going to make things better for us. Scaring the crap out of the Dursleys, however, just might. Thank you, Professor, Gray continued, switching to a good imitation of Blue's normal tone. And thanks for telling us. Even if the truth hurts, I'm glad we know why Aunt Petunia is the way she is. The others are glad too. Of course, Blue. The real Blue balked at that. Almost nobody had addressed us individually when we were like this. And somehow Gray had done his imitation so well that it fooled Dumbledore. I'll contact them and set up a visit soon enough. Was there anything else, Professor? The now recovered Yellow asked. Dumbledore nodded. Just one more thing, and unfortunately, this is the worst news I have for you today. An unidentified body was found in Hogsmeade a few days ago. Rather than investigating it, our esteemed minister has decided to blame it on Sirius Black and has decreed that there will be even more Dementor guards out of a misguided attempt to protect you. They will be arriving later today. Bloody hell. Really? Unfortunately. Were you a normal student, I'd advise you to stay inside by the fire. Considering your nature and the time you spend outside, I have a different suggestion. Allow me to place a tracking charm on you, and then go explore the world for a few days. Give me time to see if I can talk Cornelius down again. McGonagall can meet you anywhere to perform the tests on you. The house elves can bring you food if you can't find enough for yourself. You can meet Hagrid for your trip to London if it takes that long, and your family's visit can be arranged for a later time. Oh, thanks, Professor, we said, surprised and pleased with the suggestion. Of course. He pulled out his wand and gave it 2 lazy flicks. The first spray. Da blew mist across us that otherwise didn't seem to do anything, while the latter sent a ripple through the air. As it hit our transfigured body, our robes shifted to a Muggle t-shirt and jeans, like what we wore at the Dursleys. The black t-shirt had the Gryffindor lion on it, right near where the Gryffindor emblem had been before, but otherwise, it was passably Muggle. And if you happen to make it to London before Hagrid, Gringotts can exchange galleons for pounds, while standing on a street curb and raising your wand will summon the night bus to take you wherever you need to go for a few sickles. Odd. You're just letting us run wild, Blue remarked curiously. Hogwarts isn't a prison, and it is currently summer break. Even if I did have the authority to stop you, could I? Could your family? Hogwarts soon will be unpleasant for you, and I suspect that wherever you end up, it won't be your relative's home. I trust you'll be wise regarding the statute of secrecy, especially after last year's car incident. But at the same time, I strongly doubt that there'll be a situation you can't reasonably get yourself out of. At least, one that's worse than being swarmed by hungry dementors. Point taken. And with the tracking spell, Blue began. I will know where you are at all times, Dumbledore finished. I'll check in on you on occasion if I can't get the situation resolved quickly enough. We were still reeling a bit from the news about Aunt Petunia, and the news about the Dementors had only soured our mood further. But Dumbledore was willing to let us go off on our own. That almost made up for it, and it made us respect the man that much more. We'll take our invisibility cloak, just in case. A wise choice. Now, I do believe that's all I had for you. Do stay safe, my boys. We ran off in a hurry. A very weary Minerva McGonagall half-walked, half-shuffled into Dumbledore's office, a cup full of a potent mix of witch sharpening potion, white-eye potion, and concentrated coffee in her hand. Interestingly, she was holding the cup upside down, as gravity had apparently decided that it would rather not deal with something of that potency. And despite nursing a very potent teat potion that would definitely keep her head up and eyes open, metaphorically and literally, McGonagall visibly fought to stay awake. Dumbledore immediately recognized the condition she was in. Wordlessly, his magic pushed her down into a chair and pried the drink from her hands. Minnie, please. You must stop pulling these serial all-nighters. Despite her weariness, McGonagall gave her mentor and friend an almost manic smile. I've almost got it. I'm so close. Even after the latest setbacks, I can almost taste it. You're going to give yourself a stroke, Dumbledore cautioned. You need to rest. Mr. Potter can wait a few more days. But I've got the list. She held up the sheet of parchment she'd been clutching in her other hand. You didn't have to do that just yet, Dumbledore implored. I wanted to. She suddenly snapped. Her head bobbed, and the rage was gone almost as fast as it had come. Sorry. Let me fill you in, then I can sleep. I'd much prefer you get some shut-eye now, but if you insist. Dumbledore allowed. I do. I got a letter regarding a newly discovered facet of human transfiguration, and while it does simplify the work that Harry will have to do, it also presents a number of issues. Albus. I don't think this is going to work as well as we want, McGonagall replied. There's still a slim chance, though, and I've spent the last 2 days straight teasing Ood improvement after improvement to get those odds up. She smiled, weary, yet proud of herself. And what are his odds? Before we take any measurements on them and adjust accordingly. 1 in 10 that it goes perfectly. Roughly 7 in 10 that they achieve half-transfigured but serviceable forms, and roughly 2 in 10 that their animagus forms come out crippled and disfigured. That's per head. It's entirely possible one is crippled while the others come out fine, Minerva reported. And the longer this takes, the worse off his odds are going to be. How long do we have? Albus frowned. Minerva shrugged. Months, I hope. We're working on the timescale of Harry's memory and subconscious. How well he remembers being human and how much he wants to become human have a big influence on the result. The more time he spends as a dragon and the more he accepts being a dragon, the harder this is going to be for him to change back. His form stone might be more of a blessing than we realized. I assume if we were to try to extol the value of being human again, it would help them through that transition. The Transfiguration professor cut herself off as she re-evaluated her answer. Yes and no. It depends on the head and how they react to our efforts. If they accept it, sure, it would help. But if they reject it, the threat of crippling Harry needn't be said. Both understood the consequences. Perhaps we should wait until after we perform the tests on him, Dumbledore suggested. McGonagall nodded in agreement. Where are they anyway? She asked. Dumbledore tilted his head, slightly as if he were listening to something McGonagall couldn't hear. About 20 kilometers south of Glasgow by now. McGonagall opened her mouth, then closed it. She did that again. The third time she opened her mouth. The confused expression on her face had vanished. Oh, right. You were going to send him off to avoid the Dementors. She exhaled slowly. I still think that's a wee bit foolish of you. Sending him off without accompaniment. Perhaps originally, but there was an incident last night. Harmless, physically speaking, but they needed an outlet, not to mention the turmoil our conversation brought them. I suspect Hagrid and I would not be pleasant company for him right now, and no offense, but I don't think you could help him with this either. McGonagall bristled slightly but didn't contradict him. Eventually, she forced herself to relax. You at least have a tracking spell on him and the house elves watching. I do. Minerva nodded once. And Minerva, since they are not here at the moment, there is nothing you can do right now. Please, get some sleep. Hedwig was a genius bird. Originally, we'd planned to simply follow her to Hermione's house, but after only a few minutes of flying, it became evident that her max speed and my minimum airspeed didn't quite match up. Before I could even think of a solution that didn't involve me carrying her in my claws or in my mouth. She settled down in the crook between Blue and Yellow's necks and grabbed onto a ridge of scales with her talons. After a minute of wordless experimentation, she even figured out a system to steer us by pecking at Blue or Yellow, depending on which way she wanted us to go. It was quite clever. As she settled in for the long flight, Blue caught sight of her hooting strangely with her eyes squinted oddly. Occasionally, as she started to relax, she'd squeeze her talons again and start the hooting all over again. She was laughing, we realized. Red got the joke first. I think we're the biggest package to ever be delivered by Owl. Hedwig is definitely going to have the best bragging rights among the male owls, Yellow quipped, adding to our amusement. Hedwig, queen of the male owls, rider of dragons, empress of the cloudy S's sky, Green added, much to Hedwig's delight. You lot are going to give that bird an ego so big, she won't be able to fly anymore. Blue good-naturedly stuck out his tongue at the others. Gray didn't add anything, but he smiled anyway. Hedwig was still the only one that could make him happy enough to smile naturally and without malice. Far down below us, another city slowly slid into view. Despite it being daytime, we weren't really that scared of being seen for a couple reasons. First, people rarely looked up. Oliver Wood drilled that into our heads during Quidditch practice, citing that almost half the time, players failed to score or catch the snitch because they didn't look up when they should have been. For non-Quidditch players, we'd be surprised if more than a handful of people looked up high enough to see us. Then, there was the fact that we were so high up, higher than we'd ever been on a broom. Even with all 5 of us combining our vision to look at the same spot, we could barely make out people, let alone their cars. And if we couldn't see them well, then it stood to reason that they couldn't see us well either. We'd just look like a bird or something. And if they did recognize that we were a dragon, they'd probably either imagine that they're going a bit crazy, or they'd try to tell and would get obliviated. Landing would be a bit tricky. But we already had a plan for that. When we finally got to the area where Hermione's house was, we sent Hedwig ahead to find a relatively empty and secluded spot. When she returned, we took note of where she was coming from. Then we dove. Putting our wings into overdrive, we descended faster than a free fall, gaining every bit of speed we could. Then, when we were about halfway to the ground, we activated our form stone. Clutching the satchel that had been in our claws tight to our chest, we curled up into a little ball and braced. We slammed into the ground hard. We bounced, we rolled, we slid. And then we got up and dusted ourselves off. If we'd been transfigured the normal way, we'd have broken every bone in our body. But we were shell transfigured, and for all that we looked like a normal human. We still had scales of mithril and bones of adamantium. At worst, we'd need some bruise cream, but we doubted even that would be necessary. Better yet, since we had nigh indestructible skin, our altered forms clothes which were actually fused to us were similarly tough. There was no way a t-shirt would have survived that otherwise. It was a shame that the shish L wasn't nearly as tough magically as it was physically. Our satchel was a little scuffed up though, but it was nothing a reparo couldn't mend. Better yet, nothing had fallen out. We weren't carrying much, but if we'd lost our vault key, the cloak, or the letter we'd forgotten to send to Hermione the other day, we'd have been quite upset. Giving the satchel one last dust off, we looked up to orient ourselves. We were in a small park and, thanks to the threatening clouds above, we were almost alone. Not completely, as it turned out, for there was a woman running towards us. And, if the Wakma N clipped to her running shorts was any indication, she was a muggle. Holy crap, kid, are you alright? We're fine, we said. Internally, Gray hissed, catching our mistake. Excuse me, I need to get to my friend's house. Wait, no, hang on, you just fell from the sky. Did I? Gray asked. He made us look up. Huh, knew it was getting a bit windy out. Anyway, I need to go before it really starts raining. We jogged off in the direction of the tree Hedwig was sitting in, ignoring the baffled woman behind us. Hedwig, the clever bird, flapped to a different tree as we approached, letting us just course without being obvious that we were following her. Perhaps intentionally, she led us away from the jogger and into the neighborhood that was strikingly similar to Privet Drive. Nice job, Gray, Blue complimented sincerely. That was scary, he admitted. I hate lying, makes me feel gross. And yet you're better than any of us. I know I would have messed it up badly. Yellow's state Ment came with a packet of flustered emotions shared across our consensus. Still hate it, but he hated almost everything, so that was basically normal for him. Still, we repeat, only Hedwig can get Gray to smile. And speaking of Hedwig, it only took us 3 more tree hops to get us to Hermione's street, whereupon she glided down to the small, wooden gate in front of Hermione's house. We'd never been here before, so we took a second to find the house number and the street name, just to confirm that it was her address. It was, and we strolled up to her front door, Hedwig hopping onto our arm as we passed her. We rang the doorbell. We waited. We rang it again. We waited some more. Hedwig, we eventually asked our owl, could you fly around and peek in the windows to see if Hermione and her family are home? With an enthusiastic hoot, Hedwig took off. It didn't take her more than a minute to return. The disappointed woo and a slump of her shoulders told us exactly what we suspected. So, what now? Well, we could always take the night bus to London, Blue thought, also picturing the leftover coins we had from last year and the borrowed wand we'd procured from the Room of Requirement. We go to Gringotts, get some Muggle pounds, and then investigate why Dudley likes the cinema so much. How does that sound? We could wrap Hedwig in the cloak, too, Green added enthusiastically. I like this plan. With Yellow's support, it officially became our plan of action, even before Red and Gray had weighed in. For the record, the vote was unanimous. We took a second to do something else first. From our bag, we withdrew a letter that we'd meant to send the other day and shoved it into the mail slot on the front door of Hermione's house. That accomplished, the 5 of us departed. We stopped a short distance later and stood on the edge of the sidewalk. Though we weren't entirely sure what we were doing, we followed Dumbledore's advice and raised our temporary wand. A second later, there was a whoosh followed by a loud horn that made us jump and Hedwig screech irritably. A second after that, a massive, purple, triple-decker bus rolled to a stop in front of us, the WO. RDS, night bus, boldly proclaimed on the front. As it rolled to a stop, the man standing on the back staircase announced, "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded Witcher Wizard. I am Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor for the day." Stan tucked away the paper he'd been reading from and looked at us. "No cage for our owl." "Didn't bring it," we replied. "Can we get to the Leaky Cauldron on this bus?" "Sure can. A ticket's 11 sickles." We stepped up, reaching into our satchel for the money which we had to remind ourselves not to eat. Trading it for a Reese IPT printed from the device strapped to Stan's chest, we hopped onto the bus. It was not like any bus we'd ever seen before. There were a whole bunch of random chairs, and absolutely none of them were strapped down in any way. Some of them were even upside down. This looks like fun. Red's loud thoughts bellowed in our head. He was right. It was. It was very, very fun. Well, not for Gray, but T was only because he was desperately trying to keep us from falling on Hedwig. If she hadn't been there, he still wouldn't have had fun, but he'd have had less not fun. Even with only 2 eyes at the moment. Having 5 minds worth of brainpower meant we could simply notice more things at once. Yet even with that advantage, Diagon Alley still threatened to overwhelm us with the explosion of Colo. RS and shapes that made up the massive array of shops and the crowds that flowed like water between them. Funnily enough, we remembered wishing we had 8 more eyes the first time we came here. Now, if only we could use the 8 new eyes we now had. The smells similarly threatened to overwhelm us. Between the countless apothecaries, pet stores, restaurants, and food stalls, we were basic all. Why salivating within minutes of walking in? And then the people, bloody hell. It was bad enough that we ended up blowing the rest of our money on snacks, partially out of hunger and partially to distract ourselves. And sure, the snacks tasted great, but considering what we normally ate, they didn't even fill us up in the slightest. It made us wonder just how much it was costing the school to feed us. Sure, much of our food was magically multiplied, but even then, it had to be a lot. Worse, we were still growing, and that meant so were our food expenses. We were already holding back our appetite. As much as our body would allow and supplementing the rest of our diet with rocks until we were sick of them. If our body had its way, we'd be eating a whole bunch more meat. Thus, the idea of eating even less struck us as rather unpleasant. As if agreeing, our stomach rumbled a bit, and we wondered when the last time we'd felt properly full was. Instead of scaring the Dursleys, can we just eat them instead? Red half-heartedly joked. Vernon would probably taste like that pig we had last night. Dudley would taste like marshmallow. And Aunt Petunia, lean horse meat. At least, that's what Gray pictured. We can't eat them. Gray perked up. And why not? We just can't. It would be bad. Bad as in wrong. Or would it be troublesome? Gray mused. Bad, Yellow insisted without clarification. We dropped the topic, instead choosing to move on to address Green's and Red's other contributions to our current emotional state. Namely, their rather sudden infatuation with basically everyone aged 30 and younger. For as near perfect as our transfiguration was, it was missing a particular piece of anatomy, the same piece that had caused the incident with Hagrid this morning. Given the circumstances, that was fortunate, to say the least. Could you perverts please tone it down? Blue demanded. It's mostly Reddy's fault, Green insisted. You say as you're staring at some bloke's ass. Green hesitated. It's a nice arse. A bloke's ass. So what if a bloke has a nice ass? An ass is an ass. I am confused. I think we all are. Aren't blokes supposed to like girls? Not other blokes. That just not normal. Blue paused, then did the mental equivalent of snapping his jaw shut as something occurred to him, then the rest of us. We swallowed. So, I'm actually going to make an executive decision here. We're going to the bookstore to see if they've got anything about growing up before we continue to trust anything Aunt Petunia told us. Still don't like it, though. He thought that last sentence more quietly as if muttering. Why does it matter? I'm just looking at people's asses. And tits. And tits. And armus. And shut up, Green. The point is, it's not hurting anyone. Does it matter what gender they are? But it's gross. Sex is gross. And there's only one hole down there on guys, and you know what comes out of there. Blue shuddered within us. You're both disgusting. Green and Red both scowled, but Yellow metaphorically stepped in between us. Bothers, stop it. Red, Green, you are making Blue uncomfortable. Blue, there is no need to insult them. All three of you need to just shut up. Yellow gave an authoritative snort of disdain. Chastised, the three of us he'd named slunk back deeper into our headspace. Gray, get up here with me. We're driving for now. And you three, for the next hour, nobody thinks about food or sex. Think about something productive, and if you can't do that, imagine the Queen if you need to. There was a moment of relative silence in our headspace. I bet Hagrid has a big, meaty ass. You sick little bastard. I'm going to strangle you. Shut up. Shut up. A million times, shut the bloody hell up. As he said they would, Yellow and Gray walked us towards Gringotts Bank. For as tall of a building as it was odd seeing something so crooked remain standing so strongly. But then again, every building on this street was slanted diagonally, and oh my god, we just got the joke. Note to selves, facepalming with glasses is not fun, though Hedwig certainly seemed to think it was funny. Prat. On the upside, facepalming with glasses was something to think about other than the thunder of hormones echoing through our head at the prospect of being surrounded by people who weren't old and wrinkly. And you know what else there was to think about? Money. We stepped into the bank, only to be almost overwhelmed by the scent of gold, silver, bronze, marble, gemstones, and, strangely enough, raw meat. That last one was probably the smell of the goblins themselves, and like all the other smells, it just made us hungrier. "I'm Harry Potter," Yellow said once we'd made it through the queue and to the teller. "I'd like to make a withdrawal from my vault, number 687. We produced our tiny golden key, a little piece of metal smaller than one of our scales. An idle thought, we woe. Ndered how the money locked away by this key compared to the value of our mithril scales. Dumbledore said the metal of our scales was extremely valuable. Was it possible that our own flesh was worth more than our family fortune? Someone will escort you down in a moment. The teller called out, summoning another goblin to escort us down. We followed behind. The cart ride was much the same as the last two times. A flurry of motion as the cart dove into the depths of Gringotts. Unlike those times, we weren't alone in experiencing it. The five of us screamed in delight as the cart raced ever lower. Even Hedwig, who was sitting on our head, sounded like she was enjoying the ride. As we raced down, a brief flash of light caught our eye. It was gone almost before we could tell what it was, but with 5 minds looking, the source of the familiar sight was obvious to us: fire. And in Gringotts, that meant one thing: dragons. We arrived at our vault. As soon as the door was open, we resisted the temptation to devour our treasure. Grabbed some of the gold, failed to keep resisting the temptation, swallowed a human-sized handful of coins to the utter horror of our goblin escort, and then GGED up more than enough for our Hogwarts shopping and a day or two of Muggle fun. We especially made sure we'd grabbed plenty of sickles for riding the night bus around London. Before our vault closed, Yellow asked the goblin, "Excuse me. Is it possible for you to take me down to see the dragons on the lower levels? I've never seen a real dragon before." Cue a round of internal laughter from the rest of us, minus Gray. "We're gonna get in trouble for this," Gray warned. "That would be quite improper, Gold Eater," the goblin snapped. "If you are done. Not even if we gave you a couple galleon SSS. Green inquired. He scooped up another small handful of coins. It barely made a dent in our pile. The goblin's eyes turned shifty and he looked about. After a second, he snatched the gold and deep-pocketed it so seamlessly we almost couldn't tell he'd moved. "Gringotts is not liable if you get yourself set on fire or eaten." He almost sounded like he wanted us to suffer those things. The pred, a Tory grin on his face, said much the same. This time, the cart ride was even faster. More twists and turns, even loops and rolls that were fast enough to press us into the seat despite being upside down. It was definitely as good as any roller coaster ride, not that we'd been on a roller coaster before. The track shot out into an open area above a great chasm, where it dove and spiraled back towards the cliffside. For just a moment, we had a fantastic sense of just how deep Gringotts actually went. So entranced by the depth of these caves were we that we only had a second to notice the waterfall spilling onto the track ahead of us. We had no time to react, even if we'd known what it was. Like every time we transformed, the shift and split in perspective was instant, though not terrible disorienting. But never had we transformed involuntarily, nor while riding a minecart while hurtling towards a hole in a cliff that was suddenly much too small for us. Metal shattered below us. Our shoulders slammed into the rock, painfully jarring our entire body. For a second, nothing happened, but then we slid backwards. Twisting and tumbling, we fell into the abyss. Once, twice, thrice we slammed into the wall, each impact sending us spinning in a different way, until finally, with a literally earth-shattering crash, we came to rest. Bloody hell, what was that? His voice gave us a collective, "Oh shite," moment. Yellow grasped at his neck for the pendant. It was there, but his touch did nothing. We didn't turn human again. Our form stone was broken, and we were God knows how many miles deep underground under London. This was bad. This was very, very bad. Oh, SS shite. Hedwig, Hedwig, Green cried out. Our blood went cold as ice. A distant hoot came from far above. We looked up. There, orbiting the single, distant source of light, was Hedwig. She slowly descended down, spiraling and wobbling through the air without flapping her wings. Her landing was ungraceful and undignified. But aside from being wet and having some feathers askew, she didn't look too upset. Good. You're not hurt. That's a relief. But what about the goblin that was with us? Blue suddenly realized. We looked about, but there was nobody else with us, and no body to be found. We were alone. Shite. We're dead. We're very dead. I told you so. I told you that this would be trouble. But did you listen to me? Of course not, Gray spat. How on earth could we have predicted a magic waterfall would break our pendant? Blue spat. I just meant trouble with the goblins for paying one off, but this is worse. I was still right. Gray huffed and rolled his eyes. His head started turning around searchingly. Anybody see our stuff? How can you be so bloody calm? We might have just killed somebody. Wouldn't be the first time. Gray shrugged. Nor the second, nor even the third, fourth, or fifth. Gray, what are you talking about? Professor Quirrell, Diary Riddle, those acromantulas. They can talk, so. Again, Gray shrugged. As if he wasn't just informing us of our budding serial killer habit. What's one more body? Why are you so bloody calm about this? We're killers. You're insane. We're not like this. Gray lazily spun around and looked Yellow right in the eye. Despite the softness of his voice, his reply cut through the quiet air. Bullshit. We are, and we always have been. You know as well as I do that I've always been in the back of Harry's head, one voice among many. He blinked and looked to the side. Oh, there's our bag. Our dark head made us lumber over to the edge of the ledge we'd landed on. He bent down and picked up our satchel, then placed it on our back and affixed it with a sticking charm. Gray did all this despite the storm of anger and revulsie. Oncoming from the other heads, from all of us as one. Enlightening, Green muttered, despite his upset. Perhaps that's why the hat pushed S's Slytherin SSS so hard. How can you possibly approve of this? Yellow demanded. I don't. I just SS said I understood. Green glared at Gray, then looked upwards. More pragmatically, what now? Climb, or wait for help? It was a good question. We were who knows how deep underground. In territory held by possibly angry goblins, and God knows we need another goblin rebellion to listen to Bin's drone on about. We could send Hedwig to get help, but that would take who knows how long. And how we'd get out of the bank as a dragon, never mind out of Diagon Alley or London, was a mystery. Did Dumbledore know? He'd put that tracking charm on us, so it was possible. But would that let him know we were down here? Would the goblins even let him come down here? And could he get us out, or would we have to wait until we got another form stone? We had too many questions and not nearly enough answers. Hedwig, can you fly back up? Hedwig hooted affirmatively. Good. Wait in somewhere where you can see the people coming and going from Gringotts. If you see Dumbledore, go to him. But if Gringotts closes before we get out, fly back to Hogwarts and wait there. Got it. Blue instructed. Again, Hedwig hooted a yes. She took a second to finish straightening out her feathers. And then took wing. Like the reverse of before, she slowly spiraled further and further up, leaving us alone in this deep abyss. A pained, almost pleading, screech-like roar cried out from above as Hedwig passed. It was a sound very much like our voices, and though wordless, we could feel the suffering contained within it. I have a bad feeling about this. For once, we all agreed with Gray. Without any debate, we walked over to the wall and started to climb. It was hard, the rock was fragile, and one wrong move would cause the stone to break away under our immense weight. And wrong moves we made. Several times, we lost grip with one or two of our limbs, and twice, we fell back to the ledge below. But we couldn't give up, no matter how strong our magic wings were. There simply wasn't enough room in the abyss to build up the speed for vertical flight. But, now that we think about it, there are other ways we could use our magic. Yellow, red, green, gray, each of you take a leg. Use your magic to make it stick, but release when I try to move it. Got it. Of course we did. We saw Blue come up with the idea. And of the ideas we'd had so far, it didn't sound like a bad one. Left foreleg, right hindleg, right foreleg, left hindleg, repeat. Slowly but steadily, we started climbing again. This time, now that we were able to stick to the wall rather than hang from it. Pieces broke off less frequently, and usually only one leg at a time. It was slow going, but with every step, we closed the gap between us and the open sky. Each heave of our muscles lifted. Nearly 500 tons of dragon further and further up. It took us 10 long, painstaking minutes to climb up to the next ledge big and strong enough to hold our bulk. The ledge was similar to the one we'd just left, save for the fact that there was an obvious path leading into another part of the cave system. It'd be a bit of a squeeze, but we figured we could fit down it, not that we'd planned to go down that path. Instead, we'd wanted to climb further up, but the same screeching roar came from the path, along with an irritating clanking sound. You know, I don't think I want to see the dragon's SS here anymore. Green thought to us. There was an unspoken but implicit in his tone. But we now need to. Red reluctantly agreed. Course set, we squeezed our way through the narrow gap. It wasn't far. The gap opened up into a wide, goblin-made chamber. And there, at the heart of the chamber, was a dragon. Its scales were a dull gray-white, while its eyes were a pale, milky pink. Around its neck, digging into its skin, was a heavy, rusty, metal chain. And across its body, blood wept from festering, half-healed wounds. Against the goblin with the noisemaker, the dragon recoiled in a very familiar way. We'd seen it on Dobby. We'd done that ourselves in fear of an angry Vernon. Pain was coming, the dragon whimpered. Pain was coming, screamed its body. Pain was coming, howled its soul. Suddenly, the death of a goblin didn't weigh down upon our heart nearly as much as it had. In fact, you could say it didn't bother us at all anymore. You could even go so far as to say that there as exactly one emotion we could feel at the moment. Cold, calculating rage. As much as we like to think of ourselves as individuals, we were not. We were one being with 5 perspectives, and sometimes, that worked to our advantage. Hagrid once asked us how we coordinated ourselves. The truth is, we don't. We're always coordinated by default. It works like this. Imagine a colorful light glowing in the center of our shared mindspace. This light is the will and memories of the singular collective, the sum total of the 5 of us. Whatever image this light projected was what we were thinking about. Now, imagine that this light was split by a prism, with differently colored versions of that image going to different heads. Each head saw a different version of the image, with some features highlighted or obscured by how the prism splits the colors. In each head, they adjusted the light with their lenses, their perspectives on life, focusing on different features. With their senses, they add more colors to the image they received, further refining it into something unique. And then, when all was said and done, we reflected the light back to where the prism merged our light into a single whole, the collective. This happened instantly and continuously for every thought we had. Split, shape, add, reflect, mix, repeat. When we were trying to be individuals, we slacked on the mixing step, which resulted in mismatched images and distinct thoughts for the 5 of us. But when we're trying to unify, when action trumps individuality, the plan appeared in our head almost instantly, created, modified, and reviewed by 5 different perspectives at the same time, but ultimately generated by one mind working in harmony with itself. At that moment, staring at the small, abused dragon, we were almost and I once again. And I was furious. 1. We couldn't leave the dragon here. It deserved to be free of the pain. 2. We needed out of the bank, but our secret was basically going up in flames as we spoke. If the dragon didn't burn the goblin and wizard with the noisemakers, they'd see us and our secret would only get out faster. 3. There was no way out for us that didn't involve waiting or smashing through the building above us. 4. Whatever was going to happen here, somebody would find out we existed. And 5. We smelled tasty treasure nearby. As much as we wanted it, goblins would obviously be mad about us even being down here near it. While some of those things were a tad less important than others, we considered them all. The situation as a whole needed proper attention. So, despite our fury, we waited. The dragon may have been hurt, but that was no reason to charge in to free it. Humans and goblins were quite squishy, after all. If we charged in, we might just step on them. And then we'd have to lick the gore off our feet. No, that would be troublesome. We didn't have to wait long. The wizard and the goblin moved along, both very much unwilling to stay near a mere, single dragon very long. Facing the smaller dragon as they were, they hadn't noticed us yet. Instead, they shuffled sideways towards another stretch of track and another waiting minecart. We forced ourselves to wait until we were out of our considerable fireballing range. As soon as they were out of sight, we moved. We closed in on the dragon, which recoiled at the sight of us and curled away defensively. It was a small, gangly thing, with arms and legs thinner and bonier than ours. While it was only 3/5 our size, it probably weighed 1/10 as much, judging by how it moved. We could have smashed its bones easily. Instead, we grabbed its head to lift it up and hold it still. Yellow and Blue reached their necks under our arms and nipped at the chains around its neck with their teeth. The chain links broke away with ease. Then we pulled back, giving the dragon space. It shuffled around a bit, experimenting with its sudden freedom. As the realization dawned on it, it looked up to the light far above. For a second, its gaze darted back to us. "Thanks. You're welcome," Green hissed back, before realizing that none of the rest of us could directly understand what they'd just said. The rest of us had only heard untranslated parcel tongue, and now finally understood how weird it sounded to everyone else. "Can you climb?" The pale dragon's eyes shot back up, this time mapping a route to climb. "Yes." It trudged forwards, grabbing onto the rock face nearby. It started to climb, and though it was slow at first, as the dragon loosened up its muscles, its pace accelerated. We started climbing as well. But as we noticed the broken cart track above us, if we'd fallen a little differently, we would have landed here. An idea came to us, born from that revelation. We climbed up a little higher. Then launched ourselves off the wall. Our body crashed into the center of the stone circle the other dragon had been chained in, smashing the floor. We flailed a bit, TTING stone with claws and smashing the rock with our tail. From each of our heads, we breathed massive jets of white-hot flame, lightly liquefying the surface of small patches of stone and scorching the rest. Lastly, we shredded the chain that had held the other dragon. It only took a few seconds to make it look like there'd been a fight. And to better sell the lie, we shot flames at each other, coating our scales in soot. And nipped at each other to scratch our scales. Sure, it was a last-minute idea, but if we'd accidentally freed the dragon after falling right in front of where it slept and fighting a bit, that wouldn't look nearly as bad. Green was a bit smug as we resumed our climb. Following the same trail that the pale dragon had taken, it didn't take much effort to catch up to it. Hell, at the slow pace it was climbing, we could have easily passed it. We didn't, though. Our initial rage, having faded to a dull roar, slid to the back of our minds to make way for more practical thoughts. Namely, how the hell we were supposed to get out of here, both physically, if crashing through the building wasn't an option, and without violating the statute of secrecy. And unfortunately, we found the idea of simply waiting down here for Dumbledore undesirable. An aside, one of the first things they taught us at Hogwarts was about the statute of secrecy, and more importantly, the common magics used to hide the existence of magic from muggles. They also taught us how to exploit said magics where they'd been put in place. Relevant to us in our current situation was the haze, something we only just remembered the name of now even though we'd sort of been aware of from the beginning of this whole dragon thing. Basically, it was a very subtle spell that covered the whole globe. Had made it harder for non-magical people to see flying objects that contained magic. The higher the magical source, be it object, person, or creature, the harder it was to see even if you were looking right at it, which compounded the visual difficulties imposed by distance. The haze had been why we'd dropped from the sky earlier today, rather than landing. But now that we were underground, smack dab in the middle of London, the haze wasn't going to help us in the slightest. Basically, that left us but two options: leave Gringotts and fly away, risking the statute, or leave Gringotts and wait in the alley for Dumbledore. Option 2 sounded like a great idea. As if. None of us were keen on waiting around and letting wizards take shots at us, especially not after the other dragon came out and scared them to death first. And we're fairly certain that even though Green can talk to the dragon, he's nowhere near convincing enough to keep the dragon from flying off on its own and sink. E1 dragon's already going to cause a mess, what more is a second one going to do? We climbed onwards, staying just behind the rescued dragon. We had to make it to the top, but we also needed our companion to emerge first, that way it wouldn't be our fault. A familiar rolling and clanking sound caught our ears. We turned a few heads just in time to see a minecart with a goblin and a wizard on it. Yellow's eyes went wide, and in a panicked voice, he incanted, Arresto momentum. The cart slowed, stopped, and then bounced back a little before coming to a full stop as if it had hit a giant sheet of rubber. The occupants tumbled forwards but thankfully didn't fall out of the cart. The hooded wizard had his wand in his hand a second later and was aiming it right at us. We could smell the nervousness and adrenaline coming off him. A very animalistic fear, despite his seemingly calm demeanor. His goblin companion was much more visibly agitated at the sight of us. The track's out ahead. Don't fall to your death, okay. Message delivered and lives saved. Yellow silently signaled for us to keep climbing. The other dragon hadn't gotten that much further ahead, so we quickly caught back up to it. The light coming from above was growing brighter with every foot we climbed. And rather than slowing down with fatigue, our draconic companion was invigorated by the light at the end of the vertical tunnel, so to speak. It slowly picked up speed, climbing faster as it became surer of its footing. We matched pace. In the back of our collective mind, we silently prayed that Dumbledore would be waiting there for us. Hopefully, he'd be there by the time we made it to the top. Hedwig was a clever owl. She knew this, both from her own experience and the repeated compliments of her now quite numerous owners. But no amount of cleverness could help any owl track down a human that could move so swiftly and so erratically over long distances. The magic that had been cast on her as an owlet made that a non-issue. No, what made Hedwig so clever was what she could glean from what she could perceive, and that spell was much like any other sense. That mystical sense of distance itched. Her maw, Sturs had told her to first find Dumbledore if he came to the bank, and to wait for him there. Thus, her talons itched if she attempted to lift them off her perch and stopped itching if she stayed grounded. At the same time, the feathers on her forehead and between her wings on her back both itched as well, the former on a spot that always pointed towards Dumbledore and the latter with an intensity that she could translate to distance. Judging by how intently the spell was trying to urge her onwards, Dumbledore was still at Hogwarts, Hedwig divined. She fluttered her wings irritably, drawing the annoyed gaze of a goblin below. The foul sneer he shot her way, on top of her own frustration, sorely tempted Hedwig to relieve herself upon her desk. She'd never do that, obviously, she was far too civilized a bird to do such a crass thing, but the idea nevertheless amused her and made the wait a little bit more bearable. A super high-pitched shriek filled the air. Below, goblin ears twitch. And gazes turned towards the hallway that lead to the minecarts. The humans in the bank didn't react to the sound, save for one scruffy, scarred man who clutched his ears in pain, but even they noticed the change in atmosphere. The sound cut off a moment later, much to the snowy owl's relief. As she settled in to wait for Dumbledore, she suddenly noticed that the navigation spell was pulling her in a completely different direction and that her target was now much closer. Hooting in relief, Hedwig spread her wings and dive-bombed the way her magic was guiding her. Unfortunately, a closed door was all that remained between her and her master's headmaster. With reckless abandon, she threw herself at the glass, scratching at it with her talons for as long as her momentum allowed, then herself before she could tumble to the floor. She swooped around and struck again, then a third time before the door finally opened. Hedwig paid no heed to the goblin, flying right past him in order to land on old wizard's shoulders. She screeched urgently, though at a politely soft volume, directly into the man's ear. Hedwig, Dumbledore remarked. Did the boys send you? Who? She agreed. She nipped at his ear and tugged forwards, urging him to move. Are the boys down below? Dumbledore asked. Again, Hedwig hooted in agreement. And again, she urged him forwards. And I've already explained, the goblin grumbled. You are not allowed in the caverns unless you have financial business with Gringotts Bank. The wards redirecting your apparition should have been hint enough. A moment, Mr. Nigrak. Hedwig, how are they? Hedwig, being a rather clever owl, flared her wings, adjusted her body to expose the surprising length of her legs from under her feathers, craned her head back, and let out the deepest screech she could muster. Dumbledore, being a rather clever human, understood immediately. Oh dear. Expecto Patronum. Boys, Hedwig told me of your situation. Stay where you are. And 5 amplifying charms on red should be sufficient to call out from any depth. The Phoenix Patronus nodded once, then soared away on ethereal wings, passing through the walls as if they were nothing but air. Dumbledore turned back to Nagrak. At a significantly more sedate speed, as if he weren't quite flustered, Dumbledore softly intoned, "My apologies, Mr. Nagrak. You see, one of my students is down in your caverns. And given his rather unique circumstances, I suspect that you'll see the fiscal necessity of escorting me down below to retrieve him soon enough." In fact, Dumbledore held up 5 fingers, then lowered one. Then a second. Then a third. Upon reaching the count of 5, the earth shook. A voice boomed from everywhere at once. It had such an intensity that it drowned out everything else, made people's eyes go blurry, and deafened the ears to such an extent that it was more easily understood by the rattling of one's skull than the vibrations the eardrums were coming up. All 6 of us. Quote, like a foghorn in an echo chamber, an analogy very near the truth, the sound reverberated on and on. As the sound bounced up and down the caverns below Gringotts, the bank shook again and again and again, each iteration blurring more and more into the next until it faded into a dull roar, then naught but the ringing of ears and a fading rumble that tickled the feet. Out of the corner of her eye, Hedwig saw Dumbledore's mouth move but heard no sound. At least, not at first. A tap of his wand and proper, reasonable sound returned, and with it, blissful quiet. At least until the high-pitched alarms started again. If the language of owls included cussing, she would have at that moment. Note to self, experiment with less destructive applications of exponential self-cast spell stacking. The professor muttered. He shook his head a little. Pointing his wand at the goblin, he restored his hearing. I think, when my multi-ton, accidental earthquake-inducing students are involved, the survival of the bank building itself is an appropriate case of financial business, wouldn't you agree? The goblin, already pale, nodded vigorously. The goblin, owl, and wizard promptly hurried from the office and into the chaos of the rest of the bank. Unbeknownst to the latter two, the same thought passed through their heads at exactly the same moment. Who was the 6th? Ow ow ow. Let's never do that again. Yellow hissed. None of us could hear a thing, but we didn't need sound to understand one another. Agreed, the rest of us said. Though we couldn't hear it, we could feel the rasp of Red's destroyed voice. We could also feel his vocal cords slowly knitting themselves back together, a distinctly alien sensation. We hoped Dumbledore got the message. Because that was one thing we wouldn't, and for the time being, couldn't, try again. The dragon above us had put on even more speed now that it too had recovered. No doubt it was just as eager to avoid being in the blast radius as we were unwilling to set off another sound bomb. At least Professor Dumbledore was up there. That was one less thing to worry about, even if we were currently disobeying him by climbing up. While blue and yellow justified our disobedience with the argument that the other dragon might cause excessive damage if we didn't climb with it to keep it out of trouble, red, green, and gray simply didn't care about that. They just wanted out of this hole. Hopefully, nobody would get hurt by us releasing the other dragon. Now that we'd had a moment to calm down, we see that we may have been a bit rash. Don't get us wrong, we'd do it again in a heartbeat. The goblins still pissed us off, and we're not going to chain this dragon back up, but we do acknowledge that perhaps this wasn't the best idea. Gray started rehearsing our lie. The rest of us kept climbing. Albus. Professor Dumbledore. The 2 calls occurred almost simultaneously. The individuals seeking High's attention glanced at each other as they converged on him and recognized one another. Bowing to Kingsley Shacklebolt's authority as an Auror, Remus Lupin allowed the officer to speak first. What's going on here, Albus? The Auror inquired. The bloody hell was that? Perhaps the most potent sonorous charm I have ever had the displeasure of experiencing, the headmaster replied. His wand was drawn and, to the other 2 men, he seemed inordinately focused on the grated floor before them. The goblins scurrying around them didn't seem to interest the old wizard in the slightest. A sonorous charm, Albus. I saw goblins with blood flowing from their ears, Kingsley stated. Maybe it was just a sonorous, but I doubt the goblins are going to see it that way. Shack, you can't seriously be implying that? Remus questioned, only to trail off and glance meaningfully at his surroundings. I doubt it will come to that, Albus remarked, not breaking eye contact with the floor. If anything, his stare intensified. On his shoulder, the snowy owl picked up the same subtle sensations and fluttered her wings eagerly. But, as it stands, I think we have a more pressing issue. He took a step back, then another. And then suddenly spun on a dime and broke out into a surprisingly panicked sprint. As he passed between Kingsley and Remus, Albus flicked his wand out to magically yank them back with him. It was not a moment too soon. The floor shook, and then a massive, scaly, white head erupted through the grated floor. Cries of "Dragon!" echoed through the bank, but the beast's cacophony nearly drowned them all out. Kingsley and Remus both snapped their wand arms to attention and shuffled back, frantically trying to get away without turning their backs to the firebreather. The headmaster's reaction was, by contrast, far more subdued. A sixth, indeed. He too raised his wand to defend himself from the, comparatively small, Ukrainian ironbelly. Only, a hissing noise from below caused the dragon to pause, incline its head, and then gaze up to the skylight above. In an instant, it lost all interest in the edible people around it, its attention wholly focused on the sky. It let out a sound like a squawk, a hiss, and roar all at once. Its claws reached up, crashing through the glass. Dumbledore flicked his wand, emitting a wave of force to protect the trio from falling debris. But beyond that, he made no move to stop the dragon, unlike Kingsley, who fired off an ineffective stunner at the dragon. Instead, the headmaster's gaze focused on the rain of debris still coming down, while his magic warded people from injury. Above them, the dragon paused for a moment, breathed deeply, and then spread its wings. With a thunderous clap of displaced air, the behemoth took to the sky. Kingsley, I do believe we're going to need the Obliviators. And dragon tamers, Remus added. Tell me about it. Without another word, Kingsley Shacklebolt vanished with a crack. A dragon, Remus remarked after a moment's silence. Not how I expected today to go. Glad I ran into you, Professor. It's good to see you. And you as well, Professor. Remus smiled at Albus's reminder of his new title. But I'm afraid we're not quite done. Remus followed Albus's gaze back to the hole. The sound of breaking rock and heavy breathing was the only warning they had before 5 heads, each one larger than the other dragons, squeezed through the hole. Professor Dumbledore. Hedwig. Brilliant. The professor's eyes bored into each of us in turn before quickly moving to the next. It felt, for a moment, as if he were casting judgment upon us and had, one by one, deemed us a disappointment. A knot formed in our stomach, and in that instant, we wanted nothing more than to climb back down into the hole. Then the moment was over and Professor Dumbledore was once more merely our headmaster. Hello, boys. On his shoulder, Hedwig hooted her greeting as well. Sorry about all this. Our stone broke when. Dumbledore raised his hand, cutting off our explanation. We can discuss what happened later, Yellow. For now, if you would allow me. He held up his wand. We, like all dragons and giants, had a layer of magic just inside our skin that reinforced our bodies. It's what let us fly, let us heft our mass around, and, most relevant to the situation at hand, gave us our magical resistance. But, that resistance was controlled by our magic and, indirectly, our intent. The form stone had worked as well as it had because we were the ones activating it, implicitly giving it permission to affect us. Even Dumbledore, as powerful as he was, struggled to affect us when we actively resisted him. Instead, we nodded, granting him permission to cast upon us. A wave of familiar energies, invisible yet not undetectable, rippled out of his wand and across our body. The spell snapped into place, only for us to drop as our suddenly much smaller body was too small to reach the ledge we'd been holding onto. We flared our wings, which unexpectedly hadn't vanished with our transformation, and flapped back up to the now much larger hole. It was like flying through watery jelly. Our much smaller and much weaker wings found the air almost thick. Each flap felt like 10 normal ones and propelled us a fraction of the distance. Imagine our surprise when we found Dumbledore standing with an outstretched hand, palm up, and discovered that we could fit inside said palm. We landed there, if for no other reason than the novelty of being that tiny. Sorry for the mess, Professor, Yellow squeaked. His voice came out quiet and absurdly high-pitched. Red snickered at that, only to clamp down on his mouth with our claws when his voice came out adorably squeaky as well. I'd say it is all right, Dumbledore remarked. Even as he flicked his wand and set the debris to repairing itself, but I feel that the goblins might disagree. Hedwig. Our owl hooted questioningly. Be a dear and take the boys back to Hogwarts for me, wouldn't you? I'd fly there without stopping if I were you. In one smooth movement, Hedwig took wing and snagged our tiny body from the headmaster's hands. With our body no bigger than a mouse, Hedwig's talons gripped us terrifyingly tightly. For the first time in our life as a dragon, we flew under someone else's power. Let us tell you, it's nowhere near as fun. In fact, it's not fun in the slightest. We had just enough time to see the angry, spear-wielding goblins approaching Dumbledore before Hedwig carried us out of the bank. We hoped he'd be all right. We hoped we hadn't caused him too much trouble. But to be entirely honest, we doubted it, and that fact hurt more than our bleeding ears. It wasn't until we were flying in Hedwig's talons that we noticed something odd. Being flyers ourselves, we were intimately familiar with geographical distances as seen from the air, both as a broom flyer and a winged one. But it wasn't until we gained our wings that we truly understood how fast, or slow, as the case may have been, our mail was. Hedwig, when burdened by the weight of a package, could only fly about as fast as a car inside a city, and not as fast as they could go on the motorway. What's more, she had to stop every few hours to eat or drink just to survive the exertion of crossing significant distances. And as far as we were going, it wouldn't have surprised us if she were to fall asleep somewhere along the way. But the fact that we made it back to Hogwarts before sunset, that did surprise us. Interestingly, it was Dumbledore's explanation of Hogwarts's charms from the other night that clued us, mainly Blue, in on what was happening. That, and seeing so many owls flying together. There were paths in the sky. We'd have never been able to find them without Hedwig's guidance. But once we were there, we could easily smell the magic. While in that airborne path, the ground below seemed to squish without really squishing, if that made any sense. Everything appeared the same as it always had, and yet everything seemed closer together in the direction we were moving. The wind wasn't any stronger than normal, so we doubted we were actually going any faster. But the ground sped below us with unnatural swiftness. A part of us, though not any one head in particular, wished those sky paths didn't exist, at least not right now. A part of that part was shame. We couldn't have known about that waterfall, nor could we have predicted the spell breaking. And yet, we felt so foolish and reckless. It wasn't our normal brand of foolishness either. Riding the minecart deeper wasn't brave or heroic, it was only foolish. And now, we'd made a bloody mess for Dumbledore. But the majority of us did want to get back to the castle, if only to take a quick dip in the lake, grab something to eat, and then fall asleep. Today had been a long day, and honestly, despite the fact that the sun was still up, we were actually quite ready to curl up in the Chamber of Secrets and sleep. And with the adrenaline of the day fading, our eyes were quickly getting heavy and our necks were droopy. Yellow mumbled to Hedwig, "Give us a squeeze when we get there, all right, girl." Hedwig hooted softly. We were asleep a few minutes later. Our dreams were fitful, but quickly forgotten. We awoke to find ourselves lying on a familiar wooden table, one that had, amusingly, already played host to a dragon of similar stature. Above us, Hagrid loomed more than he ever had when we were human, yet his eyes were as full of warm amusement as we'd ever seen them. Off to the side, Hedwig paused her eating, a mouse tail hanging out of her beak. She jerked her head in Hagrid's direction. Only once she saw that we understood did she swallow the rest of the mouse. She half spread her wings, sagged her body, and looked up, obviously blissed out by mousy goodness. Hagrid sure knew how to make animals happy. We supposed that that was why Hedwig delivered us to him. "Evening, boys." Hagrid chuckled deeply, yet softly. "Never thought I'd see you knee-high to a bowtruckle again." "It's a long SS story," Green muttered. Stepping over to the area of his hut that served as his kitchen, Hagrid started, "No." Resumed, tending to the hot pan. The fragrances of cooking meat and heated spices slowly tickled our noses, faintly making themselves known above the scents of the dried meat and spices he kept in his cupboard. "There's hot water in the kettle. You lot think you can manage the tea at your size?" Blue huffed. "Yes, we can make the tea." To be clear, he was saying that yes, we were able to do so. But he went ahead and proved it by making the tea. Simple levitation proved a sufficiently dexterous replacement for human-sized hands. Sugar. Cream. 1 cube, blue. Plop, 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 went the second cup of tea. We stirred Hagrid's with the single teaspoon while our tail stirred ours. How long were we asleep? The half-giant shrugged. Didn't really pay attention. Not too long. The movement of his tongs revealed his dish to be sausages. They smelled delicious, though all of his cooking did nowadays. While we wouldn't say no if he offered some, and he probably would. We didn't ask for any. What's it like being small anyway? I always wondered. Gray thought about quipping you were a kid once, but then we remembered that we'd seen Hagrid when he was our age thanks to Voldemort's diary and knew that he'd been taller than everyone at Hogwarts by at least a couple of feet since day one. He'd never been small. We'll tell you as soon as we figure it out ourselves. Came Red's tiny, squeaky, and still somewhat pained voice. Remembering that we had something of a remedy for that last bit, Red dunked his head in the half-giant-sized teacup and slurped away. While not as warm and bracing as fire, the drink did ease his pain. The rest of us tried not to laugh at him and how silly he looked, and Green almost succeeded at it too. Of course, having seen it through our eyes as well. The stream of bubbles in the tea gave away Red's mirth. We lapsed into silence after that. Yellow figured Hagrid thought it was a comfortable silence, if the Ma's relaxed expression was enough to go by, but for the rest of us, it was a silence born more of fatigue than anything. For that moment, the quiet left us feeling little at all. Gray was the one who broke the silence. We messed up. We didn't tell him that we believed a goblin had died. We carefully avoided even hinting at it. But we did tell him of the destruction we caused, and how much trouble we think we got Dumbledore in. Shame, actual, genuine shame, was not something that we were used to feeling. Rage, at ourselves and at others, we knew as well as any other stressed-out 13-year-old boy. But shame, for that, we needed someone whose opinion we actually cared about enough. Before this summer, not even Hagrid had been close enough to us to really let us feel this level of shame. Red, Green, and Gray seethed inside us. They despised feeling weak and worthless and pathetic. Just this morning, when we'd awoken after we'd made a mess of ourselves on Hagrid, we thought we knew shame. That was just embarrassment. Blue and Yellow didn't like it either, but they continued our confession regardless of what the others thought. And in the end, it was probably for the best. Hagrid scooped us up in his huge hands and held us close to him. Harry, it'll be all right. Professor Dumbledore will get everything sorted out. I've known him since I was her age. And I've never seen him get angry at anyone. We curled up in his hands. They were slightly greasy and smelled of meat and spices, but they were also warm and his magic tickled our senses. It felt like being hugged all over. He is hugging us, Yellow noted. We're not sure which one of us thought it, but as we curled up and tucked our heads under our wing to hide the tears, we wondered if this was what it was like to have a parent that actually cared. We didn't see Dumbledore again for 3 days. We smelled him in the castle, but his scent was weak, as if he were just spending the bare minimum amount of time at Hogwarts before leaving to do whatever it was that was keeping him occupied. The first indication that something was seriously wrong came not from Dumbledore, but from Professor Flitwick. The man, who usually wore a smile everywhere he went, wasn't smiling. In his hands, he held a crushed copy of the Daily Prophet. It was obvious that the words within had made him upset, but about what, we didn't know. We hoped our suspicions were wrong, though. Pausing our morning feasting, we followed him to the teacher's table. Once more, we were human in form thanks to the very woman Flitwick was approaching. He set the paper down in front of her and muttered softly, "I'll have to speak to the headmaster about this. If this happens, I don't know if I'll be able to stay neutral and stay here, as much as I'd want to." She looked down at the headline, then slightly less down to look at the charms professor. Phileas, I. McGonagall then glanced our way, noticing us watching them. "I think we should have this discussion at a later date." Flitwick started to respond, then followed her gaze. "Oh, yes. After breakfast, Minerva." The witch gave a quick nod. Nodding back, Flitwick grabbed the paper off the table and scurried off with only a curt greeting in our general direction. He exited the Great Hall a moment later, leaving us alone without Transfiguration Professor. Was Hat something we should be concerned about? Blue inquired. Yellow seized our single, human mouth and added, Professor Flitwick looked upset. McGonagall pushed her glasses up her nose and sighed. "No, Potters, it's not. Please don't worry about Professor Flitwick. It was spoken as a command, not a request. A well-meaning command, sure, but we could tell she really wanted us to keep our noses out of his business. Unfortunately for her, her own copy of the Daily Prophet sat on the table in plain sight. It took a second to read it upside down, but by the time she'd followed our gaze and tucked the paper away, we'd already read the headline. Ministry-Goblin relations deteriorate after Gringotts dragon escape. 4 of us went, oh. Blue muttered, the one time I wish bins wasn't useful. The sun wasn't bright these days. Well, it was, but it didn't feel like it. The Dementors had arrived, and while we could barely feel them in the castle and couldn't sense them at all while in our chamber, out on the grounds, the world felt a little grayer. Gray, the head, was the only one of us who didn't notice. He saw the effect inflicted upon us from an outside perspective, but he himself felt no more miserable than usual. It was nice, relatively speaking, that we only became 4/5 depressed when exposed to the outer edges of a Dementor's aura. The reason we were outside, yet still within Hogwarts grounds and not flying away from the Dementors, was that McGonagall was finally ready to do her tests on us. We couldn't have any magic on us, which meant leaving our newly remade formstone aside. We may have still fit in the Great Hall and the entrance hall while untransformed, but the doors were getting a little tight. Plus, with how heavy we were now, our talons tended to scratch up the magically reinforced stone of the castle. Spell after spell flew out of her wand at us. Sometimes, she'd smile and quickly jot something down in her notebook. Other times, she'd scowl and scratch something off. Occasionally, she'd coach us on a spell to perform on ourselves, and while we weren't sure what they all did, we had a guess. Blue and Green, upon discussing it with each other, came to the conclusion that she was trying to understand how our body and magic interacted. More specifically, whether it was our body, our soul, or some external magic that had resulted in us having the shape we did. And what it would mean for us to change it. McGonagall gave us an 8 out of 10 on our assessment. She promised to show us the letters that explained her methodology later, then went back to analyzing us. It was a little unusual for Professor McGonagall to not directly answer one of our questions, but she seemed anxious, so we didn't press the issue. Eventually, she concluded, it's a little worse than I'd hoped. But far better than I feared. Don't sugarcoat it, Professor. Will we ever be able to be human again? Blue asked. Human-ish. The chances of you becoming completely human are small, not zero. But not likely either. I'm almost certain that all 5 of you will get stuck somewhere along the process, not completely human but not completely dragon. How far you get depends on your personality. Like any animagus transformation, she explained. The whole time, she'd been flipping through her notes as if confirming her words as she spoke. When you say, stuck, what do you mean? Green probed. I'll only be able to guide your animagus form so much before it solidifies, I think, McGonagall said, flipping through her notes yet again to confirm. Yes, you'll still have 2 forms. One is you and one a mix of human and dragon. A bit like this. Suddenly, McGonagall shrank until she was barely 2 feet tall. Her head became a tabby cat's, a tail sprouted from under her similarly shrunken robes. And her hands became fuzzy. Despite that, she was still recognizably human in profile. It was like how Hermione had been with the bad Polyjuice, only a more seamless mixing of cat and human traits. She curtsied once, then shot back up to her original size and form. Impressive. Blue complimented. Having done some reading of our own on the animagus transformation, we knew that the magic tended to dislike being stopped in the middle, and animagus's magic wanted them one way or the other, but not both. So we'll all be like that. Thank you. And yes, you will. To answer your next question, I do mean that each of you will have a separate human form of your own that is some mix between human and dragon. There's still some degree of unpredictability, but that's true for the original transformation. She flipped her notebook closed. Personally, I'm interested in how you'll manage to split apart and rejoin together. I'm confident it will be safe, but that doesn't mean it won't be interesting. Quote. An unseasonably chilly and strangely lifeless wind chose that moment to sweep across the grounds. As it blew past us, a bit of color seemed to leach from the world, leaving everything a little duller than it had been before. We, including McGonagall but excluding Gray, shuddered. Why don't we head inside now? I have what I need. We agree. The Dementors are unpleasant. McGonagall snorted mirthfully. Understatement of the century, Potter. We summoned our form stone and draped it back around Yellow's neck. One pop later, we strolled on human legs. Behind McGonagall as we retreated back to the warmer castle. Our mood following the reveal that we could get human-ish and, more importantly, separate animagus forms lasted through the day. It dimmed slightly the next morning when McGonagall told us that the most unpleasant part of the process was the only part that hadn't been changed. Starting at the end of the month, on the full moon, we'd to wait for a whole month with a mandrake leaf in each of our mouths. We could charm it to stick and to resist fire without issue, but while the leaf itself would become flavorless after barely an hour, the charms wouldn't. We tried the spells just to see and wound up with a disgusting combination of mint and rotten eggs. The flame-freezing charm turned out to be the egg flavor, but that meant we'd either have to deal with the flavor or risk losing a month of progress if even one of us exhaled too hard. Our mood dimmed further when we finally saw Dumbledore. He looked tired. Very tired. Smaller, too. As if he filled less space with his presence. The deepest part of us all, consensus, did not like it, although not for the reason our past self would have thought. To see him diminished, tarnished, irritated us. As he should have been stronger. Blue wondered where these thoughts were coming from. Yellow suggested we should start meditating to figure ourselves out before school started, just in case. Our irritation was on top of the more normal reactions like shame, concern, and curiosity. We only noted the annoyance because it was the only emotion that hit us all equally. We made a note of it. But then moved on to more pressing matters. Headmaster. Red bellowed, transfigured robes flapping as he sprinted over to the wizard. The rest of us followed behind. We didn't mean to do that. We're sorry that we made such a mess. The rest of us, Gray included, nodded vigorously in agreement. To our relief, Dumbledore didn't look angry, just incredibly weary. Accidents happen, boys. I trust a lot of you together are wise enough to figure out what you did wrong yourselves. 5 heads are better than 1. We know. Gray didn't make eye contact as he spoke. We did. And have. You been kept abreast of what's going on? The headlines this morning were worse than yesterday. The bank had already been repaired, without curses being involved. A single wizard had fixed the bank. With a handful of mending spells, but his doors had been locked since the bank had closed the afternoon we broke out. After a couple days without access to their money, the wizards and witches of the United Kingdom were getting impatient and demanding answers. Unfortunately, Blue remarked, while I have no doubt that the situation will be eventually resolved, though whether or not it would take suppressing another rebellion to solve remained unspoken. We do have a slight problem, Dumbledore confessed. What problem? Can we help? Yellow inquired. Dumbledore shook his head. The Hogwarts' primary finances are housed within Gringotts. These are the funds with which the school pays its staff and, more relevantly, purchases supplies. It took a long second to connect the dots, but when we did, it felt like that time when Dudley had kicked us in the nads. No money meant that the frequent food purchases the house elves made to feed us wouldn't happen anymore. In short order, we'd literally eat through every last piece of food here. We'd literally eat through the last money Hogwarts would have until a goblin rebellion was averted or stopped, and it was all our fault. S's scales SSS. Green suddenly exclaimed. The rest of us immediately saw his logic. USS said our SSSCALESSS were mithril. We've been SS saving the one SSS we SS shed. Dumbledore smiled warmly. While your generosity is immensely appreciated, it doesn't solve our issue. The only creatures in the UK that can work mithril are the goblins, Blue finished. Bugger. Can we sell them abroad? Yellow pitched. Probably not, Gray, of all of us, replied. By way of explanation, he chucked a memory at the rest of us, Uncle Vernon complaining to house party guests about customs and tariffs on imported metal. The implication, trying to move a metal as rare as mithril across the border and then trying to sell it would attract all kinds of unwanted attention from the government and would cut into how much money we could make. And that was assuming we found a buyer. Bugger. Red repeated, a bit louder this time. A 5-way debate broke out in our minds, vocal speech discarded as we drew up then promptly discarded plan after plan. Within a minute, we'd settled on 3 basic outlines. 1. Stay here and live of rocks and acromantula. Hagrid would not be happy, the acromantulas would not be happy, and we wouldn't be happy. Having to hunt in a forest. But, we could do it. 2. Roam the countryside and hunt what we could. Again, this was doable and we already did it a little, but we couldn't hunt too much in one area. There just wasn't enough easily accessible game, and our hunting skills were subpar. Never mind the muggles that might see us. 3. Go with Charlie to the Dragon Reserve in Romania. On the surface, it sounded like the best idea. We'd brought the idea up with Ron and Charlie before when our fear was that we'd never be human again and were thinking about where we could live. We'd need to write some letters to check things, and we had to hope that nobody made the connection between us and the bank incident, which was unlikely, but it was perhaps the best option. Best long-term option would be more accurate. The sheer distance between here and Romania made getting to and from there a potential nightmare. Realistically, we were stuck with options 1 or 2, which both basically amounted to: you can sleep at Hogwarts, but you're on your own for food. Reluctantly, we said to the headmaster, we can take care of ourselves for food. You can still have our scales, even if you can't sell them yet. Sheer relief flashes through Dumbledore's eyes for the briefest of moments, before his normal, serene smile appeared for the first time today. I had not wished to ask, but your help is greatly appreciated. Red, blue, yellow, green, and gray. He met each of our eyes as he said our names. We wouldn't have needed to help if we hadn't asked to go deeper into the caves. Gray bitterly muttered. Gray, none of you could have predicted that this would have happened. Yes, you took a risk, but not even I know all the protections Gringotts has, or how they would interact with spells on yourself. I couldn't have predicted it. The papers SS saying that another goblin rebellion might happen. A major one this time. Green crossed his arms. People will suffer because of USSS. Dumbledore clasped his hands together, causing them to disappear into his voluminous robe sleeves. The animated stars on the purple cloth twinkled in a way that his eyes did not. To be honest, if this does turn into a rebellion, it will be one a long time in the making. I trust Professor Binns has instilled at least a basic understanding of why the rebellions happen in the first place. It's the only thing he ever talks about. Red grumbled. Then you also know there's one every few decades. It was simply bad luck that we happened to be the ones to set it off. We? Yellow asked. Goblins can be just as irrational as wizards, you will find, the headmaster replied. One of his hands fell to his side while he raised the other up. Giving it a dismissive wave, Dumbledore added, allow this old man to bear this burden alone. Taking it as the conclusion of the conversation it was meant to be, we didn't pursue the topic. Yellow instead said, again, we're sorry, sir. Apology accepted, boys. Take care of yourselves for the next few days. Blue and green held their heads up high. Not out of pride or anything like that, but because they were keeping the books why we're reading above the gore the rest of us were making. A whole family of deer, stag, doe, and fawn, had fallen to our claws and teeth. And while blue and green wouldn't have minded eating those RTS of us were more interested in reading the tomes we'd borrowed from the library. It had been 5 days since our talk with Dumbledore, and the first skirmishes of what looked to be a protracted goblin rebellion had started. According to the Daily Prophet, because of our interaction with him as we climbed out, the goblins blamed Dumbledore for our damage and the loss of the other dragon. The Ministry, while they didn't blame Dumbledore directly, weren't at all happy with him either. Thus, the choice to leave the school ended up being about more than just food. People were coming and going from the school all the time. And the last thing we wanted was for them to see our scaly hide flying there and back. And so, we packed up our stuff, gotten our trunk charmed unbreakable, expanded, and waterproof. And had left to go camping out in the Scottish wilds. We'd discussed this with Dumbledore. It had been our idea, but since we could take care of ourselves for food and just about nothing could actually hurt us, he'd let us go with next to no fuss. He'd insisted that he should place some more potent tracking and monitoring charms on us, and their presence against out magic was a constant. Mild comfort to us as well as the headmaster. He and he alone knew where we were. We hadn't just left Hogwarts, though. What we hadn't brought with us, we'd stored safely down in the Chamber of Secrets. And, before we had left, we'd quickly raided the library for spells that could help us while we were out in the wilderness. We'd not found much within our skill range, but we'd found 3 so far that proved useful. One was the Muggle repelling charm, which Blue had picked up really quickly. The next was a water repelling charm to keep us dry from the morning dew. The water itself didn't bother us, but it made cleaning off the dirt and debris from us rolling in our sleep much easier. And lastly, there was the targeting charm. As an inferior precursor to the summoning charm, it didn't bring objects to you, instead. It pointed your wand, or in our case, our tongues, to an object of your choice. Easily thwarted by even minimal magical defenses, it wasn't terribly practical in the modern wizarding world. Out in the wild, though, it made hunting trivial. We just had to want large animals, scrap metal that nobody would miss, or the like, and our magic yanked us towards the food. We weren't perfect at it yet. We'd only found the spell the day before yesterday in our pile of borrowed books. And yet, our stomachs were almost full to bursting with scrap iron and deer meat. With how successful at gathering food we'd been, we wondered if we'd even need Hogwarts to feed us anymore. We're sure the Hogwarts vaults would be happy about that. Yellow paused his eating to pick some bone fragments out of his teeth. He wondered if we should venture back to Diagon Alley. We did have our money from our vault, and we did need to go shopping pretty soon before the term started. September 1st was approaching quickly. Red was, unsurprisingly, all for that idea, despite being literally one of the people who'd turned the alley into the border of an active combat zone. Well, active might have been a bit of an overstatement. The only people reported as being hurt, and not even killed, were a trio of ministry officials that had tried and failed to defuse the situation. Blue just wanted more books. Green warned against going anywhere near the bank, but otherwise didn't object. Gray did want to waltz right up to the bank and poke our heads in. Morbid curiosity, he explained, although we all could tell that that explanation was only part of his feelings. What the rest were, we couldn't yet put into words, but for once, only Yellow objected to them. I can't believe I have to be the voice of reason on this. That's Blue's job. Our empathetic brother sighed. We should not go poking the hornet's nest. Green was the first swayed by reason. He swallowed his hunk of venison and then spoke. Yellow ISSS right. We'd be bloody fools to mess around with it. I'm brave, not foolish. Red bellowed. His voice was still a little rougher than usual from the bank incident. He didn't say more on the matter, but we understood. Gray slurped up the dozen intestines. In the back of our mind, he gave a mental shrug. He, and thus we, knew that the idea of deliberately antagonizing the goblins was a bad one in the first place. And wasn't bothered by being outvoted. He resigned himself to satisfying his curiosity with us simply being on the same street as the bank. From our bag, Blue pulled a little of the scrap metal we'd saved from an abandoned tractor we'd eaten earlier that morning. He nibbled on it a bit after enlarging it, taking tiny tastes and savoring the flavor. His eyes continued reading, his mind only passively aware of our ongoing discussion. With no objections, he hadn't bothered to speak up. With that, our plan for the day was set. Having found the Owl Sky lanes again, with Hedwig's help, our trip to London was very swift, taking an hour rather than a day. Having tested our Muggle-repelling charm in a small Scottish village north of Glasgow while hunting, we were more confident in landing publicly. So, rather than skydiving in, we glided down to very nearly the rooftops of buildings and then transformed just before striking them. We plopped to the ground in an alleyway, dusted ourselves off, and then made our way to Diagon Alley. It was clear that the alley had seen better days. The very few people that were still there were nervously hurrying about, obviously not wanting to linger more than they had to, and almost universally had their wands drawn. Then there were armored and heavily armed goblins by the dozen outside Gringotts, and while none crossed some invisible threshold, they raised their blades and visibly threatened anyone who approached the bank directly. We kept our head down and swallowed our guilt. As we reached the tail end of a thankfully uneventful shopping trip, including the agonizingly slow purchase of 5 new wands, we briefly considered trying to visit Hermione's place again. This time, we also considered sending Hedwig ahead of us to check before we caught the night bus. Ultimately, however, we decided against it. The whole goblin fiasco was still fresh on our minds, and between that and the general awkwardness of just dropping in unannounced, Gray's pessimism won out. School was right around the corner, anyway. We'd see our best mates soon enough. Instead, we decided to kill a little more time while we were in the city. Lacking Muggle money and not willing to venture anywhere near Gringotts, the five of couldn't do much in the Muggle world. Instead, we decided that since we were done with our practical shopping, we'd just explore the area. For our first stop, we bought a couple dozen sandwiches at the Leaky Cauldron for a light snack, much to Tom's amazement. The flight, while our fastest time yet, had still been long and we were hungry again. While eating at the pub, we simply watched and listened to the people around us. We found it relaxing to just eat silently with our thoughts. By the fourth tea, Tom came back with more sandwiches, each a full meal in their own right. He asked, "Where the blazes are you keepin' it all, lad?" We swallowed the latest bite. "Got an appetite bigger than an iron-belly dragon," was our entirely honest collective reply, although Yellow tweaked it to sound like a joke. "Oi, Tom," one of the wizards a few seats down hollered. He'd been watching us eat, as had several other witches and wizards in the pub. "Weren't you thinkin' o' makin' one of the Muggle eatin' challenges?" The wizard slammed his pint down. "Call it Potter's Ironbelly Challenge." "A witch and the other end of the bar whooped happily. "Gotta tell Sissy 'bout this. She's been awfully hungry ever since I dared her to eat that bag of holding, you know. It'd be just her kind of challenge." Her wizards and witches at the bar broke out in excited chatter. Apparently, the idea was quite popular, or at least, it was something fun for them to think about given the otherwise uneasy circumstances. It took the barkeep a moment to quiet the small crowd down, but once he did, Tom gestured to us. "I suppose I must. Harry, you mind if I name it after you?" "Yes," Red bellowed before the rest of us could restrain him. "I mean, sure. Go for it," Yellow appended. In total agreement with Green and Red, Gray imitated Yellow's way of speaking and continued, only switching our pronoun usage. "But, you're going to have to let me try my hand at it too. I'm pretty sure I could." A small belch chose that moment to work its way up from our belly, and not from our food stomach. A small flame and a shower of metal sparks escaped our lips, giving us the aftertaste of that tractor we'd eaten a little while back. "Eat a dragon these days," Gray finished. Tom, along with several other pub patrons, chuckled. "You sure you haven't already?" Quote, "We just took another bite of our latest sandwich," grinning. The attention of the crowd faded from us shortly after that, but internally, our attention was still focused on Gray. "You planned that, didn't you?" Yellow mused. Gray felt mildly proud but otherwise didn't reply. Somehow, he had, and we all knew it. Having spent a rather concerning amount of coin eating at the Leaky Cauldron, and then eating a few more nuts directly, we set out to properly explore Wizarding London. To our delight, Diagon Alley wasn't the only wizarding street in the area. Horizont, Vertic, and Diurn alleys, along with Nocturne, collectively encircled a large area of purely magical London. And, in the middle of it all, was Carket Market. Plus, aside from Diagon, none of the others were nearly as affected by the issue with Gringotts. It was quiet, but not nearly as tense of an atmosphere. Vertic and Diurn alleys were the first we visited. And while they were beautiful, sunny, wide-open streets, they were also more clearly residential, with apartments atop shops that sold more mundane things, like clothes and groceries. Having no idea where we wanted to live when we grew up, we filed those two streets away in the back of our minds as possible options. That depended on us being able to stay human for a long enough time, but as much as we liked the idea of becoming human again, we were also really liking being a five-headed dragon. Even Gray, the miserable lump, was warming up to it. Horizont Alley and Carket Market were like extensions of Diagon Alley. The stores were similar enough, but had a few things Diagon didn't. For instance, in Horizont Alley, there was a shop called Pillowwinkle's Playthings, a toy store. We'd never actually been in a toy store before, and so we'd figured now was as good a time as any. The sheer amount of colors and patterns nearly overwhelmed us, in contrast to the dull forests we'd been sleeping in the last few days. And even in contrast to the alley just outside, Pillowwinkle's was an explosion of color and light. The smells were amazing too. There was so much magic here that we were practically drooling at the thought of all of these toys. We wanted to play with them and eat them like candy. We wanted to be little kids. "It's a shame," Yellow suddenly thought as our shared eyes wandered over the mountains of toys. I can suddenly understand Dudley's greediness so much more. Inside our minds, Blue and Green imagined themselves nodding in agreement. Gray, however, sulked. It's Vernon and Petunia's fault. We're not with them right now. We could buy some toys if we wanted. Red roared into our skulls. Despite the obviousness of Red's derail attempt, Gray let his train of thought crash and burn. Barely an instant later, our collective had unanimously decided that we wanted toys, heedless of any comparison to the lump of lard that was our cousin. The problem, as Green pointed out, was, we shouldn't spend too much money. With the bank closed, we can't get more. That may have dampened the mood a little bit, but it hadn't killed it. We hurried about the store, looking at box after box of toys and trinkets, puppets and plushies. And all sorts of knick-knacks. Eventually, we found what we wanted. It was a plushy dragon, animated to walk around, flap its wings, and breathe cloth, fire, on whatever it wanted. But what really sold us on it was its striking resemblance to Green. It could have been modeled after him. And so little Green, our honorary sixth head, went into our bag. We did. Know why we walked into Nocturne Alley? We weren't thinking. That was a lie, of course. If anyone asked, that was what Gray would tell them. But in truth, we were always thinking and were always aware of what we were thinking. When we had 5 different people with 5 different personalities all looking at each other's thoughts, we knew well before we walked into that place why we were doing it. It smelled good. We'd been able to taste and smell magic since we'd transformed. Every spell had its own flavor and scent, but none were as appealing as dark magic. It was of the same delicious quality as fancy chocolate or skillfully cooked steak, but it was a flavor we had no words to describe it with other than mouthwatering. In comparison to the toy store, this dark place was far more delicious smelling. We were under no delusions, though. This was a dangerous part of the city, even for someone as dangerous as us. Plus, we were unlikely to find something to actually eat unless we paid for it. At this point, after all we'd spent already, our purse strings were tied shut. But, even if we couldn't buy a bite to eat, we could still explore. We were being stupid. We knew we were being stupid. And if Ron or Hermione ever knew, they'd yell at us for being stupid for such a shallow reason. We proceeded with being stupid anyway. As we approached the alley, Green muttered a spell. The shell of magic rippled as he transfigured it into a new form. Unlike the difficulty of true human transfiguration, temporarily altering the shell that made us look human was much easier, once you knew the trick to not popping it. Even Crabbe and Goyle could probably do it. The form we adopted was that of a teenager a few years older and a few inches taller. Minus the scar and with blue eyes and combed, blonde hair. Our face could have passed as Dudley's slim older brother. Once inside the alleyway, the dark magic clung to us like a thick miasma. The sky above was unusually grayed out, as if even color was being choked away from it. Were we still human, the atmosphere would have been overwhelming, like a foul stench that seemed determined to make you smell it. Now, though, it was like the eye. R was trying to intimidate us by threatening to feed us food, and not even poisoned or spoiled food at that. We licked our lips. Greed and gluttony writhed within us, their metaphorical maws snapping at everyone and everything we saw. Couldn't we just pig out here, we wondered. No, of course not, but daydreaming was part of the reason we were here. There were people milling about, including obviously unsavory types. We knew we were the last to judge a book by its cover, but there was a woman we passed with a necklace of human finger bones. It was just a tad difficult to call that wholesome. As we looked and, more importantly, smelled about, we slowly realized that very few of the people here were human. Oh, sure, most of them were mostly human, but not all and not all the way. Men with goat horns, woman with snake skin, an old man who smelled far too strongly of the sea, and a little girl that smelled pungently of something ancient and powerful walking next to a man who smelled of unicorns, dark magic. In musk, they were some of the people we remembered the most, and yet countless more wandered the alley. Not all of them smelled dark either, at least not by how we'd come to associate the sense. Some were neutral, or even light, but were instead also not human. In fact, only the full-blooded humans that passed us by seemed to exude a pure miasma of delicious darkness, Averio. Nay else was a much more complex mix in sense, both in magic and in blood. We'd never smelled such variety before. Yellow and red wondered why. Blue, green, and gray, pooling their thoughts together, came up with a plausible explanation. Malfoy. Well, Lucius Malfoy and his ilk, not his prat of a son. While he might have been the first example we thought of, he was a good one. He and his son were pure-blooded bigots. Supporters of Voldemort, and were influential in the Ministry. And, most importantly, they were the sort to skulk around in Nocturne Alley to sell off dark artifacts. He'd definitely be the sort of person to use his influence to confine the less pure to a dank, dark alley full of shady stores and shadier characters. We didn't know if we were right, but it felt as if we were on the right track. We resolved to research it later. Now that we were thinking about it, Green realized we had frighteningly little understanding of the laws that applied to us, or of wizarding law in general. We set the thought aside for now, but resolved to research it over the next school year. Our willpower being a little weaker than we'd anticipated, our resolve broken, we eventually wound up dipping into a pub in order to grab another bite to eat. To our surprise, this place was, somehow, even more dark and grimy than the Leaky Cauldron. The walls were blacked with slime, the windows were nearly opaque. The air was dank with musty scents, and the magic in the air threatened to choke us, even with its pleasant scent. The food, by contrast, was quite good. In the time it took us to eat the tiny, human-sized portion of surprisingly good bangers and mash, we deduced that the place we'd stepped into didn't exactly cater to humans all that frequently. We wagered by the smell of eat place that no pure human had stepped into this place for weeks. And yet, the pub was packed and the people were lively, perhaps even more than outside. Oh my, you're a new face. And not a bad-looking one either, handsome. We glanced to the side. Sitting in the formerly empty chair to our left and leaning towards us with a rather flirtatious grin was a woman with a distinctly reptilian face. A line of small spikes made up her eyebrows, while her hair was a neat bed of colorful feathers. Her skin was made of countless tiny scales that were about the color of a Mediterranean tan, but with a pink sheen when the light caught them right. She was quite pretty. Without really thinking about it, Yellow and Gray took joint control over our mouth. New in more ways than one. She leaned in a bit closer, giving us a look down her ample cleavage. Her forked tongue flicked out, tasting the air. Oh, how so? I've been practicing my transfiguration. I'm a tad big, you see. Meanwhile, Blue groaned internally. Ah, you're flirting. I thought they were the hormonal ones. He mentally jabbed a talon in Green and Red's direction, both of whom were quite enthralled by the kobold-like woman. If they'd been in charge of our human mouth at that moment, we'd have been drooling. Her pheromones are laced with magic, Gray remarked, his voice unusually upbeat. We're playing along, Yellow added, grinning. This seemed to break Green out of his entrancement, though Red was still totally enthralled. Suddenly suspicious, he dove into our senses with an analytical mindset. And though he didn't find anything immediately, his hyper-awareness brought the kobold-like woman into sharper focus. All of this happened within the span of a second, and Gray and Yellow didn't miss a beat when she spoke next. I like big, she replied. Her fingers brushed against ours. How big are you talking? I suppose I have been compared to a basilisk before, Gray answered, giving the technical truth. The rest of us blushed deeply. And seeing this, he went for embarrassment suicide. It's quite petrifying. The mental gymnastics he went through to come up with that line and deliver it were quite remarkable. But the rest of us felt as if we'd just been stabbed through the gut with how hard we cringed. Unaware of our inner turmoil, her hand moved down to our thigh. Oh, really? That's a rather bold boast. Her hand slid closer to our groin. I wonder if you can back it up, she husked. Her left hand slid down and in. She gave us a squeeze. Truth be told, we knew academically that she shouldn't have been doing that. But, as far as our actual feelings went, our thoughts were like this. Blue was academically amused, this was quite the novel experience and he understood that she'd assumed we were an adult. But he didn't take any physical pleasure from her touch. Red, by contrast, was a hair's breadth from melting into a lustful puddle of teenage hormones as his imagination ran wild. Yellow felt quite good, almost to the point of being cocky, as his previous embarrassment faded. Gray, while still negative overall, was content, mostly about his victory, at our expense rather than the actual tactile results of his words. Only Green disagreed with us, and not because he disliked being molested by a grown woman. Quite the opposite, actually. But, as much as he liked what her hand was doing, he disliked what her other hand was doing even more. Care to, gah, she cried out as both of our hands suddenly grabbed both of hers, forcing them up and away. Dangling from her right hand was our coin pouch, cut from its string by a small blade stuck to her thumb. We weren't too worried about the blade, it was the money we cared for. Petty thieves SS should leave Trius shores that aren't the IRSSS alone. Green hissed. He, in full control of our arms, squeezed hard enough that the woman's bones audibly protested. She herself was dead silent though, and in the reflections in her terrified eyes, we could see the glow of our fire in the back of our human body's throat. In one move, Green plucked our pouch back and released both of her hands. She bolted, vanishing into the crowd within a second. We tucked the coin pouch deep into our robes. Then, as if nothing had happened, we resumed eating, though Green watched her closely out of the corner of our eyes. Pervert and thief she may have been. But we had food to eat. While consensus drove our body to mechanically eat, we were left to process what in Merlin's name had just happened. We'd guessed she was acting, and we'd been playing along. But the confirmation of it and the failed thievery both stung anyway. Only Green was truly annoyed, the rest were just confused. The rest of the pub goers hadn't even noticed, or if they did, they didn't care. We got the suspicion that scenes like that were rather common here. Finishing our latest meal as if nothing had happened, we settled our tab and headed back out. Though much warier, a little confused, and a bit annoyed still, we continued our exploration of Nocturne Alley. We figured we might as well get our mind off it for now. Despite being a street in a rather orderly area of London, the alley curved and wound like a coiled serpent. We were sure at one point it had entirely doubled back and crossed over itself, but there was never an intersection and all the buildings were still new. And yet, when we looked back over our shoulder, we could always just barely see the intersection with Diagon Alley. It was never at an angle suitable for a good look, but it was there. We weren't sure why that was, but we had our suspicions. Still, magically winding and lengthy as Nocturne may have been, it gave us time to think and sort our feelings. It also gave us time to get hungry again. Not that we'd ever been full since this morning. But, even more guarded with our dwindling money than before, our dreams of more food were resigned to stay as just that, dreams. Suddenly, a bony hand shot out and snagged our wrist, jerking us to the side and snapping us from our thoughts. The woman, no, the hag, grinned at us with crooked teeth. If it weren't for her smell, Blue mused academically, I really would have sworn she was just an ugly witch. Spare a few coins, dearie? She asked. Of the five of us, Blue was the one with the current majority our bodily control. We were here to learn and explore, so we'd handed control to him, with the condition that the others were ready to take charge if something went wrong yet again. It was Gray who snatched back control. I'm sorry, he spoke, mimicking a mix of yellow and green's tones. The hag froze as we spoke, unable to break eye contact. I'm hungry too, and my coin pouch is distressingly light today. A flicker of something obviously magical passed between us and the hag, but it was too fleeting for us to be sure of what that feeling was exactly. A subtle shift in the scents in the air gave us a clue, it wasn't a new scent. But rather a sudden lack of a scent. Something had been undone. All of that took time to describe, but in truth, we noticed this only in the brief between the moment Gray finished speaking and when she reacted. The hag's grip released and her arm jerked back. My apologies, my lords. She took a step back, then tried to take another, only to back against the slimy brick of the alley wall. Lords. What did she mean by that? I'm no lord. Gray's tone was dismissive, but he placed extra emphasis on the last word. Are you trying to hint at what we are? Green hissed internally. We'd already risked our nature once today. Almost exactly as he thought, the hag flinched. We noticed that easily, it was a particularly pronounced full-body flinch. Her expression darkened. Teeth of swords, savage fire. Many eyes with voracious desire, muttered the hag softly, such that only we could hear. Wariness tinged her tone. More than law can make a lord, say the worms atop their hoards. And then, without another word, she bolted towards Diagon Alley with surprising swiftness, vanishing into the crowd before we had time to react. Some of that crowd was looking at us, eyes even more suspicious than normal. We decided it was now time to get out of there, and quickly. We hadn't run, but that was surely the fastest we'd ever walked. Only once we were back out in Diagon Alley Lake proper did we stop to really process what the bloody hell had just happened. Blue, yellow, and green all reached the same conclusion at almost exactly the same time. She knew we're a dragon, Blue stated. And SSSHE knew there are more than one of USSS in here. USSSAW her react, Green added. We do not know that for sure, Yellow retorted. Could be a coincidence, but I'd also consider it a safe bet. But how did she know? For that, we had no answer, though Smell was a plausible candidate since we did the same to everyone else. Once term started, Blue and Green would definitely research it. But, for now, we agreed it was definitely time to leave London. The fewer people that knew about us, the fewer could connect us to the Gringotts incident, and we'd gotten lucky twice today. Our luck probably wouldn't let us get away a third time. Going to Nocturne Alley really had been a stupid idea, we reaffirmed to ourselves, though not for the reason we'd first thought. By the time we got back to the northern end of Scotland, it was well beyond sundown. Hedwig had perched in a crook of our necks as usual and guided us home. Between the shortcuts of the Owl Sky lanes and our freak Ewan trips down the length of the United Kingdom, our wings had grown strong. Only a gentle, warm ache filled our shoulders by the time we returned to our campground, a polite request to descend soon. Rather than an agonizing need to land and rest. It meant we had enough strength to find dinner for ourselves, especially after the short rest we took to stash our newly acquired stuff away. With the aid of the targeting charm, we soon had our dinner, a lone doe that had wandered too far from the others. We laid down and began to eat, all except for Green. He pulled off the doe's head and held it up to himself. A lord of what? Green spontaneously asked, his mind wandering back. The disembodied head didn't answer. The hag was probably just trying to get us to not eat her, Gray replied, despite the question not being posed to him. He paused to work a shard of bone out from between his teeth. The shard popped free and he laid down upon the ground, not like we're actually lords of anything. Blue swallowed. She kind of implied it, but you could argue that we're the lords of dragons, by virtue of being as smart as 5 people instead of almost as smart as 1. He ripped off another chunk for himself with our claws. Or by mass alone. Don't we outmass an ironbelly by an order of magnitude now? We are also made of precious metals. Red boasted. Despite his eternal enthusiasm, he took care not to move his head too much, lest the green plushie balanced on his snout fall to the dirt. That is pretty lordly, I think. It fits the horde thing too. Empty title. Useless, boy who lived to become the Lord of Dragons. Just beasts. Just another way for wizards to turn on us, came Gray's dark mutterings. With the excitement of the day over, he'd spiraled back into the darkest pits of our shared minds. He had a point, though. Our fame probably worked against us when the school found out about our Parseltongue. Claiming to be the lord of anything, even if it seemed like a reasonable conclusion on the surface, was probably a waste of time at best, and a way to invite all sorts of trouble at worst. Dragons especially were not the best thing to claim to be a lord of, if we were being honest. A king of monsters would be just another beast to most wizards. Green popped the deer's head into his mouth, biting into brain matter with a satisfying crunch, the discussion now just as dead as it. The rest of the deer carcass didn't last long, despite us eating slowly to savor its flavors. It had been quite an impressive specimen when it had been alive, and it tasted just as good. High above, the stars twinkled and the crescent moon shone. The occasional owl hooted, including Hedwig after her own successful hunt. A gentle breeze blew through the trees, bringing to us the scene. Of the forest and the faintest hints of human settlement. There was nothing special about this spot. There was nothing magical. It was only the arbitrary location where a 5-headed dragon caught and ate their prey. It wasn't even our camp. There was no ministry, no laws, no school, no people, no perverted kobold pickpockets, no creepy hags, no lordships and politics, and no boy who lived nonsense. It was just 5 brothers. Our lovely owl, our new plush companion, and our dinners, all alone together under the stars. Right then, that was magic enough for us. A week after leaving Hogwarts, Hagrid appeared in our cap via portkey. He couldn't stay long as he was busy doing his best to help Hogwarts get ready for the next school term. But, although he was really only here to check on us ND pass on a little information about the start of term in a few days. He did come bearing some good news, which he told us when we asked if there would be enough money for the school to run. Now don't you be worryin' about that. Professor Dumbledore told me to let you know that a couple of Nicholas Flamel's apprentices were interested in buyin' a few of your scales. The apprentices of the late Nicholas Flamel. Surely they'd find some interesting uses for our scales. Red asked Hagrid, so does this mean the school doesn't have to worry about money now? Hagrid's mood visibly fell a little. About that, Harry. Professor Dumbledore hasn't sold them yet and Flamel's apprentices aren't buying all that many. It'll help us for a little bit, but running a school is very expensive, Blue finished, to which Hagrid nodded. The headmaster is trying to keep things quiet. Don't want to seem like we can't handle things, ya know. People like the Malfoys are always bickerin' and tryin' get at the school and the headmaster even before we had to deal with a bloody huge dragon. His tone was complimentary, we could hear the unspoken, handsome, before the word, dragon, but red, yellow, and green drooped their heads anyway. Even if we knew it was a little irrational, the guilt still stung. Spotting his blunder, the half-giant backpedaled immediately. No, I didn't mean that. You lot are wonderful and we'd help ya no matter what ya look like. But we are a dragon that has literally eaten through all of Hogwarts' spare finances and made getting at the rest more difficult. There's no denying that. It ain't your fault, Hagrid firmly declared, his voice almost, but not quite, shouting. Unclenching his fists, Hagrid deliberately walked forward to Yellow's head, then reached around. Yellow couldn't quite see Hagrid's hand, but definitely felt it when he gently rubbed a particularly sensitive patch of scales right behind Yellow's jaw. It felt very nice. Harry, all 5 of you are brilliant boys. Yes. We're all dragons, and yes, it's a bit costly, but what are we going to do, leave you to fend for yourselves? He says as he stands in the middle of my makeshift campsite, where we'd been fending for ourselves for the last week. But that aside, his words were reassuring and his hand felt really good against those particular scales. Thanks, Hagrid. And then Green licked him, acting on some strange impulse. Hagrid chuckled merrily as he wiped the slime from his face. Well, it seems like somebody's happy. Yes, Blue slowly remarked, his mind wandering. Our stomach rumbled tremendously loud. We remembered teasing Ron about how loud his stomach was, but that sound that erupted from our gut put him to shame. That elicited more chuckles from Hagrid. Growing lads shouldn't skip breakfast. Especially not ones of your size. We did have breakfast. And SS second breakfast. It's now brunch time, Green offhandedly remarked, answering Hagrid's question despite his own wandering mind. We stood up suddenly. Hagrid frowned as he backed away, only to take a few more steps back as all 5 of us turned in unison to watch him. You lot been hungrier than usual. We're ravenous, Gray muttered, licking his lips. His eyes didn't leave Hagrid. Always hungry. So very, very hungry. Some of the beasts on the school grounds start eating lots of odd things if they don't get enough of their favorite foods. Ya cravin' anything in particular? Human flesh. We waited for Gray to say he was kidding. He didn't. He wasn't. Because deep down, in the darkest recesses of our shared minds, right where Gray sat within us, we knew he wasn't joking. Hagrid had tasted bloody fantastic. Tasteless jokes aside, Blue declared forcefully after an awkwardly long hesitation. We'll make sure to keep track of what we're eating so we can figure out if we're missing something in our diet. Our stomach rumbled again. All of us except Gray looked away. Unable to make eye contact again but wishing to speak, Yellow simply turned his head slightly towards Hagrid's direction. We'll go get something else to eat for now. All right, boys. You do that. Hagrid nodded once. We quickly took to the skies after that. Flames raged around us, a literal inferno of heat and light where the roar of the flames was only drowned out by our draconic roar as we spewed the flames. Below us, the ground had turned molten from the heat and our feet were quickly sinking in, the solid rock parting like troll bogies between our toes. Our heart pounded in our chest. Our lungs screamed at the abuse. Our inner furnace felt cold and stiff from all the heat we'd vented. But still we burned. We burned until there was nothing left in us, when we couldn't muster the will for magical flames or the fuel for mundane ones. Before the miniature wasteland we'd made around us could cool, we collapsed, sinking into the soft and glowing rock. By the time we'd gathered our emotions, We'd sunk a few feet into it and it had resolidified. We weren't stuck per se, but unless we exerted ourselves, we weren't going anywhere. Blue twisted his neck and popped his jaw free of the stone, but made no effort to peel the rest of his neck up. Instead, he flopped back down into his crater. So, what do we do when we're human again? Because, though the animagus transformation shrouded one's mind and altered one's body, it couldn't, change the fact that we craved human flesh. Mind you, it was the sort of craving one had for treacle tarts, not the irresistible bloodlust vampires had. We could have pretended it wasn't there and never act upon it, but that wasn't the sort of revelation you could just forget. Worse, there was a part of us that liked the idea of eating people. As if they were just cattle to feed our ever-growing might. We'd been small and weak and hungry for so long as a little kid. Worse, we'd grown up beside a child and under a man who'd both grown fat on the food we'd cooked. Food we'd been denied. Subconsciously, we'd always associated size with power, safety, and comfort. And now we were so big and so very strong, outright eating someone was something we could just do, if we wanted. It would be easy too, just bend over and gulp them down. At our size, we wouldn't even need to chew. Perhaps, if there were a way we could swallow someone whole and spit them back up later. Just to taste them, just to fill space in our stomach so we didn't feel so bloody hungry all the damn time, then maybe we'd be happy. But, even knowing that our stomach was a death trap that could rapidly dissolve both bones and metal, the idea of just ripping off some random building's roof and eating the people inside like a tin of biscuits wouldn't leave our minds. We could imagine it. Our body the size of a skyscraper, lounging in the middle of a decimated London. Lorries drove in by the hundreds, each bringing us food by the ton. We gobbled up the food before eating the lorries themselves. A petrol hose in our mouths, from which we drank endlessly. Wizards and witches flying above, tossing even more food into our waiting maws. Muggles and magicals alike, orking to feed us around the clock lest we eat them instead, and a line of sacrifices to eat when the mood struck us anyway. The ground below our hips cracked, interrupting the daydream, forcing us to awkwardly readjust our bulk. That movement ended up smashing the rocky mold we had inadvertently formed around ourselves, which in turn made getting back into position again too much of a hassle. We fully broke out of the rock and rolled onto our back. 4 pairs of eyes glared at Red for his rather vivid fantasy. While being hard enough to literally shatter stone was every hot-blooded teenager's fantasy. The fact that it was this particular urge to set us off just made us furious at ourselves. The 5 of us stared at the sky, which was much too bright for our current mood. If it had been storming, it would have been more appropriate. Rationally, we knew that we could never allow ourselves to eat people. There were plenty of other delicious things to eat, so we were hardly cursed like a vampire either. But at the same time, we knew those cravings were there, inside all of us. 5 heads gave us 5 chances to see our hypocrisy. We couldn't lie to ourselves. And that nagging little voice that we were monsters goo in the back of our minds. Green suddenly jerked up and rolled us back onto our feet, struck by an epiphany. Shards of volcanic rock fell off us, but the clatter was drowned out by his shout of, "Magic! It's magic! Merlin, we are all idiots!" He hissed, paradoxically both annoyed at us and highly amused with his revelation. What? Why did we go to Nocturne Alley? Magic. What did we not eat while there? He looked Red straight in the eye. Magic. We haven't eaten anything that wasn't charmed by our own magic SS since we left Hogwarts SS. No wonder Hagrid tasted good, Hess a magical creature. Just like every other wizard and witch. We didn't have enough hands for the amount of face palming required, nor enough lung capacity for all the groaning. Did we really just waste 2 hours angsting over a stupid misunderstanding? Yellow moaned. On the bright side, Blue huffed back, at least we know that Red is merely a hungry pervert, and not a literal man-eating monster. Red slammed our fist down, shattering stone, then curled back and snapped at Blue's neck. His teeth pinched uncomfortably, failing to puncture our nigh-impenetrable scales despite biting with bone-crushing force. Well, fuck you too. His mental voice bellowed. You all enjoyed that daydream as much as I did. You're all disgusting perverts too. Frowns were had by all, but none could honestly refute him. Once Red let go, Blue used our other front claw to wipe the saliva off his neck, then flicked it back at Red's face. I meant no insult, brother of mine," he quipped, his voice snooty and deliberately arrogant. "If I did wish to insult you, I would say that you are a hot-blooded dolt whose brain is kept in the sixth head between our legs. I would also say that we show LD put unbreakable bars on all the girls' rooms of all 4 houses once we finally separate, lest the school run out of virgins within a month. But as I am not insulting you, nor am I insulting us as a whole. I will not say anything of the sort. Why you?" Our body violently lunged to the side. Red, in his rage, had leapt bodily towards Blue, momentarily forgetting that Blue would be pulled along as well. The only thing he succeeded in doing was accidentally slamming Yellow, Green, and Gray into the ground. Green and Gray immediately joined the brawl, fangs flying and renewed flames burning. Yellow, caught in the literal crossfire, reared his head back as far as his neck would allow, moving as far away from the fang-filled conflagration. "Oi, stop this!" Red bit Blue again, only to get ashed by Green in a way that smashed him against Yellow's horns. "I said stop." Gray commandeered our body, had us rear up, and clawed at both Green and Red. "That's it. Constripo." The incantation may have come from Yellow. But it was the rest of us that were forced to scream out the most horrific, buzzing shriek we'd ever heard. The fight ended instantly, but Yellow held the spell a second or two longer than needed for emphasis. "Stop fighting. Have I made myself clear?" "Fuck you," Red muttered hoarsely, then coughed as his previous vocal pains reintroduced themselves. He did not try to fight, though. "If you're quite done, perhaps we should go back to camp and find Hedwig so we can let everyone know our little discovery." Yellow glared at Blue for the thought he'd just had. "Not that one." Blue rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. Gray cracked a slightly sadistic grin, but likewise stayed quiet. "Look, we are tired, possibly malnourished, and very stressed about our seemingly cannibalistic urges. I will not." He slammed our foreleg down for emphasis, eliciting a loud crack from the ground. "Tolerate another fight. Is that clear?" Another crack sounded from the ground, this time without prompting. Then a third. And by the time we realized what was happening, we were already tumbling heads first into the earth. Groaning, we picked ourselves off the ground, shaking off the dust and rubble. We took a second to stretch our limbs before we oriented ourselves. We weren't prepared for what we saw. Illuminated by a single beam of light was the most absolutely massive room we'd ever seen. We'd have called it a cave, except the distinctly man-made columns were polished as smooth as mirrors. Each one was almost as wide around as our entire body, supporting a crisscross structure of bridges and arches that crossed between all the tunnels entering the main chamber. But, in the centermost area where we fell, the cavern was completely clear from bottom to top and as massive enough that we wondered if Hogwarts Castle could fit entirely within this one space. This was a city, Blue muttered, his eyes following what we now recognized as roads. Ancient roads. He'd seen pictures of ancient Rome back in primary school, and while the architecture was really different, there was enough to recognize common features. Like aqueducts. Or, no, that wasn't the word. Whatever. Architecture wasn't really our strong suit. We were 11 when we'd entered a world where buildings no longer had to make physical sense. It wasn't like anything in our life had prepared us for exploring ancient ruins. And ruins they were. Even discounting the stuff we'd broken on our way in, it was plainly evident that time had taken a great toll on this place. Rubble everywhere, water leaking down the walls. And even the magic of this place smelled stale and forgotten. I wonder what else is down here. Blue turned our body to start exploring, only for Yellow to freeze us in place. "No. Remember the last time we went exploring in a cave?" "First of all, we're already in dragon form," Blue retorted. He forced our body to take a step against Yellow's will. "Second, do you smell any goblins?" We did not. There was almost nothing alive down here except us and a few long faded and unfamiliar scents, as far as we could tell. Our 5 noses had gotten ridiculously sharp over the past few weeks. We were pretty confident in that assessment. And third, Blue looked up at the hole and pushed his sight into the rest of our minds. "I wouldn't want to climb that. Would you?" Yellow looked. His jaw worked for a second as he was forced to swallow his words and come up with a better response. He finally settled on, "Point taken. Unlike Gringotts, whose walls were rough ROCK at a slightly less than vertical angle, These were polished stone pillars at a perfect 90 degrees, and they didn't even go up to the hole. We'd either have to dig upwards through solid rock, a feat we weren't even sure we could do, or we'd have to climb upside down along the ceiling until we reached our questionably sturdy hole. Flying might have been a possibility, as unlike Gringotts there might have been enough space to spiral upwards. But that was a really small hole to fly through at several dozen kilometers an hour. As much as we'd never trade our wings for anything, there was much to be s'8 about the maneuvering capability of brooms. Adventure time, Red bellowed cheerfully, his previous anger forgotten. His voice reverberated through the cavernous ruins for a surprisingly long time. Great. If there's anything down here. Now they definitely know we're here. Red blew a puff of rainbow-colored smoke in Gray's face. Says the five-headed, indestructible, giant wizard dragon. And on that particular note, we set off to find, at bare minimum, another way out. Hopefully, we'd also find something else really neat. Once we had this place figured out, we'd definitely be bringing Ron and Hermione here to see it. The path we chose looked like it was one of the major roads. By that, we meant it was more than wide enough to accommodate us with our wings fully extended. But it quickly started splitting off into other paths that, while still huge, were noticeably smaller than this one. The little bit of sunlight from our hole didn't last past the first turn, but the dark didn't fully consume us either. There was a soft, blue glow coming from countless tiny specks in the walls and ceiling. It wasn't really enough to see detail by, but we could intuit the shape of the walls based on the glow. While pretty, we did the sensible thing and conjured some bluebell flames to light the way and serve as our breadcrumbs. It was by the light of these flames that we noticed the carvings in the walls. Once smooth, the walls now contained intricate murals carved into the stone, all with an astonishing level of detail. Warriors in armor, monsters, dragons, and so much more. Some of the same figures were repeated. And around them were rows and rows of runes. They were sort of like the runes we'd seen the upper years studying, but not quite. It wasn't like we'd be able to translate it even if we had recognized them. Probably some dire warning about not venturing too far. Gray shifted his gaze to another patch of runic writing. Turn back or be cursed. Red thunked him in the head. Yellow glared at Red. Probably not. It's probably narration to go with the mural SSS. This place was as important to whomever built it. We shouldn't linger. There were nods all around. We continued on. The polish of the stone and the intricate carvings vanished a short ways away from that central chamber, but the grandeur of the scale of this place had not diminished in the slightest. Towering columns with bridges and overpasses soared above, while more bridges carried us across deep chasms below. Unlike the claustrophobic tunnels and natural, rocky pits that made up Gringotts, every inch of this place looked planned and logical. It was also completely empty. The immaculate cleanliness had given away after a while to signs of former habitation, and not just by the people who'd built this place. All the broken furniture and piles of long-rotted rubbish suggested that there had once been wealth here, but it had been picked clean by plunderers who'd come after. This place was old, probably older than the Romans that had conquered the British Isles. History had never been our strong suit, especially not with Bin's teaching, and while we'd never heard of a place like this, then an idiot would realize that this place had to have a lot of history. Not knowing that history irritated Blue a lot. He'd read all of Hogwarts, a history this summer, having his love of history radically amplified by his separation from the rest of us, and we'd come to realize that he was the sort who wanted to stop and investigate a mystery just because. This place was like a siren's call for Blue. But not knowing anything was slowly driving him up the wall. We can ask Professor Dumbledore about it when we get back, Yellow spoke softly. While this was quite an interesting adventure, something about this place suggested we keep moving. But look at it all. So many things here, all made by who knows how many people over who knows how long. Blue gushed. We should keep looking around. I am with Yellow on this. Green hissed. A place like this serves a softer touch than we can provide. Besides, we need an exit first. Red, by contrast, sided with Blue. Where is your spirit of adventure? It is not every day that you get to explore ancient ruins. Gray, who should have been our tiebreaker, wasn't paying attention. Rather, he was tapping our claws on various spots on the ground and listening to the difference in the echo. Finding what he was looking for, he repositioned our body, aimed his mouth in our right claws, and incanted Depulso. He struck with our claws, riding the shockwave for extra power. Our talons sank into the stone, causing a crack to form. The fissure rapidly spread, shooting along the ground towards a featureless wall on the far side of the cavern. With a cacophonous crash, rock collapsed, revealing a second cavern that we hadn't known existed. What in the world, Gray? We passed a door you all couldn't see. I saw it through your eyes. This chamber's on the other side of where that room should be. We all blinked. Gray, that's bloody brilliant thinking. Yellow exclaimed. The five of us lumbered over. The air in that new chamber was stale and smelled vaguely of sulfur, but also smelled of something delicious. Magic, powerful magic. We walked inside without thinking about it further. Something about this place was drawing us in. And it wasn't just the promise of food either. The chamber contained more decorative murals, this time all depicting the same landscape over and over again, 5 small mountains around a much more massive central mountain. The scenes depicted on that landscape showed several human figures dressed as regal-looking dragons to boot. In every mural, there were exactly 5 such figures, one on each of the smaller mountains. And they each were adorned in a different color. Our colors. It's funny, Blue observed. They're always ordered in the same way as we are. Look, if that's our body, he pointed at the massive central mountain. Then from left to right, that's the order of our heads as if someone was looking at us. Green, gray, blue, red, yellow. Nice coincidence. Now let's see what's down there. Red pointed to the center of the large room, where a massive ramp spiraled down into a cylindrical shaft. It was huge for no discernible reason, and we could fit down the ramp at our full size without issue. We did. Slowly spiraling downwards, we descended past more and more murals. As each one went by, we noticed more and more shared themes, all based around the number 5. 5 pointed stars, clusters of 5 objects, 5 different animals, and the like. The spiral ramp leveled out, leaving us in a flat tunnel. It was long enough that we couldn't see the far end and with the glow of our magic lighting the way. Down the tunnel we lumbered, our curiosity growing with every step. Also growing with our steps was the sound of a nearby waterfall, and though we couldn't see it, we could tell by sound alone that it was massive. Then, finally, we reached the end. The path came to a balcony-like platform with 2 ramps, one going down either side into the largest chamber yet. The chamber was so massive in fact that our light didn't reach the far end. Lumos Maxima. Blue incanted loudly. The most massive dragon we had ever seen stared back at us. It was no creature of flesh and blood, but another mural, disturbingly lifelike in detail. Its scales were made of tons upon tons of metal plates inlaid in the stone, while its eyes made of jewels of impossible size. It had to be close to 1,000 feet tall from the floor to its back, taller still if you counted the heads. You could have fit any skyscraper from London in this chamber, and not only would it have had plenty of room to spare, it barely would have covered the mural at all. But beyond the unimaginable scale of this mural, there was one fact that stood out to us more than anything else. It had 5 heads, yellow, red, blue, gray, and green. And they looked like us too, down to the exact number and positioning of our horns. That is impossible. What? Bloody hell. Is sweet Merlin. Bugger me. Our collective consciousness struggled to understand the implications of what we were seeing. And before we could even formulate an idea, the whole mural slowly came to life. The 5 dragon heads slowly turned to face us, their expressions shifting from neutral to expectant, as if waiting for us to respond. In the center of the room, appearing out of thin air, a floating platform of stone manifested. It looked tiny, but that was only a matter of scale. It was likely big enough to carry us. The dragon looked down at it, then back at us, and then beckoned us forward with a "come hither" motion with one of its claws. We found our wings spreading, though which of us was having us take flight, we didn't know. We soared through the darkness, taking a solid minute to cross the gap between us and the platform. And despite floating in midair, it held our weight with ease when we landed on it. The mural dragon looked down at us, its expression still expectant. Its eyes followed our every movement. Curls of mural smoke poured out of the behemoth's 5 mouths, the same way real smoke often billowed out of ours. The platform rumbled. 5 pedestals rose up before us, each bearing a large, glowing crystal. Yellow, red, blue, gray, and green. The gray one was especially weird, as while it illuminated things like the others, that which it illuminated became desaturated, the color sucked away until only grayscale remained. Consume. The 5 overlapping voices reverberated in our minds, powerful and commanding, yet not demanding. They were expectant, as if they trusted we would, as if the matter was already settled. But why? Enemy. The mural dragon moved, stepping aside to reveal the devastated landscape behind it. There was an entire Muggle city there, akin to London in scale but its skyline unfamiliar to us. Most of that city was burning or completely destroyed. There, in the center of the devastation and towering above the skyscrapers, was another utterly gargantuan dragon. This leviathan had only one head, both it and its body were pitch black. Rather than the bulky, hydra-like configuration of our body, this dragon looked like a massive serpent, though it possessed almost vestigial legs. 6 massive wings, 3 pairs spread evenly down the length of its tremendously long body, framed the nightmarish beast. The beast's eyes, they showed nothing but hatred, reveling in the destruction. Worse, it was an intelligent evil. We could see from its eyes alone that it knew exactly what it was doing. This place doesn't depict the past. It's the future, Blue realized, horrified. The mural of our future self nodded, stepping back into the center of the image and obscuring the apocalyptic scene. That's not possible. There's no way this is possible. Anything ISSS possible. Didn't Ron SS say his dad SS said that there was a department in the ministry SS studying time magic? Maybe this ISSSSS something like that. Green proposed. So, what, the under-GR-OUND city of a wizard cult that apparently worships US got sent back in time, without any of its people, and we just happened to stumble across it, and it just happens to be offering US something to help us defeat an enemy we don't even know for sure exists. This sounds fishy as hell. The alternative ISSS were hallucinating this, Green countered. We did fall. Who's to SS say we're not express? Experiencing a dying hallucination as we bleed out on the floor of SS some ravine. It doesn't matter, Gray muttered. What are we supposed to do? Yellow asked, not really expecting an answer. Consume. The mural's repeated command reverberated through our minds again, but this time, there was a little more to it, a feeling of subtle, albeit incomplete understanding that filled our minds. This was to prepare us. Was the other dragon real or a metaphor? Did it matter? Something was coming. If the scale of our future body was any indication, it was a while away from now, but the other dragon was on a similar scale. The message was clear to us. We had time to feed, time to grow, but we would need all of the time we could get. Gray acted. His neck stretched forward. He clutched the gray crystal between his teeth, tipped his head back, and swallowed before any of us could even think of stopping him. It was like an explosion of flavor. It was the single most delicious thing he had ever tasted, like eating a rainbow. Every aspect of it was unique, a symphony of tastes that somehow stayed separate, keeping inharmonious but independently delicious elements apart while also being a unified flavor. The rest of us immediately lost the battle of wills. With reckless abandon, we all grabbed our crystals and swallowed them. If the first crystal was an explosion, this was like a nuclear bomb of flavor. We dropped to our belly. Then rolled over onto our back. Our stomach suddenly felt so very full and satisfied, and we couldn't help but rub it contentedly. Oh, that was good. Our mood fay. When the mural dragon stepped aside again, this time revealing a different scene. 5 figures, each part dragon, part man, were bound and forced to their knees. Blood flowed from identical wounds on each of their right arms. Pooling in the center, an ordinary snake slithered up to the pool of blood and began to drink. With every gulp, it grew larger and larger, eventually transforming into the black dragon before. Enemy. Rebirth. Once more, the giant mural version of us spoke. Once more, it returned to stand in the center of the image. It looked down at us, resolve visible, its warning given. The world suddenly grew hazy around us. We didn't remember falling asleep. Consciousness came to us fairly quickly, brought on by the bright sunlight. We blinked the fog of sleep away and stood up. The 5 of us were in a field. Somewhere in Scotland. It wasn't too far from where we'd last been on the surface, perhaps a mile or 2 west. And if someone had said that all of that had been a dream, we probably would have believed them. Except for the fact that we were standing on the same stone platform we'd fallen asleep on, or one that looked perfectly identical to it. Had we been apparated or portkeyed? Or had the platform itself risen out of the ground? We didn't know. But what we did know was that we weren't hungry. A tad peckish, perhaps, but that was several orders of magnitude less hungry than the ravenous, mind-numbing hunger we'd been feeling constantly over the last few days. Breck. 5 heads swiveled around to find Hedwig perched on our back, a letter clutched in her talon. Blue magically summoned the letter while the rest of us thanked her. While I am curious to know how you found that particular stone dais and what compelled you to enter such a deep meditative trance there, I have elected not to interrupt what was clearly a profound vision. While I myself am no seer by the standard definitions, I have experienced such powerful visions myself exactly thrice in my life. I did not wish to deprive you all of yours. When you see fit to awaken, which, as I realized just now, you must have done already to be reading this, I will be waiting for you back at the castle. Do make haste. There are a few last things we must accomplish before term starts again. As a side note, you will also be pleased to learn that I found a second buyer for your scales. As such, Hogwarts is significantly more fiscally prepared for the coming term now than it was when Hagrid last spoke to you, Harry. Sincerely, APWBD. As we finished reading Dumbledore's letter, we could only feel confused. Hadn't we just decided that everything that had happened had been real? Our stomachs, the platform, the different surface locations, how could any of what we'd seen be merely a vision? We took to the skies with even fewer answers than we'd had a minute ago. Powerful wings clawed their way through the air. Every downbeat sent a vortex of air rocketing down and back, spiraling away from us. Our thoughts spiraled too. Or maybe it was better to say they bounced chaotically. One of us would think something and then a different one of us would think the next thing, and then a third thought something else. Our ideas played out like Fred and George's conversations, hopping back and forth while also skipping over the parts we all knew already. We'd circled around the spot where we'd woken up several times, spiraling outward further and further. We couldn't find the spot where we'd fallen into the underground city at all, a point against it being real. Yet, we'd found D bits of volcanic rock stuck to our scales, meaning that our little tantrum had been real, a point towards it all being real. Or at least, everything up until that moment had been real. Something had happened between then and now, but we weren't sure what that something was. And now we were split 5 ways, none of us quite agreeing with any of the others. There had been times we'd been so in sync. We'd almost forgotten that we were 5 people. This was the complete opposite, as now we felt like 5 people trapped in a single dragon costume. But for all the disjointedness of our thoughts, we were rather calm. Physically, we felt rather brilliant. Our limbs felt strong, our hunger was satiated, and we weren't in any pain. Even the little aches, pains, and discomforts of daily life that you mostly forget about were gone. We felt like we'd had a good long nap, perhaps we really had, and now we felt all the better for it. All of this contributed to a lack of anxiety. But while anxious we weren't. Our frustration at our lack of success was not so thwarted by feeling healthy. Perhaps it was best to just head. I see it. Red hijacked control of our wings from the rest of us and angled us sharply to the southwest. His keen eye had picked out the burned patch of land from a rather impressive distance. We sped up, but even with our speed, it still took a minute to reach the spot. We circled around. The spot was a massive area of burnt, and still slightly smoldering, grass, centered on an area of cracked and blackened rock, which was in turn centered on a large hole. We start. Ed to descend in preparation for a landing, but Gray called out a warning. The land below is hollow. We could collapse it again. I don't want to get stuck. Flapping our wings harder, we regained our lost altitude. Good catch. I'm still not sure how we got out the first time, so getting stuck again is stupid. But now that we couldn't get back in, or even get close to look, we couldn't deduce if it were anything more than a very deep hole. Peeking in as best we could, we did get a sense that it was indeed a deep shaft and there was dark rock at the bottom, like we remembered, but beyond that, nothing. We could come back with portkeys and in our human forms. Though worded as a proposal, Blue meant it more as a promise. We would come back, especially now that we knew where it was for sure. And once we knew that it was safe, we'd bring the others out to see it too. But for now, that had to wait. The mystery would gnaw at us, we knew, and it practically hurt to fly away. But fly away we did, heading back towards Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, dressed in bright yellow robes that we'd never seen him wear before, stood waiting for us at the entrance to the castle. It might just have been our imagination, but we felt even bigger than usual compared to him. That wasn't surprising, we hadn't stopped growing yet, but when we said bigger, we meant bigger than we'd expected given the last time we'd see him. "Good afternoon, my boys," he greeted after we landed. "You are all looking well. We feel well. You said you found a buyer for our scales." "A Welsh armorer I know and a former student here at Hogwarts. Ashton Higgins." I mentioned having a supply of mithril, that was all it took to convince him to buy as much as I could sell. And when I mentioned where it came from, he seemed quite interested in reaching out to you to buy more of your scales. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. I never did get around to telling him why I needed the money, come to think of it. He smiled softly and made a sound that was almost a chuckle, but softer. "We are interested," Green said, speaking for all of us, even if it was him that most strongly wanted the money out of us five. "I shall put you in contact then. Expect a letter from him soon." He nodded once. "Now, before we get to the main piece of business I need to discuss, I have to ask, would you like to speak to Professor Trelawney?" We knew of her, and we still were all scheduled to be in her class this coming term. That said, we'd never actually properly met the woman. So why would? Oh, right. The vision that might not have been a vision. Would it help? "That is entirely up to you," Dumbledore replied. "Though I will not share the content of my own visions, I will say that had I acted on them sooner, no, had I merely spoken of them sooner, I would have fewer regrets." He closed his eyes and remained silent for a moment. A single word bubbled up to his lips, but he mouthed it in such a way that we couldn't understand it. He opened his eyes again and looked up at us. "But my past is mine to bear. For you, remember, help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. Will you?" Our thoughts spun, but we eventually settled on a response. "Not yet, Headmaster. You have as long as you need, Harry," Dumbledore promised. "There is no rush, unless you feel there is a need to. It's not an immediate problem," Green confessed. "But what ISSS today's bus signs SSS? It is regarding your family. About 2 weeks ago now, I asked you if you wished to invite your aunt to Hogwarts, and you suggested inviting your whole family. As things have calmed down a bit for myself, I believe I have the time to facilitate such a visit tomorrow, if you still wish." The headmaster inquired. We expected Gray to speak up, to dominate our control over our body and whisper his lies to Dumbledore, like last time. Instead, Gray metaphorically sank lower, towards the core of our consensus mind. He was sulking. As for the rest of us, the calmness that had filled us since our vision tempered our reactions. We still wanted to scare the Dursleys. We still wanted to show them how much we hated them. The rage had cooled over the last 2 weeks. And that vision of the Black Serpent, it showed us what a monster we could easily become. Madame Pomfrey had shared with us every bit of information she'd collected on us. One of the things she'd noted was that every time we shed scales, the next scale that came in was slightly thicker and slightly bigger. Given how strong mithril is, she estimated we'd be able to shrug off explosions strong enough to level Hogwarts within a few months. Within a year, if our growth didn't stop or slow, there wouldn't be a weapon on Earth capable of beating our scales. Our lungs, muscles, stomach, and bones were all also growing tougher over time. Short of some very specific magic, and it was debatable if the killing curse would even do anything to us, sighed. We'd already survived it once, we'd be practically unkillable by the end of next year. Dudley had liked the Godzilla movies, and we'd caught bits and pieces of it during our chores. If our vision was literal, if we kept growing as we were now, in a few years, those kinds of movies would be documentaries about us. All of this was to say, we'd been shown the sort of destruction we could cause if we acted without restraint. And as much as we had changed physically, we were still the same boy who'd rushed to certain death to save our mate's little sister only a few months ago. Did we want to scare the Dursleys? Of course we did, but did we want to hurt them? Not really. Not anymore. The fire of malice was gone, only a coldness remained. "We do," Yellow replied earnestly. "Tomorrow." Professor Dumbledore nodded. I am sure your aunt will be relieved to see that you are doing well and will be delighted to finally see the castle." Other than Gray flicking his tongue out like a snake, none of us responded to that statement. After a pause just long enough to become awkward, Dumbledore went, Yes. And there was one more thing. From his robe, he produced a sizable tome bound in leather. "Professor McGonagall wishes for me to inform you that she has assigned this to you as homework. She wants you to read the entire thing from start to finish and to take notes. She will be testing you on it once you complete it. You'll find, I imagine, that this will be particularly useful in attaining your animagus form in a short amount of time. I dare say, the faster you finish this, the sooner we can give you to something comparable to a normal Hogwarts experience." Blue summoned the book to himself. Yellow spoke for us all when he said, "Thanks, and tell Professor McGonagall thanks as well. She's been working really hard to help us lately and we really appreciate it." Dumbledore beamed. "I will happily relay your message. I do believe it will make Minerva's day to hear that." The tome was particularly dry to read. But if you overlook the heavy use of jargon, the author's insane overuse of footnotes and references to other chapters that made you need to flip to another page every few paragraphs, and the general technical nature of the content, it was actually pretty interesting. Interesting to Blue and Green, at any rate. The rest of us found it quite boring, but we paid attention because A, we couldn't not. What with Blue and Green being so focused, and B, because we recognized the value in the text. It was, if we were interpreting it right, a thesis on the persist ence of the mind as a function of the soul, rather than the body. In other words, it was on how an animagus or anyone who experienced human transfiguration preserved their mind even as their body was radically altered. Professor Dumbledore was underselling it. This book would probably prove critical to us actually being able to pull off the reverse animagus transformation. But it was so painfully dull. We'd managed to get through 1.5 chapters out of 12 that night before we had to call it quits, only to wind up dreaming about transfiguration formulas scrawled on the wings of the black dragon. A weird dream, to say the least. But the next day rolled around soon enough. Breakfast was another deer and a plum tree. Not just the plums on the tree, but the entire tree itself. We did magically harvest the fruit first. But then we set the tree on fire and ate the burning wood, which was quite tasty in an entirely different way from the fruit. Salads are healthy, right? Hermione always told Ron and us to eat more greens. After that, we cleaned ourselves off in a river, then flew back to the castle. We used our form stone to shift back to human form, met up with Professor Dumble Edor, who helped split us into 5 bodies, and then went to wait in the Great Hall. We ended up having to wait a while. It was summer and we'd gotten used to rising with the sun, but we knew from experience that Dudley had no such drive to fight his slothful nature, especially when school was out. If he was up before 10 am, it was a genuine surprise. The sky was sunny again today. A sunbeam, shining through the enchanted ceiling, glinted off of the glasses of pumpkin juice the house elves had given us. The 5 of us watched how the light danced as we drank. And inside, well, we didn't really know what to feel. Being torn was bad enough when we were one person. Now, not only was each head torn, but we were torn between heads too. A familiar shout came from the entrance hall. "Wicked. Dudley. No. Slow down. Don't run off. Diddykins." That was Petunia. The glass in Gray's hand shattered. He neither moved to clean the mess nor discard the glass shards clutched in his hand. It wasn't like they could hurt us. "Young Dudley, if you come this way, we can get you something to snack on." And that was Dumbledore, somehow knowing exactly how to wrangle Dudley into doing whatever he wanted. A few seconds later, 4 people walked into the Great Hall. Vernon was a shade of sickly green, rather than one of his usual shades of red or purple. Beside him, Petunia walked stiffly, as if trying very hard to contain herself, while her eyes darted around like mad before settling on the 5 of us. Dudley had no such restraint and was practically bouncing around with familiar energy. We'd experienced the same feelings our first time in the Great Hall. Petunia walked ahead, her heels clicking on the stone as she swiftly crossed the gap between us. She came to a sudden stop about twice arm's length away from us. Her eyes surveyed us while her mouth worked in a futile attempt to produce words. "Hello, Aunt Petunia," we all spoke in perfect unison. At Gray's subtle nudging, we even started blinking in unison. Why are there 5 of you? Had Dumbledore not told her what happened to us? Had he not even warned her what to expect? We don't know. It just happened. A pause. We ran when we started falling apart. Dumbledore said you were bitten by a snake and fell ill. We smiled. A basilisk. A massive, magical snake. Do you want to see its skull? It tried to kill us, but we killed it. No way. You're a wimp. Potter, Dudley hollered, his mouth already full of pastries from the house elves. And you're a little pig, we said, grinning. Gray started alternating between crews. Hing the glass in his hands and nibbling on pieces of it, much to the displeasure of everyone except Dumbledore. Oi, you shut up about that. I had to get surgery because of that giant oaf, said the actual oaf. A little way back, Professor Dumbledore raised an eyebrow but didn't otherwise comment. Too late to do anything about it, we realized that Dudley had just spilled what Hagrid had done to Dumbledore. And that birthday cake was meant for us, we replied, then stood. Gray and Red vaulted themselves over the table, using some of their draconic strength and reduced weight to easily clear the hurdle. Red, who landed the closest to Dudley, snatched the tray of pastries from Dudley and tossed one to each of the rest of us. Hey, I wasn't finished with those. Yes, you were. Red twisted his hands, starting the process of rolling the metal tray into a tube. The noise it made was horrendous, but we just smiled and let our smoke start drifting from our mouths. Dudley made a lunge for of the pastries that hadn't been eaten yet, Green's, while completely ignoring the display of strength. Green dodged easily enough, and then dodged again when Dudley tried to punch him. Dudley was slow. And with 5 sets of eyes on him, his moves were painfully telegraphed. Yellow and Blue swooped in behind and grabbed each of Dudley's arms. Restrained by what no doubt felt to him like solid metal statues, Dudley flailed about. Hey, let go of me, boys. Release him at once, Vernon said, speaking for the first time since he'd arrived. His face was back to its familiar shade of strawberry red. You have no right to touch him like that. Gray put himself between Vernon and the rest of us. I think we do, Uncle Vernon. The smoke coming from his mouth intensified, as did the fiery glow coming from his mouth. Given everything that's happened, I don't think you have the right to touch us, you pathetic human. Now listen here, we were having a nice day without you, but Petunia insists. Ted, we come see you because you were sick. Instead, I find you well enough to pick a fight. If you're healthy enough to do that, I won't just sit here and be insulted by you, freak. Dumbledore, take us home this instant. But Dumbledore wasn't paying attention to Uncle Vernon. He was paying attention to Green, who was saying, "So sorry in advance about the mess." In that instant, Yellow, Red, Green, and Blue dismissed their cloned bodies while Gray reverted our transformation. The safeties in the form stone forced both furniture and people away from the space our massive bulk now occupied. How harmless to Dumbledore the Dursleys, many of the tables smashed a bit from the force. We picked up Vernon, who hadn't even had time to properly figure out what he was seeing. He felt like a warm, slightly heavy stress ball in our hands. But we knew if we squeezed, it would be so easy to make him pop. We slammed down our wings, forming an enclosed circle in front of us that cut off Dumbledore from the rest of the Dursleys. He won't be taking you home, Gray spat. Not unless I allow you to leave here with your pathetic lives. You made USSS live in the cupboard under the SS Stair SSS. You beat US and starved US. You worked us to the bone. And why? Because I was the freak, yes. Yellow looked over at the trembling Petunia. Because you were jealous of your sister. I could eat you, Uncle Vernon. I could fly to Surrey, eat you and your family, and burn everything you've ever made to ashes whenever I want, and there's nothing you could ever do to stop me. But I won't. Do you know why, Uncle Vernon? Yellow pulled the fat man right up to his eye. Vernon, too paralyzed to scream, pissed himself instead. It was hot and disgusting on our hand, but it was so very worth it. Answer me, Vernon. Yellow spoke with cruel softness. Why won't I eat you and your family? Give me a good reason. Vernon, to his credit, found his voice. We gave you a home. We C-clothed you, F-fed you, K-kept you out of trouble. An orphanage could have done the same, Vernon. No, we won't kill you because of anything you've done. We won't kill you because, in spite of how you treated us. In spite of how you spoiled your own son rotten while abusing us, we are the better man. And with that, we set Vernon down, retracted our wings, and took 2 steps back. Perhaps now we can finally have a civil conversation for once in our lives. Vernon, of course, chose that precise moment to faint. A very quick spell from Dumbledore kept the man from cracking his thick skull on the stone floor. But he still landed with a satisfyingly audible thud. Petunia, still rather rooted in place, shot Dumbledore a pleading look. For his part, while Dumbledore looked rather cross with us, he didn't speak and instead clasped his hands together in his long, purple sleeves. Realizing near instantly that she was getting nothing from him, Petunia spun her head back to face us, and then turned to her husband and ran to his side. Vernon, Vernon, oh, please wake up. WHWHU. Vernon's eyes cracked open. He looked about, spotted us, and shot to full alertness. Quadruple AAGGHHH. Scrambling to his feet as fast as his fat would allow, Vernon turned and fled the great hall. Petunia, though, didn't follow. Instead, she turned back to us. With a gulp, she said, "You still have her eyes." "What?" all 5 of us asked in unison. Trembling and shaking her body may have been, her words emerged surprisingly clearly. They weren't the words we were expecting to hear. Fire and teeth and wings, but you still have her eyes. You have Lily's fury too. USS speak of her to SSS Avenue yourself, don't you, Aunt Petunia? Green accused, his voice slow and methodical, rumbling deeper than ever. You insulted her every time USS spoke of her. And now you invoke her memory to SS spare yourself my flamess. Heat and smoke rushed out from his lips, enough to sting but not enough to burn. The glow from his throat shining on Petunia's face starkly illuminated the primal terror on her face. Petunia didn't run. Instead, she collapsed to her knees. You were right. When you called me jealous, you were right. I'm petty and horrible. And you have every right to be furious with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Was she crying? No, surely not. They were crocodile tears. She was a liar. She'd lied about us, about our parents. And about everything else. She lied to everyone she'd ever spoken to. Every time she opened her mouth, the words that came out were to lift herself up in the eyes of others or put us down. This was no different. We were disgusted. Without another word, we turned away. The door to the great hall was a tight squeeze, but we forced ourselves through, heedless of anything else. Wood and stone scraped and groaned. But our bulk prevailed. The main door to the castle was similarly tight, but with a similar bit of effort, we forced our way out. Our wings spread. We took to the sky. We roared. We were confused. Precisely 3 significant events happened to the Dursleys, one to each member of the family. As they happened at nearly the same time, but in different places. They never learned of the events that happened to each other, only what happened to themselves. In fact, not a single living soul would ever learn what happened to all 3 of them. They may have known 1 or 2 things. But not all 3. Then again, conscious as it was, Hogwarts Castle wasn't technically alive, so it didn't really count. The first thing to happen chronologically took place in the split second after Vernon Dursley had started running. Dobby, ever the dutiful house elf, had been listening to the mighty and draconic Harry Potter's, as usual, waiting for any command he could fulfill. It was during this listening that he heard what the dragon had accused his uncle of. And while Dobby had promised to never try to save Harry Potter's life ever again, Dobby was, fundamentally, a fey creature. A royally pissed off fey creature. And everybody with any amount of sense knew 2 very important things about the fey. First, they always keep the letter of their word. And second, they are vindictive bastards that should never be crossed under any circumstances. Not that you should ever call one of the fair folk a vindictive bastard anywhere they could possibly hear you. Dobby, as he told himself, was not saving the mighty and draconic Harry Potter's lives, he was improving them. And so, he snapped his fingers on both hands. With his left hand, the tiniest of fey illusions settled into Vernon Dursley's mind. To his fear-addled brain, it suddenly made more sense to go up the stairs, into the small hallways of the magical castle, than to go down the stairs, to exit the magical castle entirely. In doing so, he was now treading in places he had not been invited. After all, Muggles weren't allowed in Hogwarts without a staff escort. And with his right hand, Dobby pushed the magical equivalent of an alarm button. He roused the full might of Hogwarts's consciousness to assist in defending the school. However, while Dobby did not know exactly what this defense entailed, nor did it go exactly as Dobby had planned, Hogwarts itself was wise and clever enough to pick the best options available to it on its own. Hogwarts was mostly empty of people. That gave the school access to defenses it could not normally use around students. Hogwarts also knew about escalation, appropriate force, and strategy, so it could use those defenses to the greatest effect without also going overboard. After all, as far as Hogwarts was concerned, the single invader was merely running around where he shouldn't have been. He hadn't stolen or damaged anything yet, nor had he hurt anyone physically. He had, however, emotionally harmed 5 of Hogwarts's students. That could not be forgiven without punishment. Passageways and corridors, some made or sealed up by teachers and students of centuries past, some hidden and forgotten about, and some spawned by Hogwarts itself, all opened up. Recursive space expansion charms sprang to life. The layout of the school twisted in on itself like a Gordian knot. Hallways and rooms connecting to places they had no right to touch. Where it couldn't bend, it instead grew. And where it couldn't do either, it instead opened doors to crawling, shambling things that had best been left forgotten, things that would have made a Cerberus or a basilisk look like a pleasant dream. Those things, Hogwarts saved for if the maze proved to not be enough by itself. Yet even their movement, their very freedom, had an unpleasant effect on the world. Perhaps it was for the best that Vernon Dursley was not a well-read man. If he had read a certain short story, he would have seen the connection between a particular fictional city and this school. And in a twist of irony, the story itself would have driven him to madness much the way the fictional city did to the characters within. After all, how often could a man say they had earned the ire of the very building that had indirectly inspired Lovecraft's sunken city of Relia? The human mind was not meant to handle a maze with more than 3 dimensions. And while the madhouse elves of the school could navigate such a maze with ease, none would do so to retrieve Vernon until Dumbledore asked them to find him. That would not be for a while yet. And so Vernon ran for his life. The second thing to happen chronologically happened to Dudley Dursley. Having slipped away from his cousin-turned-dragon, Dudley had run and hid behind one of the upturned tables. That he did not leave the Great Hall spared him his father's fate. Instead, Dudley thought. They were the thoughts of a somewhat dim-witted child, sure. But he was thinking. And, with adrenaline pouring into his veins, his sluggish brain thought quickly and clearly for once in its life. Unbeknownst to any of the residents of Number 4, Privet Drive, Dudley and Harry had coincidentally developed many of the same unconscious biases. Strong was better than weak, big was better than small, normal people got to eat while freaks went hungry. Good boys got presents while bad boys got locked away, etc. It was just that, for a boy as huge as Dudley who was also the son of a very tall woman and a very fat man, he and his parents were firmly on the opposite side of that dichotomy from Harry. Or, they had been until that very moment. Had a psychologist spoken at length with Dudley that day, he would have realized that Dudley was still quite innocent. Cruel as only a child could be, but technically innocent at heart. He did not understand good and evil, or any sort of abstract morality for that matter. What he understood was pleasure and pain. Dudley knew that his parents rewarded him pleasure and often helped him get out of trouble avoiding pain. Meanwhile, Harry had always gotten the opposite treatment. The only explanation Dudley had for the behavior of his parents, which was close enough to being correct for his daily life, was that Harry was a small, weak freak. Dudley's mental dichotomy thus had him firmly on the good side and Harry on the bad side. But Harry was very big and very strong now. Harry had also proven that he could eat what he wanted, whenever he wanted. He could take whatever he wanted, and nobody could stop him, or, in Dudley's mind, give himself gifts as Dudley did with the toys of the other neighborhood kids. In short, Harry had firmly moved across the line in Dudley's mind to the same side as himself. Harry was good now. Good people like his parents didn't hurt other good people like himself. By that logic, Dudley deduced that he was safe from the dragon. And so his eyes went wide with excitement and his grin grew broad. He'd always liked monster movies, and he'd always rooted for the monster to smash all the things. And now here he was, in front of a giant monster of his very own. And the monster was his now good cousin. If Dudley Dursley had been a wizard, his memory of that moment would have let him produce a Patronus in the shape of Aunt Marge's dog, Ripper. Petunia Dursley experienced the third event, Lily's eyes turning away from her in disgust, again and again, 5 times over. She had just apologized. More than that, she'd had the epiphany her life had so dearly needed. The very revelation that had made her apology one of the most genuine things she'd spoken in years. In truth, she'd said, "I'm sorry," with as much conviction as she said, "I love you," to her own son. That she'd said those words to Lily, not to Harry, may have been why he turned away. At least that was her interpretation of the moment. Lily. She was finally here. She was finally at Hogwarts. This had been a day Petunia had dreamed of for decades. And it was costing her more of her family. Her eyes widened, the revelations still coming. She did consider Harry family. Not a burden. Not something to be eternally angry at. How long, then? How long had she been lying to herself, trying to convince herself that he wasn't family? How many times had she physically lashed out at him? As if trying to attack the very idea of him being her family. She could have had a second son. Instead, she'd had a relic of her own spite cast its judgment back upon her, only to find her lacking. She looked at the wizard who had brought her here, who had dashed her dreams once only to unknowingly dash them a second time not minutes after she'd regained hope. Albus Dumbledore met her eyes. "If you have any kindness left in your heart for me, help me apologize. Take me to my nephew. I need to speak to him." "That, I can do," Dumbledore affirmed. "But I fear following him now is likely to get us both hurt. The school's motto is, never tickle a sleeping dragon, but I also think it prudent not to poke an angry one." One of Petunia's hands moved to cover her mouth. She stood still for a moment to stabilize her mind as well as her body. "Yes, of course. My dear, I never expected him to act like this." Dumbledore's eyes went to the open doors of the Great Hall. "I thought. He genuinely wished to reconnect with his family." "What connection?" Petunia bellowed, then immediately restrained herself to a much softer voice. "Albus, he never was family. He was that orphan we tolerated and fed." She hugged herself. "I fear Lily in death more than a literal dragon in life." "What does that tell you about me, Albus?" Dumbledore walked over to her and put a hand on her shoulder. "I see a woman who learned. This lesson was a long time coming, but you learned it. I already promised that I'd help you with the next step, didn't I?" She nodded mutely. Those words had been the ones she'd needed to hear. Dumbledore's gaze turned sadder. "I have wronged your family greatly, haven't I? I made assumptions based on assumptions, and I had too much faith for my own good. It seems I owe you all an apology too." Later, Petunia said. Then she looked about, first just scanning, but then increasingly frantically. "Dudley. Diddykins. Where are you?" "Here, Mum." Unharmed, the boy popped up from behind the table. Petunia rushed over to hug him. "Oh, my sweet baby. Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "No, Mum. But that was so cool. Potter's a dragon." Seeing her son inexplicably bright-eyed and happy, Petunia laughed, a bit of tension relaxing in her soul. She knew she was a royal screw-up, but one of her children was all right. Now she just had to deal with the other. We'd gone down into the Chamber of Secrets again. It was a good place to be alone, to think or to just exist. Here, now, it was the latter. Simple existence was enough. Across from us, the mounted skull of the basilisk stared back at us. Its hollow eyes saw nothing, and the stab wound through where its brain had been reminded us of that day. Had the snake ever been a person, like we'd once been? We curled up around our body, tucking our heads under our wing. Perhaps tears should have come to our eyes, but we weren't really feeling it. We weren't really feeling much of anything, to be frank. It was just gray. Not gray the dragon gray, but the color of a gray cloud, if it were instead a mood. But what if she weren't lying? That idea reverberated in our mind. We didn't believe she'd been truthful back then. But the niggling doubt neither grew nor withered away. It was just there. Harry. We pulled back our wing. There, standing in the middle of the chamber, was Aunt Petunia. We almost thought her a hallucination. But all 5 of us could see her without issue. Behind her, a little way back, accompanying her but also giving her space, was Dumbledore. Neither Vernon nor Dudley were in sight. With the look of a woman willingly marching to her death, she approached us. We raised our heads up high, but she did not halt, nor did she even falter in her gait. She went right up to one of our claws and knelt, uncaring of the grime that stained her dress. "Harry," she repeated. Then she did something that honestly surprised us. She grabbed our claw and pulled. Even a single finger of ours was far too heavy for her to lift. But confused and curious as to what she was doing, we moved our finger ourselves under her guidance. And under that guidance, she directed the tip of our claw to her own throat. Like this, we could kill her with a jab of our finger. I am a dumb, foolish woman, Harry. If you really are the better man, then you deserve to hear what I need to say. And if you're not, my breath was wasted on you anyway. What do you want? I want to apologize properly, Yellow. She must have seen something in our expression, because she continued, yes, I know what you call yourselves. I asked your headmaster to tell me what he could. I wanted to do this right. We pulled back our claw and lowered our heads. We did not speak. I was blind. No, I blinded myself deliberately and maliciously. I couldn't see you as anything but a burden, as anything but a reminder of everything bad between Lily and myself. I did it so long I forgot I was even doing it. I became that. She took a shuddering breath. I'm sure that you've heard you have Lily's eyes before. It's not just the color, it's the way you look at people. Even like that, she gestured to all of us. You still have Lily's eyes. There is family behind those eyes. But like a fool, I refused to see it. Aunt Petunia looked to the floor of the chamber. I realized something back there. It doesn't fix anything. It doesn't help you at all. But it was a slap to the face that I really needed. I don't expect it. Bollocks, I don't even want it yet. I know something like this takes time. It was time I never got with Lily. But, I'm sorry. Can you forgive me eventually? We remained silent as we processed that. It had been over an hour since she'd said she was sorry the first time. Back then, it felt like something she'd said to desperately avoid death by dragon. Now, she'd sought me out. She couldn't have even gotten down here without Dumbledore's aid. She'd asked him to bring her down here. Crocodile tears didn't explain that at all. Our minds churned. Yellow raised a claw and pointed at the basilisk's skull. That's what's left of the basilisk that bit us. Petunia gasped. Unconsciously, we rubbed the spot on our arm where the fang had pierced us. Even though the phoenix tears had healed it completely, we could still feel an echo of that burning pain. We remembered seeing the bone, cracked and stained black and red with venom and blood. We ran its skull through with a sword as it came to strike us. We nearly died fighting it, and then we nearly died afterwards from the venom. Someone was using the basilisk to try to kill students here. That person was the living memory of an evil man, Voldemort. I lived by dumb luck. Yellow looked back at Petunia. The year before, one of our professors tried to steal something extremely valuable. He was possessed by Voldemort's undead spirit. I accidentally killed my professor. Voldemort got away anyway. And years before that, on Halloween, Voldemort came to our house. He killed our dad. He killed our mom. He tried to kill us, but the protection Lily gave us as she died saved us. 3 times, Voldemort has tried to kill me. 3 times, Lil. White Potter's undying love indirectly saved me. And every time you'd ever opened your mouth about her, it was to insult her. Though it was Yellow delivering the message, it was all of us speaking. Our words struck home. We could see that clearly in the way Petunia physically shrank back. Her hand covered her mouth and tears flowed freely from her eyes. None flowed from ours. We felt cold, detached. As if we were looking down on the scene from high above. The mighty dragon need not concern himself with the affairs of mortals, or so the feeling went. It was despite this being our problem, our issue to fix. What did it say about us that we felt above even ourselves, as paradoxical as that was? In the background, still standing quietly, Dumbledore himself looked slightly off. Whether that came from the situation as a whole or from having to hear what we'd just said, we didn't know. And frankly, in the moment, it didn't really matter to us. He didn't matter. He may as well have been colorfully wrapped meat. Channeling that cold detachment, Yellow drew closer. As Green had done before, he exhaled hot, smoky breath on Petunia. She endured it without so much as crying out. Where had this bravery been in the face of her grief? In the face of her envy and spite? Our final words on the matter will be a lie. The words before them will be the truth. We could not deny this, not when we had as much insight into ourselves as we did. We did this not out of spite, but as a test. The woman's honesty and resolve were on the line. She would not like it if we found her lacking. With that in mind, Yellow hissed coldly, his voice rumbling with an uncharacteristically dark and dangerous edge. We do not love you. In fact, we practically loathe you. You are correct, your apology doesn't fix anything. But Lily sacrificed herself for love, for family. That is the one and only reason why. As one, we lied. As one, we set our test in motion. We forgive you. What? Dudley Dursley stared at us. We stared back at Dudley. He was 5 feet 7 inches and weighed a hefty 21 stones, but otherwise an ordinary human boy. We were a massive metal dragon, bordering on 130 feet long and 500 tons, by the latest measurements. It took a constant trickle of magic for us to simply stand on anything softer than solid rock without sinking in. Simply resting the weight of one of our claws on his body, not even pressing down, would likely have killed him. I said, I want to ride on your back. And yet this tiny, human child had the gall to demand that we carried him around. Just a few months ago, he'd happily chased us with his friends for one last game of hairy hunting, and now he demanded to ride us in the same tone he demanded more toys from his parents. No, you will not. But I want to. I want to ride a giant monster. Where on earth had his cowardice gone? Had it been so overwhelmed by his greed that he was willing to argue with us? We weren't entirely sure how this came about, to be honest. It started down in the chamber, where Petunia had broken down in relief and Dumbledore had looked quite pleased with how things turned out. Then we'd carried Petunia and Professor Dumbledore back up to the grounds and waited while they tracked down the rest of the Dursleys. Dudley had been easy to find, having somehow discovered and charmed the house elves into feeding him, but Vernon had disappeared somewhere. Now Dumbledore was off searching for Vernon. Petunia was sitting on the outside steps overlooking the grounds. We had tried to start sunbathing in peace, and Dudley had apparently decided that we were the newest toy to obsess over. Knowing him, he'd be bored of us in 10 minutes, it was just a matter of tolerating him until he did. We were just confused as to why we needed to tolerate him at all. Tolerating him was proving to be a challenge, as Dudley had decided now was the perfect time to start being athletic. His first feat of strength. Lifting his lard while attempting to climb up our body. Diddykins, please stop. Mummy doesn't want you hurting yourself. Petunia called out, going back to that overly sweet tone she always used with him. Gray and Green exchanged glances. With a whispered incantation, Gray caught Dudley in his magical grip, the same spell we used to hold books without our claws, and lifted him up off our claws. Dudley screamed a bit, but then cheered up when he realized he wasn't falling. Gray turned back, as if to place Dudley on our back, which made our cousin even happier. Do you remember the SS slide at the park? Green asked with false innocence, moving in close to Dudley. Yeah, do you want to try SS sliding down our body? Yes. Sweet. Dudley fist pumped. Suddenly, Gray shot upwards, extending his neck as far as it could reach, tilting his head back for every extra inch. Then he opened his jaw as wide as it could go, leaving Dudley hanging in midair over his cavernous maw. Ready to SS slide down our throat, Dudley. Green teased in that same faux innocent voice. Og. No. Get me down from here. No. Dudley. Petunia screeched in terror. Gray snapped his jaw shut, deliberately missing Dudley's toes by inches. He smirked, then brought Dudley safely back to the ground. You're always SS welcome to ride in our SS stomach, Diddykins tilde. The rest of us except Gray chuckled. I bet you taste like a pork chop. If we cooked him, would he self-fry in his fat? Maybe. He would be tasty. We chuckled some more. Gray, meanwhile, shot Petunia a meaningful and not at all amused look. Petunia grabbed Dudley and pulled him back. She grabbed both of his hands and pulled him so that he was looking her in the eye. Dudley, listen to me. Your cousin is very big and very dangerous right now. I never thought I'd have to say this. And we could hear the double meaning in that, but please don't make the dragon angry. Let's go inside now, Diddykins. Seriously. Our cousin had no bloody sense. I mean, what kind of person, besides an idiot, needs to be told not to upset a dragon? Though, there is the school motto, Blue silently thought to the rest of us. So apparently that includes every wizard and witch in the last 1,000 years to attend here. Not one of us could argue that point. Petunia practically dragged Dudley back inside the castle, despite him readily complying. Her long legs easily outpaced Dudley's fat waddle. We let them go without another word and laid our heads down to rest. The warm sun really felt nice on our scales. It was a very exhausted and shell-shocked Vernon that Dumbledore eventually located. And he apparently hadn't even been able to find our uncle without Dobby's help. From what we understood, he ran afoul of some of the castle's lesser-known defenses. Whatever they were, they left him pale, clammy, and shivering, but also looking about wildly and jumping at every little noise. While Dumbledore tended to Vernon, Petunia fussed over him, and Dudley sulked off to the side. A little pop caught our attention. Dobby stood on the back of one of our hands, his big eyes not meeting ours and his hands fidgeting. Masters Harry Potter's, sirs. Dobby has a confession to make. Dobby, what did you do? Dobby. Dobby knows you asked not to save your life. Dobby wasn't breaking his promise. But Dobby wanted to help make things better. The tiniest hint of a smile cracked through Dobby's visible shame. Dobby punished bad Uncle Vernon. Dobby had Hogwarts make Harry Potter's bad uncle get lost. Honestly, we should have been at least a little mad, but Vernon deserved it. We weren't even annoyed. Quite the opposite, we found the idea of Uncle Vernon helplessly running in circles rather amusing. Green chuckled, and even Gray cracked a smile. Green whispered to Dobby, I do think he needed the exercise. Good job. His ears perked up a lot. Oh, thank you, Master Green Harry Potter, sir. He did a little happy dance. Hey, Dobby, while you're here, Blue inquired. Mind telling us how you came to work at Hogwarts? I would have thought you'd have gone, well, I'm not sure. Do you like working here? He squeaked happily and bobbed his head so fast we thought it might fall off. Yes, very much. Dobby didn't have a family to care for, but Hogwarts is like a big family. Dobby loves cleaning and cooking for nice children. Dobby also looks forward to cooking and cleaning for Harry Potter. And now there is 5 of Master Harry Potter to care for. We all smiled, even Gray. Yellow spoke, we're glad that you're happy. Are the other house elves treating you well? His ears drooped a little. They is thinking Dobby is strange. Dobby is a free elf and Dobby is wanting to be paid. The headmaster does pay Dobby, but the others don't like it. We quickly had an internal debate. We didn't like that Dobby was upset and shunned for being himself. It reminded us too much of ourselves. Blue looked at Dobby. Hypothetically, would either of these be better? If you had access to some money and were ordered to get whatever you need to be comfortable so you can work better. Or if your boss happened to give you gifts at random, regardless of how much you work. House elves are not supposed to be accepting gifts. We is supposed to be humble. He turned and very deliberately stared at Dudley. Which explained why asking to be paid, basically a periodic GI. To people who already were willing to work for free, was upsetting to the other house elves. If we were understanding the subtext right, he was comparing asking to be paid to Dudley's rather extreme selfishness. That was one hell of a stretch in our opinion, but who's to say how exaggerated it felt to Dobby. Our left arm moved to our right shoulder, where we scratched off a few mithril scales that were already coming loose. We set them in front of us. Dobby, I'd like to invest these in the upkeep of the school and the comfort of its staff. And if I may request what they're used for, I'd like my scales to be used to make the house elf staff happier, however they see fit to best use them to that end. After all, if the school is cleaner and runs better, my brothers and I will have an easier time learning, yes. Each of the scales was about the size of Dobby's head, but the house elf quickly hopped off our hand to pick them all up. He stacked them as if they were dishes and balanced them on his head. The little elf beamed up at us. Dobby will be making sure we house elves use them well. And then he popped away, his laughter persisting in the air for a moment even after he was gone. The least surprising thing to happen that afternoon was Vernon insisting that his family all go home at once. He'd had quite enough magic for one day, thank you very much, and was chuffed to bits when Dumbledore readily conceded. His fear of the castle was still visibly inferior to his fear of us. The second most surprising thing was Dumbledore's offer to set up regular meetings with us and Petunia. Now that we could go to Hogsmeade this year, it would be a similar arrangement to what other students did some weekends. Part of our surprise was that we were considering his offer. Even our reasoning was only to keep an eye on Petunia. We had to know if she really were going to change her ways. But the most surprising thing that happened that afternoon had nothing to do with the morning's chaos. Instead, we think it had everything to do with the scales that we'd given Dobby. We inferred a lot of this initially by smell alone, and then would only learn a possible reason for why. It had happened later in the school year. What happened was this: we'd gone on a flight to sort out our thoughts and get a little something to eat after the Dursleys had left. When we'd come back, we descended into the Chamber of Secrets to retrieve the tome McGonagall had given us, only to find that the entire chamber had been scrubbed utterly spotless, with only the scents of a few hundred house elves to explain it. Even Little Green, our plushy dragon, had been washed and mended to perfection and set among our newly cleaned makeshift bedding. Apparently, when properly motivated, house elves attacked dirt the way locusts attacked crops or Dudley a buffet. They'd even cleaned the water pools and, as we later figured, had either charmed the pools to be self-cleaning or otherwise Ned them so religiously when we weren't looking that we couldn't tell the difference. Our research would later reveal that our investment in their working conditions was something of a cultural loophole in the honor code of house elves. Payment and gifts were usually seen as insulting because accepting implied that they needed those things. But investing, that sent a completely different message. It meant, I am raising the standards I will be holding you to, but I also supply you with tools to help you meet those standards. The rest is up to you. In other words, it was a gift they could accept because the primary benefit wasn't for them. It also was an honest challenge that their pride wouldn't let them fail. We'd thrown down the gauntlet, metaphorically speaking. The house elves had more than risen to the occasion. And when we, via Dobby, informed them that we were perfectly willing to keep investing in the school as much as it needed, well, we won ourselves an army of zealously loyal house elves that day. I am proud of you, Harry, Dumbledore said. Forgiving your aunt despite your history with her was a very mature thing to do. We smiled on the outside, but internally we cringed. The lie of forgiveness tasted like bile on our lips right now. He genuinely seemed to believe we were making amends with Petunia. In reality, it was a ceasefire enforced by threat of dragon and nothing more. Oh, we had no doubts at all that, should we ever set foot back in Privet Drive, we'd be treated like tyrant kings. They would bow to our wishes but would hate every last minute of it. Even if, by some divine intervention, Petunia became the perfect mother we'd never had, our dragonhood would hang over everything like an oncoming storm. She'd never be able to fully separate her love, no matter how real, from her fear. And in that same way, we'd never be able to know for sure if an action was motivated by love or the imitation of it. But nothing in life was ever certain. We would genuinely extend the olive branch when the time was right. Thank you, Professor, Gray said through Yellow's mouth and with Yellow's voice. The lie was disgusting, but it slid off the tongue so easily when Gray was the one saying it. We wouldn't want to disappoint our mum, and at our size, we can't afford to be a prat either. I have had many worried nights since you arrived in the care of Hogwarts, Dumbledore confessed. You have put a bunch of them to rest today. I am proud of you all. We died a little bit more on the inside. Before we knew it, it was the very last day of summer break. Or so the calendar said. In actuality, the 5 of us were in human form and in the Transfiguration classroom, all furiously working on essays for Professor McGonagall. Each of us had been given a different but related topic to write on, and while the book we'd been studying had contained enough to form basic answers to each, she wanted us to elaborate using knowledge from other sources. It made those essays so much harder. And she wanted 2 feet of parchment at minimum from each of us. Thankfully, we had read a lot over the summer, practically all of it was on human transfigurations. This stuff was fresh on our minds. And given that we were so hyper-focused on this one subject, a lot of the texts we'd read in the last few days had been Newt-level transfiguration topics. At least theoretically. We felt really knowledgeable about this one specific subject, although we'd reached that point where we also knew just how much more we still had to learn. On the flip side of the preparedness spectrum, we hadn't done any of our potions homework for the summer. If we're not mistaken, we may have accidentally eaten it back when we first started changing. Whoops. We finished our essays, and then sat patiently while Professor McGonagall graded them. It was a long process, as she couldn't multitask like we could. But, after nearly an hour, she stood, walked over to us, and smiled. "Well, boys, you passed." "Yes. Ha ha. No SS surprise there. Quote. We studied hard." She held up a hand. We quieted back down. "It is also my pleasure to say that Albus and I have finished our work on preparing the altered animagus ritual. It's ready." Red yelled excitedly. "Yes. I admire your enthusiasm, Red, Harry, but I strongly advise caution and care," McGonagall replied. She summoned a notebook to her hands. Then offered it to us. Blue took it and began looking through it. The rest of us continued to listen as McGonagall added, "While Albus and I will be watching over you every step of the way, and time is of the essence with this. It would not do to rush things and make careless mistakes. Do you all understand me?" "Yes, Professor McGonagall." We all chorused together, idly noting after the fact that we'd unintentionally hit a perfect 5-part C major chord. "Good. Study the first section of this tonight and then speak to Professor Sprout tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is a full moon. And you will have to have your mandrake leaves ready by sundown. It'll be a bit tight to work around the sorting ceremony and the feast." From what Blue was already reading, we could understand why. The normal animagus ritual, which we'd studied in preparation for this, needed you to simply hold out a mandrake leaf under the light of the full moon, and then stick the leaf in your mouth to hold there for a month. This ritual on the other hand had about a dozen spells that needed to be done first, multiple times throughout the night as the moon rose, and not one of them had an incantation shorter than 7 words. McGonagall's scribble in the margin explained how she didn't dare simplify the spells, as doing so would lessen the guidance the words imparted on the spell, thereby making it more prone to failure. The leaf also needed to be dipped in a potion first, though the potion itself looked relatively easy to brew. It basically was a fire protection potion, something we'd learned last year. But it was modified a bit to be unaffected by the addition of mandrake leaves. A good addition, seeing as we were a dragon. With Professor McGonagall's blessing, we headed off to get started studying the notebook. It felt a bit weird, knowing that the Hogwarts Express was departing in about 5 minutes, and yet for the second year in a row, we weren't on it. Our feelings on the matter were entirely trumped by 2 other emotions: excitement about finally being able to transform on our own, and anticipation at finally seeing Ron, Hermione, and the other Gryffindors our year again. There was also the sorting to be looking forward to. We knew basically how it was going to go, everyone to the house their color matched, but we were still dreadfully curious about which house would have the misfortune of being stuck with Gray. And here I thought you prats had finally stopped picking on me. Sorry, Gray. We'll try to be better. Interesting side note, we'd sort of stop Ped yelling at Gray for his miserableness without consciously choosing to do so, and then we'd all immediately started feeling better about life in general because of it. Old habits were hard to break. But having our internal fears and self-loathing turned external made it really easy to notice when we were dragging ourselves down. Anyway, as breakfast was done and we'd returned from our morning flight, we assumed human form and went to visit Professor Sprout at her greenhouses. We hadn't been there the entire time we'd been a dragon, mostly because we were worried about sneezing. But now, we needed to risk it. For the ritual insisted we pick our own mandrake leaves. Our approach slowed as we heard conversation. Restrictions: I will need extra shrivelfig grown this year. Will your class be able to provide, Pomona? Yes, of course, Severus. I already took into account the budget being a little tight. I told you about the extra greenhouse I was setting up, yes. You did. Well, I found a better spot for it the other day, a bit bigger. We've got enough extra room for 2 or 3 more species. Let me know what you need and I'll handle getting seeds. I will have that list by day's end, Pomona. You would have done well with my badgers. Go on now. Shoo. Snape exited the greenhouse and immediately assaulted our noses with the scent of a dozen different potions. As a human, that would have been nauseating. As a dragon, well, it was a bit like being assaulted with cake, ice cream, tarts, chocolates, and other wonderful treats, plus as much bacon as you could eat. Snape stopped in front of us. Potter. Professor Snape. Professor Dumbledore informed me of your condition and how you will be attending classes. He seems to think it best to treat you as separate people. And I will abide by that for the most part. However, if one of you should be enough of a dunderhead as to earn a detention with me, you will all be serving it. Control yourselves. He sneered at us. If that was your attempt at intimidating USSS, SSSIR, then perhaps USS should attempt it when you don't smell like a buffet. A treacle tart ISSS more intimidating than you right now, Green mocked. Finishing it off by picking at his teeth and looking entirely disinterested. If we'd fazed him, he didn't show it in the slightest. Arrogance doesn't suit you, boy. Green looked Snape up and down. Of course not. Arrogance is more your SS size, and you wear it SSSO well. We, on the other hand, have about 500 taunts of healthy pride in our abilities SS. He blew a smoke ring at Snape. See you in class, seer. Green turned and walked past Snape. The rest of us followed quickly behind. Though we didn't speak aloud, there was much laughing and hollering in our minds. Because, as Green had said, Snape wasn't intimidating anymore. He was just a man who smelled like good food. Our stomach rumbled. We needed to go hunting again soon. Potion-coated leaves in hand, we walked out to the school grounds. The sun had set, the last of twilight was fading, and the moon was just starting to peek over the horizon. It wasn't quite time to start the first incantations, but it was pretty close. It was nearing 8 o'clock. The moon would be completely visible over the horizon by then. At that point, we'd cast the first spells on the leaves. We'd repeat this every 20 minutes exactly until roughly 2 o'clock, when the moon was fullest. If absolutely needed, we'd use a device McGonagall had called a time turner to ensure we got it perfect every time. As for the interval itself, 70 minutes was 7, the prime number at the heart of the arithmancy for this ritual, times 5, the 5 of us times 2 for the 2 forms we desired. That we had a comfortable amount of time to attend the sorting and feast between castings was a pleasant bonus. The first and last times we cast, we would need to be in our true form. Every other time, our disguised forms were fine. Because of that, the plan was to do the first and last casting out on the grounds. After we did the first round, we'd place the leaves in a glass case and fly them up to the astronomy tower on brooms, rather than by wing. The weather didn't look to be disagreeable, but we had contingencies in place for that too. The problem was the Dementors. They'd been here for a while now, but WITHs having mostly stayed away from the castle or deep inside the chamber, they hadn't really bothered us before. Now that we were outside, they and the fog they could bring were concerns, small ones at this distance. But concerns nevertheless. McGonagall and Dumbledore were out here, but so were Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape, interestingly enough. He stood well away from us and attempted to look disinterested in what was going on. An attempt that utterly failed considering his presence here was optional. We think he just wanted to see us. For this, rather than using 5 wands for 5 casters, we were only using 1, Red's. It fit us, as a whole, the best of all. He would be the one guiding our hands, though all 5 of us would be speaking the incantation. 4 of our bodies vanished. He fifth walked out into the grassy field and transformed. We made sure to look right at Snape, and his reaction would be burned into our minds forever as one of our all-time favorite memories. The moon was rising. With great care, we first took Red's wand and slipped it into a groove we'd carved in our right index claw. We had a similar groove in each claw on that hand, each meant to hold the wand of the corresponding dragon head. But tonight, only Red's groove contained a wand, one of dragon heartstring and redwood. With equally great care, we took the prepared leaves from McGonagall with our other hand. 5 leaves for 5 heads. Then we reared up, ascending until we stood balanced on our hind legs, our tail serving as a tripod-like support. We held out our left palm towards the east, exposing the leaves to the light of the rising full moon. With our right, we began to weave the magic, waving our wand through a series of motions. Each motion bore a specific meaning, together forming a poem out of rhythm. We opened our mouths and sang. 5 minds, 1 soul, we sang the incantations, a slow and steady melody of magic in perfect harmony. It was over before we knew it. Yes, we'd sing the same song of magic 5 more times tonight, but in the moment, we wished this song hadn't needed to end. Other than a little glow around the leaves, nothing much had visibly happened, but Betway. In our sense of smell and the sensation of our own magic in our very soul, we knew we had just performed something profound. We returned to the ground. The case was ready, so we immediately dumped the leaves inside. After a quick flick to free our wand of its slot, we shifted back to human form once more. McGonagall and Dumbledore came up to us, bright smiles on both of their faces. A little further back, Flitwick and Sprout were clapping and cheering. And even further back, Snape was simply watching with an unreadable expression. "Harry, all of you, well done," Dumbledore exclaimed. "That was perfectly cast. Fantastic job. I hadn't even considered harmonizing your voices," Professor McGonagall remarked. "A brilliant touch. This should help the magic take hold much more smoothly. You have good instincts, Minerva," Snape called, a subtle shake in his voice. Potter's heads were literally in the clouds. Must his ego be raised higher? Professor McGonagall huffed and spun about. "As I happen to recall, a certain student of mine earned extra credit for inventing brand new spells of his own volition. You could at least show some empathy for someone else experiencing new magic for the first time." Snape grunted, but conceded. He turned to us, nodded curtly, and then spun around and swiftly stalked off. McGonagall turned back to us. "Pay him no mind. What you did deserves real praise." We shrugged. Yellow remarked. "Meh, we're not offended. It was actually a little funny." Our Transfiguration professor allowed herself a sly smile at her colleague's expense. "Yes, I suppose it was a touch amusing. Well then, the night is young and the upper years should be congregating soon. Shall we go and join them? That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out author of this story. Details in description.